Make sure
to explore the booths.
To explore the booths.
Make sure to
explore the next.
Explore the next.
explore the next.
Explore the next.
Do you want to know more about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there. Do you want to know more about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right?
Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubey.
And I'm Khagar Javed. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhagesh Patel. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Want to know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat about it.
Do you want to know more about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubey.
And I'm Khagar Javed. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Make sure
to explore the booths.
To explore the booths.
Make sure to
explore the next.
Explore the next.
explore the next.
Make sure
To explore the booths.
To explore the booths.
Make sure to
explore the next.
Explore the next.
explore the next.
Make sure
To explore the booths.
To explore the booths.
Make sure to
explore the next.
Explore the next.
explore the next.
Make sure
To explore the booths.
To explore the booths.
Make sure to
explore the next.
Explore the next.
explore the next.
Make sure
To explore the booths.
To explore the booths.
Make sure to
explore the next.
Explore the next.
explore the next.
हेलो हेलो माइक चल रहा है क्या? हेलो हेलो चल रहा है ना? Hello folks, can I have your attention please? Hello. Please settle down. Thank you. Hello. So, hello folks, a very good morning. As we are just getting started, I would expect some more morning energy from you all. So once again, a very good morning. Good morning. Wow, that is nice. You know, it feels great to see you all here today, and I hope you have the same feeling being here today. Well, I am Meet Rupani, your cool host for the day. Now, talking about this morning, how different is this morning? It feels wonderful, right? But why? Because we are back with the UINXT event for the year 2022. So can we hear it for the UINXT 2022? So with all the energy and enthusiasm, I, on behalf of the UINXT team, welcomes each one of you to this wonderful event. Please put your hands together for our audience. You know, we are going to create a lot of beautiful memories today. Because as it is rightly said, days are not lost when memories are created. And we are going to make sure we create a lot of them today. We are also going to learn and feel about different technologies that could make an impact in the world we are living in and a lot more. Now, moving ahead. Sorry guys, I am a bit late. Thank you all for coming to this wonderful event. I am Manan. Excuse me, why are you here? Well, I am the host for today's event. What are you doing here? Well, I am the host for today's event. Well, UINXT approached me and gave me the chance to host this event. So can you please take your seat now? Well, the same UINXT team approached me and gave me the opportunity.
Hey, wait. Hold on. We are extremely sorry, guys. Extremely sorry for this confusion. I think there is some confusion. You are Meet, right?
No. I am Meet.
Manan?
I am Meet.
Manan Meet.
We talked that.
Manan Meet.
I am Meet.
Okay. I think there is confusion. So let's continue this event with both of them.
All right. So let's host this event together. What say? But when will you stop following me? Well, you know, they say beta versions are always followed by greater and improved versions. You guys agree? With this, a very good morning to each one. I am Manan Rupani, your host and host for the day. Thank you for being here for this wonderful event. I am super excited to host this event, and I hope each one of you are equally excited to host this event in person after a long break. Now we would like to welcome you all with the video we have prepared for you. Let's watch it.
And now, we are just a thought away from everything and anything.
I would like to define ourselves as curious people.
Hello there. Welcome to Globant.
We wanted to show you guys something cool we implemented.
The challenge was to become 100% digital.
I don't intend to make this chivalrous audience wait anymore.
As a front-end developer who doesn't know a thing about machine learning, you could use the existing models.
As you move between different frameworks, technologies, platforms,
or if you write an entire website using Flutter and you want to hinge it with,
and we pass that as a part of HTTP header.
I hope you guys liked the video. I have just one question after seeing the video. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Perfect. Now, moving ahead. Okay, you can see on the screen, UINXT is gamified. But what exactly it is? So, are you all ready to play a game? But what the game is about, what are the rules and how we are going to play it? For this, I would like to welcome on stage Sachin and Sanil. So please put your hands together for Sachin and Sanil.
Hello everyone. Are you all excited? Yes? Yes? I want to hear a loud yes. Yes? Okay. To make this event even more exciting, we have gamified it.
Gamified? What does that mean?
Let me explain. During the course of the event, there will be occasions where you can earn points. For example, when you entered this venue, you checked in, you registered yourself, 50 bonus points were already credited to your name.
So that is it, Sunil?
No, that's not it. So during the event, between the talk session, there will be some puzzles, trivia that will be shown on your screen, which if you participate and solve, you can earn points. And also, if you share interesting posts about UINXT on your social media platform, you can earn bonus points. And whoever is tweeting a interesting post, he'll get some more points. So be creative and participate actively.
So, but wait, Sunny, how you are going to track the bonus point and how it will be going to work?
I have an answer for that. All of you have visitor IDs? You must have. Anyone here without a visitor pass? No? Thanks. So when you score a point, our volunteer will come to you and he'll scan the QR code on the back of your ID. Can you just turn around your ID card and see there is a QR code? Yeah? So our volunteer will scan the QR code and the points will be added to your name. And we are maintaining a leaderboard which will be shown at a frequent interval during the sessions, and we'll be announcing the top scorer towards the end, and the top scorer would earn will get a chance to earn goodies. Okay? So are you all excited?
So folks, are you ready?
Yes.
Little
all
louder.
Right.
Come on. Are you ready?
Yes. Okay. Have fun.
Yeah, have fun. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for explaining the rules of the game and how it works. I hope all of you got how the game works, right? So now, before moving ahead, we would like to thank, firstly, our community partners for all the support they are providing to us. The community partners are JetBrain, Women Who Code, Women Tech Makers Pune, Buddy Base, Google Developer Group Pune, devcode.io, and JS Meetup Bangalore. Now, moving ahead, I would like to call on stage someone who is fondly known as Shiv, head at Globant's India Talent and Delivery Center, and focuses on the expansion of transformational capacity at Globant in the APAC and EMEA region. One of the focus areas of Shiv has been around readying capacity to take up digital transformation challenges. He has wide range of experience working with niche software development setups focusing on leading edge technologies as well as transformative digital journeys. He specializes in organization management and business growth, delivery management, quality analysis and control. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shivraj Sable. Over to you.
Thanks. When you have a photograph looking like that, it's a fake thing. So, anyway, all right. So it's the time of fake AI, so it's fine. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Lovely. That's nice. I think now we're getting to one request for all our volunteers. If we can keep the volume to the minimum, I think it's very, very important. Yeah. So. Okay, all right. So I think first of all, I want to congratulate all of you to be here on a Saturday morning. I know all of us have so many better things to do on a Saturday morning. We have so many amazing things that we could have done instead of this, but you are all here. I can tell you this is a big investment in yourself. You're actually investing in your own self today. You may not learn a new technology, you may not learn a new framework today, but this is going to open your mind for new thoughts. This is important for you to start thinking. These things are an investment. Make this investment for the long term. Believe me, this will give you returns quite a bit in the future. So you're doing the right thing. So firstly, congratulations for all of you to be here. All right. Again, so I think a quick request again for all the volunteers, if you can get to the other room and not make a noise, because we are making a lot of noise here. Okay? All right, excellent. So I think the first thing I want to talk to you about is overall where we are in this state of the industry. We have been seeing that off late there's a huge level of disruption happening across industries. We are seeing there's a huge need for reinvention. There's a huge need for changing the way we do things, and I'll give you a few examples, right? We have seen there are areas which need a lot of reinvention, a lot of rethinking on how we are going to do business altogether. For example, how many of you now think that bank branches are relevant? Has anyone gone to a bank branch very recently? But they're all over the city in the best of places. How many of you think ATMs are relevant anymore? How many times have you gone to an ATM before? Maybe once in 6 months, right? You're really now using digital currency. How many of you think, and I'm going to be a little provocative here, developers are relevant anymore? I'm touching the nerve a little bit here. Okay, that's good. So I think I'll come to the point. I'll come to the point where and why I'm talking about developers right now. Most importantly, I think what is happening is there's a lot of industries which are needing reinvention. Okay, so maybe I want to ask the audience here. I talked about an ATM. I talked about, let's say, an industry like banking. Can you think of any things which need reinvention or really are irrelevant today? Anyone? Let's see if we are all awake on Saturday morning. Anyone can think of any examples which need reinvention? It can be anything, don't worry.
Immigration.
Okay. Immigration from one country. Okay, so there should be no immigration, there should be no borders. It should be really fast, should be seamless. Perfect. So immigration does not make sense. Yes. Shopping. Can you please get up? Seriously? I mean, but no, so when you mean shopping, it's shopping in person or online or all shopping. Now I don't know if you're going to be safe going outside. But anyway, but that's good. I think so. Shopping altogether. But I would like to know more why. Okay. Yeah. So why do you think shopping is irrelevant?
Not irrelevant as such, but I tend to spend more if I go online for shopping, and if I see something, let's say I like 3 clothes and I have to choose, I don't spend much time, and I buy all of 3. So it's again irrelevant.
All right. So choosing and shopping. Yes. Logistics. Okay. So basically, moving things from one place to the other. Right. Okay. So logistics is getting irrelevant. Why do you think it's irrelevant? It's quite inefficient. Exactly. Traffic is irrelevant. You should not have traffic. Definitely. The infrastructure, basically the offices, right? I think we are seeing that offices are becoming more and more irrelevant. Do we need office space in the first place? We know that, okay, for example, at Globant, we want people to come together, we want to spend, but are we really going to go back to 5 days working in a week? I don't think so ever, but maybe 2 days, 3 days in a week. If you're going back 2 days in a week, do we need such big offices, right? So those kind of questions. Sorry? Tax and accounting, excellent. Why should we even pay tax? I completely agree with you. Yes. No, it's true actually. You know, honestly speaking, there was this question, and most of you must have heard a lot of this debate, right? Why do you have to pay income tax when you're paying tax on everything else, right? So, makes sense. Correct. Okay, all right. So digital currency for all the bad things. Let's put digital currency. Excellent. Exam based on marks, definitely. I don't think so. People are thinking irrelevant. People are thinking what are the things I hate, right? So I don't like taxes, I don't like exams, let's put that in the irrelevant thing. Healthcare system, exactly. I think one of the best examples, and I'm not going to make it very bad, but my sister is own doctor, right? So, but if you are a doctor in any part of the other multiverse, please pardon me, but doctors are becoming more and more, let's say, they're languishing in old times. You know, fast forward 30 years from now, fast forward 30 years, okay? Just think about, let's say, your children, your grandchildren, and then imagine them, because for example in the US we are working already with a partner where you can have an injectable pill. When you have the pill inside, it goes through all your body and identifies exactly what you have. Today, for example, when you have a sore throat, you don't know if it's a viral, if it's a bacterial, you don't know, you just try to guess it based on the symptoms, okay? There you'll be able to identify which exact strain it is, whether it is COVID, whether it is COVID alpha, beta, delta, whatever it is, right? Today we are guessing. Now imagine your grandchildren coming up to you and saying, how did you go to the doctor? I went to the doctor said, okay, what are you feeling? I felt A, B, C. Maybe a more educated Hakim. Correct? I mean, what are we talking about here? Today we have doctors who are still looking at symptoms and telling you, you might have this. They don't know whether you have it. We are living in the past. We are not there yet. A lot of things are actually becoming irrelevant today. The doctors, I mean, they're doing a fantastic job. They're really amazing people, but they're languishing in the past. What we really need is a complete reinvention of the medical healthcare system, because even today, you're only trying to guess. You're guessing what the patient might be having. You don't know for sure, you don't know for certain what the patient has, right? So that needs a lot of reinvention. That is very, very, very important. Okay, now, yeah. Fuel is getting more and more relevant. We have to get into renewable.
Physical cards, ATM cards are becoming irrelevant.
What would be, let's say, what would be the alternative instead of physical cards?
So we can maintain it in the mobile, maybe.
Cards, you mean cards? Okay, I thought cards. Okay, yeah, excellent. Multiple government IDs. So basically all of documentation. Excellent. So I think this is good. This is a good start where, you know, we are all understanding that this whole space needs reinvention, okay? Now, what is also important is the reinvention that is required for you as engineers, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So let's talk about how do we introduce ourselves. If I have to ask 5 out of 10 or some 6, 7 people out of you, how would you introduce yourself? You'd say, hey, my name is so-and-so. I have X years of experience as a Java developer, as an Angular developer, as a whatever developer, right? That's the way we introduce ourselves, and that is the unfortunate part of our industry. In the industry, we are identifying ourselves with the tools that we're using. These are tools. Angular is a tool. You are not an Angular developer. You're not a React developer. You are someone who's creating end-to-end solutions. That's very, very important. Take, for example, EVs. You've seen the latest EVs, all the Tata Nexon or the Olas, they are on fire, literally. So, you know, all these amazing EVs, some of you, okay. It's in the morning, I know it's a little early in the morning, that's fine. So I think you have to realize that when you see the EVs today, the EVs are giving you a lot of features. I see youngsters on those bikes and they have speakers on, they have music on, they have speakers on. What stopped us from doing that on a petrol bike? Nothing, they don't need a lot of battery for it. We could have done that in the petrol. We could have done that in petrol cars. If you see a lot of features in Tesla today, there's nothing stopping us to give those features in the petrol cars today. What is happening is a change of mindset, right? People no longer think of cars as, let's say, mediums for moving from one place to the other. Your thought process about cars, your thought process about the business of cars is changing. And that is very important. You have to understand that there is a change coming. You have to understand what is the business impact of what's happening. The youngsters today are not looking at cars just by the horsepower or the miles that you get. It's basically what are the other features that you're getting, what is the ecosystem that you're building around it. So the thought process is changing. It's not the features really that change, it is a thought process. So for you, and I keep saying this, a developer is getting irrelevant. We no longer need people in the industry who can be the best JavaScript developers. Believe me, there's dime a dozen. You don't have to be the best React developer. You don't have to be the best Flutter guy. There's dime a dozen. Believe me. What we need is somebody who's an end-to-end solution provider, somebody who can think of a business problem and be able to impact the business. If you're able to impact the business, if you're able to really understand what you're solving, then your introduction would be, hey, my name is so-and-so, I have X years of experience in developing solutions. By the way, I use Angular as a tool, right? That is the difference. Stop identifying yourself as an Angular or Java or a React developer, right? That's not what you are. These tools will keep changing. Your mind, your thought process has to change. So for today, the biggest thing I would recommend today in this whole event is ask questions. Open your mind, ask questions why. I know I'm making it difficult for all the speakers after because I'm done, right? So let them have all the heat. But ask questions why. What are you speaking and why are you speaking this? Right? It's very, very important. Can you go back to the first slide? The first slide. Right, back. Go back. Yeah. How many of you read that word augury? How many of you really understand that word? Except Globant. Because I know you were part of this. Guys, you need to ask, right? I had to Google it myself. I'm not kidding. I'm not going to pretend that I knew it, but I had to Google it myself when I saw that. Ask. If you don't really get to it, ask. Okay? Don't ask people, ask Google. If you are allergic to people, ask Google, that's fine. But let's ask, right? So I think it's important that we open our minds today. Whatever you're being told, whatever you're being talked about, it's very important that you really ask questions and be very, very participative. This is a really good opportunity for you today to take part in something that is going to open up my mind for many other possibilities. All right. So I think just a couple of things about Globant as such. You're in this amazing team's hands. I think at Globant, I think what we are doing is we are trying to reinvent digital. We're trying to reinvent every single industry that we are working in. So what we are doing is we want to truly understand every single industry, how it is working today, and completely change the way we are looking at it. So for example, we were one of the first builders of the first digital banks which has 0 branches or 0 offices in the world. Mind you, it's not a bank app, it is a bank on the app. There's a big difference in thought process. This was years ago when people were just thinking about digital. We are trying to reinvent every single domain. We are trying to think, why do we need doctors? We are trying to think, why do we need banks? We are thinking, why do we need developers, right? And this is what each and every one of you has to do. Now, one of the last things I would also say is, you might think, well, it's easy to say in theory, but how do we do it? The best way, and I keep repeating this myself a lot of times, is the best way to do that is to translate every single line of code that you write into business impact. Every time you're checking in something, ask yourself, what is the business impact? What are you changing on the business front? If you understand that, if you're able to translate that single line of code into business impact, your decisions of writing code will change. Your decisions of what you're doing will change. Understand the larger impact. That is going to make a big, big difference in how you're going to work out things. All right? Now, I'm not going to take a lot of time from you because I know there's a lot of amazing speakers after this. So do participate. Welcome to this amazing, amazing conference. It's been just growing every year, and I think we will want to see you every year back again. So thank you so much and welcome back. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shiv, for the wonderful insights and the kickoff. While we have lots of fun discussion and tech discussions coming up, don't forget to put some interesting tweets with hashtag UINXT 2022 and maximum try to like, subscribe, share it with your friends by scanning this QR code on your screen. You guys can see the QR code. Do scan it now and you can tweet about the interesting moments here. It will be displayed for a few seconds, so you can scan it. And remember, the best tweets will get some bonus points. All right, guys, moving ahead. We know that blockchain is one of the most researched innovations of the moment. The blockchain technologies are having a significant impact on our industry. But how? As of 2022, the market size of blockchain is $4.9 billion, and it is expected to grow at $67.4 billion by end of 2026. But whenever we try to search about blockchain and its significance, we can only find some information easy to understand, and we come across certain terms like crypto, decentralization, etc. By the way, Meet, how's your crypto performing? Yes, it's all bleeding, but we are not here to discuss my red portfolio, so we can focus on the event. Sure. Let's focus on the event. So guys, let's break the blockchain stereotype and dive deep into what a decentralized future will look like. It's my great pleasure to introduce to our speakers today, starting with a man who has an industry experience of more than 10 years, who started his career as a front-end developer and then moved to full-stack development. He loves trekking and has also been to Everest. He likes reading, and he's also been exploring the decentralized web in the last couple of years. He's also the technical director, technical architect at Globant, Amit Dubey, and the other speaker is, alongside him, we have someone who is a technophile, who started his career as a .NET developer, and later got interested in JavaScript and Node.js. In his free time, he likes to explore different technologies, watch documentaries, and play sports. He also got a chance to have a knowledge in the blockchain in one of the projects. Please put your hands together for Amit Dubey and Khawar Jamil.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, guys. Okay, clicker. Okay, before we start, just to let you know how absurd this is. Whatever, Manan and me just said, we wrote that down ourselves 2 weeks back. Reviewed it twice.
Right, and we wrote a lot of nicer things, Manan, so we may have to talk.
No, he made me a director, that's good.
But for me, it was nothing, right?
Okay, guys, hi, welcome to our talk. I'm Amit Dubey.
And I'm Khawar Jamil. And welcome to our talk, Blockchains to Be or Not to Be. But before we move ahead with our talk, let's look at the journey that we had to take for this, right? And like everybody else here, our journey also started with cryptos. So we were hearing about Bitcoins and Ethereums from everywhere. And so we decided, let's take a look at some of the videos. Now, every video that we watched, it only talked about how great blockchain is, right? How it's going to be everywhere, how it's the future. In short, blockchain is the solution for everything. You need to build a chat app, do it on blockchain. You need to build a finance app.
Do it on blockchain.
You want to build a logistics.
Do it on
blockchain. Blockchain. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, this can't be true, right? There must be more to it. And after going down this rabbit hole for almost a year, I realized that there is a whole new world of decentralized web that is beyond this blockchain.
And I would have shown you another slide, but we are, so talking about decentralized.
All this happens in only our chance, man.
They hate us. Okay, so this was one of the memes.
So this was me. This was basically us with our beautiful JavaScript carrier, not that, and then blockchain came in.
So, still thanks. Anyways, so talking about decentralized web, and this is what we'll be talking more. So that keyword blockchain was just a clickbait, sorry. Before we talk about the decentralized web, tell me how many of us are Marvel Avengers fans? Avengers fans? Yeah, we all are. Yeah, awesome. So everybody knows Thanos, the almighty Thanos, right? Awesome. So let's take an analogy, right? When we talk about Marvels, the Avengers, when we talk about Thanos, the almighty one, right? The most powerful being in the whole universe, especially with his gauntlet in his hand, right? Like he was so powerful that none of the Avengers could, defeat him individually, not even Captain Marvel.
I mean, Scarlet Witch could have.
No, she tried. Sorry. No. That can't happen. So. But what that thing tells us is that when you put a lot of power in a single system, that you are adding a single source of failure, right? Hence, when Thanos was down, his whole plan of the cleansing of the universe and everything went down with him, right? However, let's talk about our beloved Avengers. Avenger fans? Yeah, cheer? No? Yeah. Hey. Awesome. Okay. So talking about Avengers, none of them individually strong enough, but collectively, when they came together and they worked on a single plan, they could do the impossible, right? I mean, even working at 50% capacity, right? Like in the end game, when they are like half of them, They came together, worked on a plan, went back to the past, undid everything, and voila, won, right? So
Man, spoilers.
it's 2022, dude. Come on.
I hope
Okay.
everyone has watched it
Yeah.
already, but yeah.
Anyways, so that's the power of a decentralized system in which, it's in a distributed system. The responsibilities and everything are shared, and you are making an actual fail-safe system, right? Now let's put that analogy into perspective, and let's talk about the web as we know it, right? So in the current web, what you have is you have a centralized system, a server who's serving all these clients. All the clients keep on asking for the information or whatever.
Right, so basically a Thanos sitting in the center.
Yeah, Thanos, he had a point. But what we have is a central system and who's serving all these clients, different services, and that's how is the web as we know it, right? However, in a decentralized view, we see a beautiful mess. What that beautiful mess is showing is that these are all interconnected nodes, right? All these nodes have their own responsibilities, okay? Some nodes may be acting as a client, some as a server, some as a client-server pair, right? But we can rest assured that even if, let's say, this part of the system is down, the rest of it is not affected. And that's a decentralized view of the system for you. And when we talk about decentralized web or D-Web, right? So we already have the centralized and decentralized. We also include some distributed computing into it. What that means is that the nodes do not only have to take one responsibility. You can also share processing and computation and storage and stuff, and hence making an actually decentralized system, right? Abhi tak all good with me? Okay, awesome. Okay, but now let's put this thing into timelines. And talking about timeline, we have an amazing topic by your favorite Akshay. Hi Akshay. So we have an amazing topic talk on how the web has matured over the years. But I'll just touch a bit on once the slide is changed. Sorry. Okay. I'll touch a bit on how web has came along so far. So in the inception of web, right, in web 1.0, it was rather read-only and in a way decentralized. What that means is there were static pages, okay? There were hardly hyperlinks. You could not interact with the web. It's just some information you can see, come back. For instance, let's say मैं McDonald's है.
Bro,
okay?
You are McDonald's, not McDowell's.
Okay, ठीक है. मैं McDonald's है, okay? I have my pamphlet. What I'm doing is I'll create an HTML page out of that pamphlet and I'll host it myself. People can come along. There might be hyperlinks, then they can call into order, right? Simple web, achhe din, okay? Now with the advancement of technologies, web 2 came along, and you had more powerful systems, and especially with cloud computing, you got this concept of what you can say tech giants, and what this web included was a participatory yet centralized web. What that means is you can also interact with web. Not just interact, you can also contribute to that web. But that web will be, that content will be hosted by someone else. So for instance, let's say there's some person who's a lot into workout, creating those videos.
Yeah.
Who can create good content actually. So who's into workouts and who can actually create good content. He puts his vlogs on diets and everything on YouTube, right? And YouTube will be monetizing his channel. As per YouTube's law, the content creator is not the content owner anymore, right? It's like this. How many of you work out? Any of you? Dekh raha hai. Any of you? Okay. Okay. How about this? All of you work out and I get buffed. You won't like that, right? I will, but you won't. So that's the problem with centralized systems. When we talk about Web 3, there are no intermediaries. These so-called tech giants, they are out of the picture. What we are trying to do there is that, the content creator is also the content owner. I will create that content and I will distribute it as per my will. If I want to monetize it, my will. If I don't, that's my will. Basically, the power relies with you, and that's the power of decentralized web.
So, ye bitcoins, right?
No.
But people are here for crypto talks, man.
No bitcoins. So no. Let's just set up some ground rules. Very simple ground rules. We have very limited time. We're not going to be talking about bitcoins. We're not going to be talking about cryptos. We're not going to be talking about how you should be married by 31. No. We will be talking about a very good thing. That's decentralized web and nothing else. Okay? Okay. If you really want to talk about cryptos and stuff, I'll be super drunk by midnight, call
No,
me.
please no.
Okay, no, sorry. But let's talk about the underlying technology, right? Blockchains is not just crypto. There's decentralized web. Blockchains is not the only thing, and by the end of our talk, you will get to know that. We want to open up this Pandora's box, and we have to answer a lot of questions about decentralized web. Things like, if it's decentralized, where exactly my data resides? How do I locate my data? What is my identity? How do I prove my identity?
Bro, calma. I'm here to help you.
Sure.
But yeah, after moving on from that panic attack from Amit, but he posed very valid questions, right? Once you move from a centralized system to a decentralized world, there are a lot many problems. For example, where are you going to store your data, right? There is no central server, as to say. Also, the same problem with identity. What is your identity, right? Again, it's a decentralized world. So let's take a few steps back and understand how we do it in current physical world. So if I ask you all, in current physical world, what is your identity? How are you going to prove it? Anyone? Aadhaar card. Go more deeper. Aadhaar card is there. That is web. That is
physical.
digital,
Physical.
Not physical world. So.
Yep. Fingerprint.
Yes. So fingerprint. So passport and Aadhaar are all encompassing this information, right? You have that fingerprint as your physical attribute. For example, any biometric identity, right? Fingerprint, retina scans. So these are your biometric identities until and unless you believe in Mission Impossible movies. But that solves the problem of identity in physical world. Now let's take a look at the web world, right? So current web that we know, what is your identity? And you're going backwards.
Your identity.
Your identity.
Email IDs, I'm sorry.
Email ID and passwords, right? Very simple. So correct. In the current web, what you do, there is a sign up form that is presented. You have an email, you choose a fancy username, you add in password. That goes into a centralized server. Of course, the password is salted and all. And next time you're presented with a login form, right? You provide this information, it is matched against centralized server, and voila, you are identified. But when we move to decentralized world, there is no central server to store all this information, right? So then how do we manage the identity in the decentralized world? So here we will take help from the mystic arts of cryptography.
Dude, I didn't know you cook.
Yeah, this is a special dish I'm cooking for you. You should come check it out, by the way.
I'm good.
So mystic arts of cryptography. So in cryptography, there is a concept called asymmetric encryption or public key encryption. What it does, it generates a key pair for you. So anytime you need any asymmetric encryption, you will get a key pair that is a private key and a public key. Private key is something that you keep secret with you, and public key is something that is publicly available. Now the concept is that anything that is encrypted with one of the keys can only be decrypted by the other public key. So for example, let's say you encrypt something with your private key. Now only your public key can decrypt that thing, and the vice versa is also true. But you may ask, how does this solve our identity problem, right? So let's take an example. Let's say Amit and me are friends, right? And I want to share a document with Amit, right? So what I'll do, first of all, Amit will have to generate a key pair, right? So he will have a private key and a public key, right? Public key, he can put it on the internet or send it on the messages. Private key, if he's smart, he'll keep it safe, right?
I am.
Yeah, I'll see. Now, now let's say I want to share this document. So what I'll do, I'll take that document and I'll encrypt it with the Amit's public key. Now I can put it on the internet because I know no one can decrypt it, right? Only Amit can decrypt it because he has that counter private key. So he will take that document and decrypt it, right? So we have send a document or a data across without needing any management of identity, right? There is no password stored anywhere, right? Yeah. The vice versa, let's take the vice versa example. Let's say Amit wants to send up some document to me, and I want to be very sure that this document must have come from Amit. So what Amit will do, Amit will encrypt it with his private key, and he can make that document publicly available. Now I have the public key of Amit, right? So I can decrypt that document, and since I'm able to successfully decrypt it, right, that means the document must have arrived from Amit, right? So that is digitally signed. Now that document is digitally signed. So that's how we solve the identity problem in decentralized world, right? So one problem down. The next problem is, how do you store the data, right? Now before we move ahead, by show of hands, how many of you are aware what is blockchain and how it works?
Any knowledge is good.
Any knowledge, very basic. Yeah.
Fair amount, hands.
Anyways, we'll just quickly breeze through what blockchain is. So in this simple diagram, blockchain is nothing but a chain of blocks, right? So you have different blocks which are cryptographically linked to each other. When I say cryptographically linked, that means the hash of the previous block is put in the next block, right? So that's why it's very difficult to break a chain, right? Because this is cryptographically linked. Anytime you want to modify anything in the blockchain or any block, you'll have to change entire chain, right? And that's very difficult or impossible, right? And when I say about blocks, blocks are nothing but a list of transactions. And transactions are digitally signed message, right? So it may be a little complicated. Let me just quickly take this with an example, right? So let's say Amit wants to send me $500,
You
right?
wish.
Bro, first of all, it's in dollars, and
Okay.
second, this is a hypothetical situation, I know.
I wish.
Okay, so Amit wants to send me $500. So what Amit will do, there will be a message that is going into blockchain saying Amit $500 however, and it will be digitally signed with this key, right? So remember the private key, and that's a transaction. And there is a list of these transactions in each of these blocks, and that is a block. And in total, this forms a blockchain. Now that you understand what blockchain is, so on a high level, blockchain doesn't do much, right? It's just a ledger or a ledger of immutable data, ledger of transactions, right?
It's vanilla.
Yeah, so blockchain without any logic is very boring. So that's why we have smart contracts. Now what are smart contracts? Smart contracts are a piece of code that goes into blockchain and is run on the blockchain. Now let's look at the attributes of a smart contract, right? So in a smart contract, the code is the law. When I say code is in the law, that means whatever is coded in the smart contract, only that is going to happen. That means there is no manual error because there is no intervention of any human in between, right? The code goes in the blockchain is automatically managed because it has autonomous execution. That means you can pre-bake in the conditions on which this smart contract will trigger. Now there is no manual intervention, that means there is no middleman, right? And this is very important because if you remember Amit's example of YouTube, you are creating the content but someone is taking a piece of that money. Here there is no middleman, no one is managing this for you. It's working in a decentralized fashion. That means you will have a lot of savings, right? Now all of this creates a very trustless environment, right? Everybody is going to trust it because you can see what the code is and everybody knows how it's going to execute. Now with all this armory in its arsenal, people have been doing wonders on smart contracts and blockchain.
Not just wonders, people have been overdoing it, it seems. What has happened is since smart contracts came in, there are like bazillion new kind of blockchains. You see there are like new blockchains for everything every day. We knew just Bitcoins, then there's Ethereum, Hyperledger Fabric, Litecoins, Lightning, I don't know, right? A lot of them. With these things, what has happened now is it's a race now. It's like you get a blockchain, you get a blockchain. Everyone wants to get in this race and everyone wants to ride the high horse, right? And that is where we are actually losing our track of decentralized web. If you actually look at these so-called dApps or decentralized apps, what they're essentially doing is that the actual blockchain has the minimal logic and data. Most of the data and most of the logic is off-chain. What that means is that, as we explained, blockchains is just blocks of data, just simple JSONs, nothing much, right? So any new company will come up and they will say that I have to create XYZ kind of app. I will have all of my data hosted, all of my major logic on a Web 2.0 technology like AWS and Azure. Everything is hosted here in a web server with DB, central DB, everything, right? And I will just add a blockchain counterpart which will just maybe have a transaction or some of those information on the blockchain.
Very minimal logic because it's just a race. Everyone wants to put in their website that we are on blockchain.
And we are certifiably, we have a dApp, and that's what has been happening. And now, due to that, we are away from that decentralized we want. And there's a very good reason for that, right?
Right. So there is a very good reason for that because, to be honest, blockchain is costly, right? Anytime you want to store any data or do any transaction, update any variable, it will cost you some money because there are people who have entire ledger of transactions maintained for you and they will take a bit of your money, right? So you can store a small amount of data, which is like maintaining a history of some sort, right? maintaining a ledger, but you can't really store large amount of data because again it will cost money, right? Now how do we solve this problem, right? We'll have to ask, like, what about these tech giants like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram that host data for millions of users,
Petabytes of data,
right? Then how do they move to decentralized world? Then cut to IPFS. Now IPFS is interplanetary file system. It's a protocol that allows you to share your data and file in a decentralized fashion. So there is a peer of networks. For example, all of you can join that network and you will provide that or host those data for the other people, right? So a lot of people come together and host each other's content, right? And that way the data is distributed and decentralized. No single server is holding that. And the main point to catch here is that IPFS is comparatively very cheap. You can store large amount of data, unlike blockchain where you have to store only small amount of data. Now, before we move from IPFS, I just want to address how IPFS is going to store the data. And like always, we'll first look at how the current web does it. So in current web, what we do is location-based addressing, right? So what happens is that, let's take an example. Let's say I went to Dubai on a vacation with my friend. Yeah, Amit, friend may be an alien concept for you, but people do have friends, okay?
I'm surrounded by people like you. What can I do?
I see that all day. But yeah, I went on a vacation with to Dubai, and let's say I click some nice pictures, and there's a picture of Burj Khalifa that I clicked, right? And I want to share this with my friends. So what I'll do, I'll go to any social media platform, and I'll upload this image. It will give me this kind of link, right? https somesocialmedia.com/burj.jpg. Now I'll share that with my friends over messages, WhatsApp, whatever, and they will click the link. Whenever they click the link, what will happen is you are telling the browser that go to this particular location and fetch me the content what is there, right? And the friends will be able to open this, and we will be able to view this. Now let's say there is a friend who comes back after 6 months and tries to visit the same link. What may happen is that since this is stored in a centralized server by some social media company, he may not be able to see the image, right? Because the social media company may decide to censor that content. Or the domains may be broken, right? Because again, we are doing location-based addressing, and again, it's in a centralized server. And in a very unlikely event, which doesn't happen, but this may happen, that this is pointing to and telling you that, okay, this is burj.jpg. But the underlying image can be anything, right? In your service, you can do that, right? So that's the problem with the location-based addressing. You're telling go to this location and fetch whatever is there. Now, IPFS takes a different approach. IPFS does a content-based addressing. So let's take the same example. We had that image. Now, when I give that image to IPFS, what it will do, it will break down that image into smaller chunks. So you see L1, L2, L3, L4, these are like smaller chunks. Then it will hash each of the content and generate each of the chunk and generate a hash. Now it will have these hashes of each of the content, which are like small strings, right? Now it will start building up a tree. Every child node will be combined to generate a new hash. That will be combination of these two hashes. And same it will do for all of the nodes until it reaches the top. So in top, you will get a unique hash, which we call it CID or a content identifier. Why do we call it content identifier? Because this CID is made up of this content, and this CID is very unique to this content only. So now in IPFS, I'll take that CID which is generated for me, and I'll share this with my friends, and they will be able to open this using IPFS protocol. Now how is this different with location-based addressing? Because now instead of saying go to this location and fetch me whatever is there, you are saying fetch me this particular content, right? So you are pointing to CID, and CID is saying, okay, give me this particular content.
So there's going to be no duplication either, right?
Right, there is going to be no data duplication, right? For example, again, same image, let's say Amit is trying to copy me and upload the same image. When he'll do that, ultimately it will result in the same CID. So you can avoid the data duplication because it will point to the same thing. And even if someone wants to change some of the data, then only that part is changed, right? So all of the other nodes will be shared, and then you can have a new CID, but the data is saved, right? And this not only works for images, it works for all kind of data. You can also send messages and all those things. But the main catch here is that the problem that blockchain posed, right? That you can maintain an immutable ledger there. but you can't really store large amount of data in a decentralized fashion. That IPFS is going to solve.
And that's just great. Now let's just talk about it from the beginning. We talked about blockchains being your solution for transactionals, and when you want to maintain some immutable chain of transactions, right? And then when IPFS comes in, you are talking about taking a file, chunkifying it, and then sharing it across, right? So when we are doing this kind of stuff where you are taking a file and chunkifying it and spreading it across people, right? We are making a network of peers, right? Definitely this is going to be way more cost efficient, right? It's going to be basically free. What's happening is I and all of my people, we are kind of giving my system to host this file, maybe some processing too, right? So essentially we are not buying any space anywhere, so it's basically free, right? But when we talk, and what is another thing that's happening is that we are creating a network of these peers, sorry. These peers are coming together to create a single system in which the file is in multiple places. There might be copies of it if we want, not always, but yeah. And that ways, that this file will always be available, right? Guys, Insta went down 2 days back, remember? Anyway, yeah, I know, exactly. So you do not want that to happen. That's why distributed, good thing, right? But now let's take this idea and let's take this forward. If IPFS can do that, is that a new thing? Have we not heard of a software in which I can download the file and I can seed it back? Anyone? Perfect. Yep. Torrents have been around with us, and they have been a system. Have we heard of a torrent server? And pirate bhi koi nahi bolega.
No, because that is not a server, guys.
No torrent servers, right? So essentially in torrents, what's happening is your MuTorrent or BitTorrent app is acting as a client first, right? When you're downloading the file, and then you are seeding it back. So you're also the server. Was that a client server architecture, or was there something different? Perfect. Yeah, acha audience. Okay. So that's what torrent has been doing for us for all this while, right?
Right, but wait a minute, Amit. I mean, torrents have been around way before than blockchain, right? And blockchain just came in and took over the world. Why was torrent not able to do that?
Good man. So BitTorrent actually came out in 2003, and thank God you asked. So taking an example, let's say Khavar Jamil once went ahead to buy a game.
Bro, you need more friends. At least have some imaginary friends, for example.
I just hate you, man, nothing else. So, okay, let's say Khavar Jamil went ahead to buy a game someday, and he was like, GT, a new version is coming up, I'm gonna buy it. Okay, he went to the shop and he said, it's $1,000. What does Khavar Jamil does? Mera torrent mahan, right?
Right.
So
a quick disclaimer, guys, we don't support piracy or these torrents. We are talking about peer-to-peer networks.
Just for it. Okay, but what has happened is when you put a system in which there is no governance, there is no check, people tend to use it. Okay. Abhi kuch nahi hua. Undo that.
Again, we do this again.
Okay, when you put a system with no governance and no check, people tend to use it for sharing content with no governance and no check, and that's what happened with torrent, right? People used it for piracy, illegal content, whatnot, right? And what we should take from there is that even though it was used for bad thing, are they able to take it down? No. It's distributed. You cannot take it down. There's no central authority to take it down, right? Now, let's take that idea and let's just I already saw the meme, so you know what I'm going to ask about. What is the one app?
You didn't see, so same enthusiasm, okay?
What is the one app that you use most often?
Be surprised, guys.
Chrome? Yeah, okay, audience knows. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, why do we have to confine this idea of, hosting and, seeding back to torrents only? Why cannot my browser do that? Why does it has to be a web client always? Wouldn't it be good if my web client can also seed back or host some data, can also provide services, right? It would be a fully, a single peer, which is downloading the data and seeding it back, right?
Right.
So let's talk about that kind of a scenario in which there are web clients or web browsers basically who are connected to each other. They are talking to each other. It's a two-way communication, right? We are one browser is talking to another browser, asking some data and then maybe seeding some data back, right? That would be an actual peer-to-peer network. Good enough? Like theoretically good? Okay.
But Amit, isn't this cheating? You mentioned we'll do only browser talking. What is that Node.js doing?
There might be relay servers, and we are not confining it to browsers. There might be firmwares, there might be any kind of app, your watch or anything, right? So that ways, it's like a single device should be a single peer, right? Now, when you talk about this kind of scenario, if you think is it impossible? No. We have been doing video calls and stuff for the last couple of years. What is the first thing that we would need for a peer-to-peer connection? We would need the peers to be connected to each other, right? And we have had WebRTC with us so far, right? WebSockets also there, right? So what's happening in such a system is that, there are two browsers or two peers, and definitely there's a middleman between them, right? A central server. Both of these browsers, they will be, getting in touch with this middleman, but that will be just the signaling phase, right? Once the signaling is done, there will be a handshake. And once the handshake is done, the actual media streaming happens between the two browsers, right? There is no other middleman, right? So, in theory and in practical also, we can establish that there can be peer-to-peer connections. With me? Good? Okay? Okay. Now, if this is done, what was the next point? If this is done, what is the other thing that we will need? When we talk about a peer-to-peer actual distributed system, we cannot have databases in one place, right? Databases are huge. You do not want to have multiple copy of them in every system, right? So let's take, dive into another thing, which is a graph database. I'm just getting us a bit sidetracked, won't be taking long. In a graph database, what happens is there are nodes, okay? Every node has some information, and these nodes are connected to each other. These connections are called relations or links, you can say, right? These graph databases, why we are talking about that is because there is a very good thing with these graph databases is that you also have distributed graph databases. What distributed graph databases mean is that these nodes will have these relations, but these nodes do not have to be in a single machine all the time, right? You can distribute all these nodes across different peers, and they can have relations to other peers also, right? Other than the WebSockets, just for addressing other than WebSockets, we also have DHTs and stuff which can make this connection possible, right? So with distributed graph databases, we can, in theory, also pick up this part that, you have the database and spread across multiple systems, and collectively they are creating one, right?
Right, and the reason being, you don't always need IPFS for storing large amount of data. You always don't need.
That's also a good point, yeah. So why we need to talk about these things before I move forward? We talked about, blockchains being there for, transactions of high values, right? You do not always are working with your GPay, right? Sometimes you just want to share files. So we talked about, IPFS, where you can do a file sharing just like MuTorrent, but, distributed one with IPFS. But I do not always need to do all those things, right? Sometimes I need to create simple apps, right? Simple Google Forms. Or let's take an example. So people who are not from Globant, all of us Globers, we go to Goa every year. We just went there last week. We did not take this guy this time.
That was a choice. Okay, this time anyway.
Yeah, Angur Khatte. So we go to Goa every year. We just went there this time. Now assume on my way to Goa, on my way back, I want to create something like a Splitwise. For people who do not know Splitwise, it's an app in which you can split your expenses. Somebody use it, right? Okay. So let's say I wanted to create a Splitwise. In the current system, what happens is I will be adding my expenses. It will go to a central server, and my friend will be fetching that from the central server, right? So essentially, my expenses are still being stored in a central server, right? If I have a group of 3 or 4, I do not need that central server, right? What I will need is, let's say, let's say these are the transactions that I have made, right? This is all the expenses that I have made, and these are the transactions that Khabar have made. Then I will keep all my transactions with me, and I will subscribe to the transactions that Khabar has had with me, right? And this is how you will be using that distributed graph database that we talked about. Every node will be hosting its own data, and it will subscribe to the data that it wants to work with, right? And now imagine this whole graph and scale it to millions. There is no single copy of the database ever, unless you have a relay server, just like that node server we showed, but there is no single copy. Everyone is just hosting their own data, and collectively, if you look at it from a bird eye view, then you have a very huge database, right? So everyone good so far, right? Well, sounds good in theory, right? Not just in theory. So the good thing is that we also have a new thing called GunDB, and especially for us JS developer, Gun database is a Gun database is a offline first, decentralized, open source distributed graph database. Okay, what it allows us, what it allows us to do is it allows us to create these apps similar to, let's say, Splitwise or anything. And this will be first of all offline first, as I said, right? If I am creating an app, then I can store that data on my browser itself. Okay, so my browser will be connected to another instance of the app which is opened in another browser, and we are creating actual peer-to-peer web apps. Sounds good? Right. So let's take a bit dive into GunDB, how it does all these things. They have, I'll just rush through it, okay? we have hypothetical amnesia machine, which helps in, kind of remember what data came from where. We have graph data structure, as I said. We have SEA for like authentication and encryption. We have RAD. This is a good one. What RAD allows you to do is that you can store the data in your local storage if you have a smaller app. IndexedDB, again browser supported. Then also files S3 and IPFS. So you can also scale it up. And then you have DAM, just like I told you about handshaking. It can be done with WebRTC, WebSockets, DHTs, and more protocols, right? We have routing and sharding with X coming up. And we have app integrations for global distribution. This global distribution part is going to be the distribution across peer-to-peers across different regions, right? So with all of this, if we talk about, we are Gun is allowing us to create these lightweight usable apps without the power of blockchains or IPFS or anything.
And they don't need a server as well. You can directly do that from one browser to another browser. I mean, we have done that in video calls already.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So let's quickly recap what we have seen so far. So we have seen the centralized system, which is Web 2.0, where you have all the data stored in the central server and the problems that come along with it, right? So you have someone who is, again, banking on you, who is taking money from you because they are hosting the content for you.
And remember, Insta went down.
Yeah, and then Insta went down, so we all know how much panicked we all got. But yeah, so those are the problems with the central server. Now, when we move to blockchain, we talked about how it's good for maintaining the history and these kind of ledger or transactional kind of things where you have history of that data and you want to maintain it in an immutable fashion. But the problem that it had was that you can't store large amount of data. And cut to IPFS, we solve that problem because IPFS provides you a decentralized way of storing data in a cheap fashion, right? And then
also, you always don't need transactions or files. Most of the times you're working with simple apps. So you have GunDB or distributed graph databases for that, right? I hope with this, what we wanted to do, the talk was blockchains to be or not to be. The idea was to give you an idea, to give you seed this thought in your mind that when you're talking about decentralization or DWeb, we do not have to confine ourselves with blockchains. And with these tools, maybe you get to know, you get an idea of what to use where. Not always blockchains, not always IPFS, not always GunDB, and not always centralization.
Right. And with this, right, whatever we talked about, the catch is that although we clickbaited you with the title, blockchain to be or not to be, actually we need to align our thought that we need to move towards decentralization, right? Blockchain is just a small part of it, right? And by now, we hope that you know whether
and
to be or not to be.
Yeah, to be, sorry, to be or not to be, मैं भूल गया.
Okay. Now you know who is better, right?
Okay. Anyways, so guys, before we move forward, what we'll do is, I hope you understood, and to test your knowledge, we have we have a small game. How the game works is, we will be giving you a few scenarios of a particular app, and you will let us know that which technology, which kind of tool will you use to create that app. Will it be blockchains, IPFS, centralization, GUN, and
GUN-DB,
yeah. And whoever wins will get a will very. You want to tell about that? No.
I mean, they are not ready for it, man.
Dude,
you can't show them that prize. They'll have tears, man.
Okay, so you will remember this thing for the rest of your life, and you will thank yourself for coming to Globant. Whoever gets it right gets a boomer. So, and I actually have a lot. So let's start. First, I want to create a chat app for closed group. What I want to do is I want to create a simple chat app in which I want to talk about how good my co-workers are. With
You
us
can talk
very,
you can talk about it publicly.
very close group, right? So what will you use for such an app? Gun, kahan hai?
GUN-DB, correct.
Okay,
so
gun,
basically,
awesome.
GUN-DB is good for when you have to create
gun just
smaller
nahi bola
groups.
uska, sorry.
Bro.
Okay.
Right, when you have to create any app for smaller groups, right? That doesn't have to go and you have to share it with the entire world.
Awesome. Okay, next up we have a supply chain tracking.
Yeah, so imagine that you have you purchase something online and you want to track how that package has moved from one place to another, right?
AIP? No,
No,
not IPFS.
because you are maintaining where that
Blockchains, awesome.
without
We
where
have an
that
answer.
data is moving.
We have an
right?
answer.
So you are trying to maintain a history. You want to verify that this package has gone from this ledger, from this distributor to this producer, or whatever the persons are involved. You just want to make sure that this has been to genuine places and not in any wrong hands.
And you also want to maintain this sequence.
Right.
Next up, we have a video streaming app, just like YouTube. Just one. No videos. No. Okay. Let's rephrase it. Instead of streaming, this is just just like YouTube. You can upload, and then people can join in and see. Sorry. IPFS. So essentially, what we are doing.
We heard two answers. One was WebRTC also. WebRTC, you can't really do it. It's for both the parties are online.
So
but we need this data to be stored somewhere, like YouTube. You can anytime go and jump in, right? For WebRTC, you have to be online.
So video streaming you can for with web. So streaming was the WebRTC part.
But
That's why they call
talked about
it.
YouTube, right?
Yeah, YouTube.
You
Yeah.
need to store that content. But
Now,
WebRTC, whoever gave, it's correct for if you want to have a streaming just between two parties.
Yeah. Awesome. Now this is going to be a bit tricky. This is a paid. Let's not talk about streaming. That is a bit confusing. Let's say it's a paid YouTube, right?
Yeah.
YouTube Premium, right? So you have the content, but it is available only to paid
People
members.
who have paid money for it, right?
Can blockchain alone do that?
Half answer.
Smart contracts with?
That is half answer, like blockchain, smart contract. That is. So authentication in
all that
decentralized
things
world
blockchain.
we'll do with identity, the
Okay.
asymmetric encryption.
So
but
you-
remember, we gave this answer, like the half answer we already gave, right? You created YouTube. now
Okay,
you're just
someone is
adding-
saying something. You're saying? Okay. I guess you
So
were saying.
blockchain is half part, and we all agree that blockchain
this
is
guy,
needed
we
for.
have an answer. He says IPFS with blockchain. So you will have
Yeah.
IPFS part.
So
for-
again, we
yeah,
have to
awesome.
remember what all tools do we need, right? So for uploading huge amount of content, you need IPFS, right? There are multiple libraries.
People
for
are
that.
asking for another flavor of boomer. Okay.
I didn't know it would be such a hit. Yeah.
Okay, now the biggest one. Again, we want to do IRCTC.
Yeah, man. Sorry, we have to upgrade it. Think this.
Think this through.
Think this through. Take your time, right? So we know like blockchain is good for maintaining ledgers, history, and smart contracts.
And
we can add logic.
You can also choose not to decentralize stuff.
Right.
Voila.
Good.
That's the thing. Guys, we are not anti-centralization. Decentralization is here to, take power from one entity and distribute it to people, right? But in some cases, you need that single entity to be there to govern that, whole system. So sometimes you do not need the decentralization.
Right.
Like
So let's say we talked about YouTube, right? That we can decentralize. because there are multiple parties who are creating the content. That means the content generation is distributed, so you can store it in a decentralized fashion. But IRCTC, someone is owning that. The content is basically the trains and the infrastructure. Government owns that, and then they will govern it, right? And that's why we need a centralized system. So I think
Awesome.
everybody now knows to be or not to be.
To be or not to be, and this was our time. Like,
And
share,
I mean, we have been like we arrived at this place or this point in our presentation for the first time.
First
so we
time.
don't know how to end it. All the dry runs were like way before we all got
They
punished
closed
and
us.
all those things.
Anyways, guys, I'm really sorry we are running out of time, so we cannot do Q&A right now. But we will be here for the rest of the day. Let's connect later. Thanks so much for your time. Like, share, subscribe. कुछ होता है क्या?
नहीं.
Okay,
सब
thanks
कर
a
रहे
lot,
हैं.
guys.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Amit and Khawa, for the wonderful insights on blockchain and decentralization. Now, before moving ahead, let's have a look at the leaderboard first to see who is topping the list so far during the UINXT 2022 first session. Can we have the leaderboard, please? It's Musab Sheikh. Congratulations. The second one is Govind Kumar, and the third one is Rutvik Bhalero. Congrats, folks, and yeah, keep tweeting with using the UINXT hashtag, and now we'll move forward with the same enthusiasm. Okay, you can see a beautiful line written. A logo doesn't sell, it identifies. So, are you guys ready again for some fun time? Okay. That's me. Okay, so this is a logo quiz. We all know what this logo is, right? Microsoft. But the interesting questions comes now. There are 4 blocks which you can see here: red, green, blue, and yellow. So which block represents what of the products of Microsoft? You need to answer that. So starting with the red block, anyone? Please raise your hands. Office, right, you got it right. The second is the green one. Anyone? Xbox, right, you got it right, correct. The third is the blue one. Windows, right. So when you see the operating system logos of Windows, that represents blue. But what the yellow one represents? Anyone? Please raise your hands and stand up. Yeah. No. Anyone from this side? Yeah. No. Yeah, please. No. Okay, the last one. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Bing, yeah, right.
Yeah,
so
correct.
this is the Microsoft search engine that was Bing. So this yellow represents that. Thank you. The next one is again the tough logo. Mozilla Firefox. But the interesting question here is which animal does this logo represent? Yes. How many are with the Firefox? Folks, sorry. You guys are absolutely wrong. Red panda, right. So basically the story behind this is it is a red panda. It is a protected species in Asia, and this mistake happened when translating the red panda from Chinese to English. So it is basically a red panda. I hope you found it informative. Thank you. The next one is super challenging. Okay. So on a count of 3, I want all of you to answer about what is this logo. 1, 2, 3. Right. Globant. Now again the interesting question, what does this logo represent? Where does Globant came from? Anyone would like to answer from the crowd? Why the name Globant? Please raise your hands. Yes, but why the name NT in it? Yeah.
Global next technologies.
No. No. Please raise your hand. Yeah. Sorry? Head start. Head start. No. You are quite close. Any Globers want to answer?
Come on. Global.
Okay, so answer is back in 2003 when Globant was founded, there were a lot of IT companies with anti-Indian name. So Globant was like clear that they have to create an event that is global. So global plus anti, that is Globant. And the green logo besides that represents the movement towards the future. So I hope now all Globers and all other people know why the name Globant and why is this logo. So I hope you found this quiz interesting. Okay, moving ahead. Yeah. So yeah, don't forget to keep tweeting with the hashtag UINXT. So we'll continue the event. We all know that Angular was the second most popular technology after Node during the Stack Overflow 2018 survey. Major reason behind this that it is a front-end tool that is equipped with robust components that help the developers to write, maintain the code easily. On 2nd June 2022, Angular 14 made its way. But what's new in the latest release? To learn in depth about the standalone components, I would like to introduce to the person who has authored more than 900 articles. He is the winner of 11 Microsoft MVP awards. He loves reading, climbing mountains, writing poetries. He is the founder of Geek 97 and also the organizer of the India's largest Angular conference, NG India. Please welcome Dhananjay Kumar.
चार्जर हटा दो रिमूव द चार्जर
You just have to start sharing which one you are going to display, right? This one, right? You just share it from here. Share screen. This too. That's what you want to display, right? To all audience and everything.
क्या हो गया?
Minimize this one.
Hello. Hi, good morning everyone. Am I audible? No?
You will have to look down and speak.
Am I audible now? Yes. All right. So, good morning everyone. My name is Dhananjay Kumar And we start with one demo and then we proceed further. Can I have name of someone from the audience? Tell me your name. Anyone? Tell me some unique name. All right, I'll ask it, okay? Person at the last corner, white shirt. Yeah, you. What's your name, sir? Anirudh. Rudra. Amrud. All right. Please spell out your name. What's that? A-M R-U Amrut. So in Maharashtra, Amrut and Amruta is very common name, it seems, right? All right, good. So Amrut, is it spelling is correct? All right. I hope my internet is working. Amrut, you broke my system. Amrut, is it correct? Correct? Right. Let us try again, okay? Now, any girl in the audience would like to volunteer? Tell me your name. Yeah, tell me. Priyanka is very common name. Tell me some unique name. S-A-B T-R-I. All right. Give her an applause. Come on. These are very unique names. Can you see how AI is working in the back? And in our database, we have only 2,000 records fetching for names such as Savitri. Let me take some common English name. For example, John, right? It's a very common name. So here we say John. And it's fetching. See how many records it has fetched. All right. So what we are going to do, we are going to create this demo in next 30 minutes. But before that, I have a disclaimer to make. All right. And I want your attention, please. I have come from Gurgaon and this is really important. I don't want to waste your time. You just saw some demo. We'll try to create that. If we cross time, I'll give you that source code to play around. But I have a disclaimer. You saw that, like some of you might be thinking, kya hai, laal pila button laga ke khara hai idhar pe, right? So you might be thinking that, and for that I have a disclaimer for you. Still, if you are not convinced, then so please be with that. Today we are not going to learn how to make a beautiful or, in a more technical word, immersive website. What we are going to do, we are going to learn how we have built that. And to build that data which you just saw, we have used these features of Angular. Here I am assuming that all of you know a bit of Angular. So we have not used any modules. We have used standalone components integrated with API, dynamic loading of component and lazy loading of component. I would come to that. So title of my talk is Module-less Angular. Can I mix little bit of Hindi and English? Yes. But I speak only English जिससे कि bill बस पैसे मिलते रहे उससे ज़्यादा नहीं. Like this everything. So we are going to do module-less Angular. And if you have done Angular even a single bit, even if you have written Angular like hello world or adding two numbers in Angular, by the way, this is my talk number 78. And in this talk number 78, I have not counted those online talks. So you should give a round of applause to me. 78 number talk. You know what happened in this lockdown? Everyone become a speaker, right? And what happened that yesterday, day before yesterday, there was a birth anniversary of a poet called Ramdhari Singh Dinkar. He is known as national poet of our country, Rashtra Kavi. So he has a very popular line, and his very popular line is this, I don't know, it should not overflow you, that जब तक सस्ते कीमत पर बिकती रही कुर्बानी, तब तक हमको घर घर मिलते रहे बलिदानी. Means unless popularity is cheap, everyone is popular. 10 सेकंड का रील 1 million follower. And it is taking us, all of us, 300, 400 years back. I'm sorry, this is a little bit off track of our topic, but the attention span in Instagram reel is 5 to 10 seconds. And in 5 to 10 seconds, other than beauty, you cannot notice anything. Means your mind is getting trained only to notice beauty, because beauty sells easily, cheaply. Knowledge को बेचने के लिए बहुत effort लगाना पड़ता है. You have to create, even to make that demo. 5 घंटा मुझे लगा होता, पर मैं ऋतिक रोशन होता तो बात ही क्या थी. बस खड़ा हो जाना था, 4-5 लड़कियां पीछे से और भी कर देती. अभी कोई नहीं कर रहा है, right? So beauty sells, right? Oh! So we are going to do module-less Angular. So to understand module-less Angular, first we need to understand what is module. And that's very important, that why this term module is very important. So we'll start with understanding what is module. So to understand that, go back like in 1994 when JavaScript was created. It was just created to run like few lines of code in browser, which was known as a scripting language. So how actually typical JavaScript works, if you have a.js and b.js, in a.js you have a variable called foo, and foo equal to 9, and in b.js again you have redeclared that variable foo equal to 99. Then in normal scenario, if b.js is getting downloaded after a.js, then value of foo is 99 in your application. So there is no scoping in like we have now, but it was not there. So we really need to understand that what is a module. So actually what module does, it breaks your code into separate files, it improves the readability, and it isolates the scope. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a module for you, and then we would come to Angular. I'm very sure all of you must have seen this code. Doesn't matter whether you are doing Angular or you are doing React, any modern JavaScript if you are writing, you must have seen this code, import and export. This got introduced in JavaScript in ES 2015, means on 1st of September 2016. And this is actually in foo.js, you are exporting something. So foo.js is acting as a module, and in main.js you are importing and using that. So now it is as simple as this. Even though you do not know, you are using modules everywhere if you are writing any modern JavaScript. But this was not the case when we started with JavaScript. Like go, even don't go very far, just go like before ES6. So to do JavaScript, modules were not part of JavaScript since beginning, and so to do that we had to rely on certain things. And this is very serious, very popular interview question, so hear me out, okay? Abhi sab dhyan se sun rahe hain. All right? So modules were not part of JavaScript since the beginning, means it became part of JavaScript in ES6. But scoping to karni thi, we had to make sure that variable is not getting leaked outside that file. So we used to get modules in JavaScript in two different ways. One was by following these patterns. All right, I'll show you one of them today. So object literal, I requested, sorry Globant, I requested a lot कि मुझे JavaScript पढ़ाने दो, उन्होंने पढ़ाने नहीं दिया. बोले नहीं Angular पढ़ाओ आप. All right, otherwise we would have covered that. So object literal, like you create an object has a method, and then you do that. Then module pattern, and then revealing module pattern. All right, if you really understand how to implement module pattern or revealing module pattern, not tough, I'll show you. And when JavaScript became popular, the first time JavaScript became popular outside browser was using Node.js. All right, so in Node.js, from very first day, they had the concept of modules. So frameworks had modules. Which module system Node.js works on? Which module system Node.js works on? CommonJS. So wherever you see that require statement, that is CommonJS. And then when module in Node.js became very popular, people thought, let us bring that module to browser as well. And they came up with something called AMD modules. Asynchronous module definition, and now JavaScript has modules which you just saw import and export, and then other module, then Webpack and System.js, those module bundlers, etc. came to the action. Now let me just show you that how you can implement very quickly a module. All right, so here is, do you like this light theme? Okay, how many of you don't like light theme? Raise your hand, please. Raise your hand. You don't like light theme. Acha. You don't like, right? All of you started coding after 2010, right? Because when we started, there was no dark theme. So we have to like light theme. वो लगता है कि यार कितना मने नेगेटिव लाइफ चल रही है, काला पे लाल देख रहे हैं और लग रहा है, अच्छा कोडर से बात करो तो ऐसे बात करेंगे जैसे वो एहसान कर रहे हैं दुनिया पे. भैया तुझे 20,000 मिलती है, तू जावास्क्रिप्ट लिखता ही, नॉट महात्मा गांधी. और अभी कोई 2,000 ज्यादा देगा, इनको छोड़ के चला जाएगा, तो इंटेग्रिटी की बात कर रहा है यहाँ पे. राइट? ट्रूथ? सॉरी, दिस इज कॉल्ड नेकेड ट्रूथ इन फिलॉसफी or psychology. All right, so I'll use light theme, but if it is not visible, I can change it to dark theme. Is it visible in the back? Okay, I'll change to the dark theme and then we'll see. Font size please. Sorry, kuch aur hi aa gaya. All right. Okay, so is it better or light theme was better? Light was better. See, it was like EVM hacked with light theme in the favor of light theme. All right. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function. Just give me your 5 minutes. I promise you, आप कभी भी modules के बारे में अच्छे से बात कर पाओगे. Be serious for 5 minutes. हंसी मजाक करते रहेंगे. Just 5 minutes, okay? So here what I have just created a hello.js. जिसके अंदर भी कुछ भी नहीं है, just a common, very normal JavaScript file. And when I run this, it is giving me modules. All right. So what I'm going to do here I have a function, and let's say that function is foo, and then I say var a equal to 9. All right. And so what happens that if this function, if you call this function that a is available inside that function scope, sure, it creates the closure, that's sure, right? But what if I want to, I want to make sure that in never scenario, like it may happen that you have a var a equal to 9 here, all right, and you want different a for function foo and different a for the global context, but you have a junior developer in the team and that person has done these things. So now what you are doing, you are overriding that variable a inside function foo. So the whole point is that how we can create different scope for foo and act as that it is very much unrelated with wherever we are using it. Right now, even if you are creating functional scope for foo, you are not untouched from the global scope. And that's the reason if line number 6 happens, this a is getting overridden. So how you can create very quickly, how you can implement क्या टॉपिक पढ़ा रहे थे, मॉड्यूल पैटर्न्स. ऑलराइट, सो you implement module pattern with two concepts. Concept number 1 is called immediately invocation immediately invoke function expression, IFI, and object literal. So what I'll say that, hey, where foo, and even though this is a function statement, but you'll get the idea. So what code you see, this is called immediately invoked. I created a function and invoked it, and I'm getting that reference in a variable called foo. All right? And from this function, I can have anything here where a equal to 9, but here I'll say that, hey, return a. Something like this. So now what happens, everything what I return from this, everything what I return as an object literal is only publicly available to you outside that function foo. Everything else is private to that function. So let's see that. Just give me a moment. So here what I'm saying that function foo where a equal to 9, return a is a, and here I can say console dot log, and what is that function name, foo dot a, and here I am getting that output 9. However, let's say that I have here one where b equal to 99, and I'm not passing that, and I fear if I try to access that b, JavaScript should complain about that. You see, undefined. Now what's happening here, what you have done, this is called a revealing module pattern, and to implement that, what you have done here is that you have, so to implement that, what you have done here is that you have used object literal and immediately invocation pattern. The message what I'm trying to give you here, I'm not trying to teach you the whole patterns of JavaScript as of now. Message what I'm trying to give you is that modules of JavaScript are entirely different than modules of Angular. So I'm a Google Developer Expert in Angular, and when you apply for Google Developer Expert, they take your technical interviews. In one of the technical interview, product team, like Angular team, asked me this question, can you explain me what is difference between a JavaScript module and Angular module? This was 2 years back. जो भी मुझे आता था मैंने उनको आंसर दिया, पर उसके पूछने का पर्पस मेरे को Angular 14 रिलीज होने के बाद पता चला. उसको Angular module भगाना था. तो देखना चाहता था कि how passionate I am about Angular module maybe. Right? So now Angular module is not part of this. So you got to remember JavaScript modules are not Angular modules. JavaScript modules are not Angular modules. Now, what is Angular? They are not same. Now let's code it. Enough of this thing. What I have done, I have created a very simple Angular application. Everyone has created Angular application, right? ng new. There is nothing app component, app routing module. Everything is there. App component. And when I run this, I am getting this. When I run this, I am getting this output, external component demo. All right? अब ये बड़ी simple जो पहला Angular का application होता है आप वो करते हो. What next thing I am going to do? I am going to from here okay, so I have this app.module.ts here, right? Very important file, otherwise stated. So here if I have this app.module.ts, I take this gentleman from here and I'll say all right, gone. Of course, it will complain me. I'll not get output. Okay, we'll come to that. उसके बाद मैं क्या करता हूँ कि I go to this angular.json and let us say I'm senior developer in my team. Now what I want that everyone should follow module-less architecture in my application. तो मैं क्या करूँगा कि जैसे अभी अगर मैं जाके यहाँ पे आपको दिखाऊँ code. So let's say if I right now here if I run this command nggc greet. So I'm creating a component called greet. What happened? Oh, वो तो बोल रहा है अभी आपके पास मॉड्यूल ही नहीं है. Very nice. Right? So we started with good problem, right? मैं अपने डेवलपर्स के सामने, ऑडियंस के सामने इसलिए फ्रेश कोड लिखता हूं ना कि वो ये ना बोले अरे लिख के लाया था बस बातें कर रहा था यहाँ पे. ये जो स्पीकर्स होते हैं ना बस they come and they just show, but they have done 10 hours of work in that. My purpose is to show is half an hour of work. ठीक है? So what I'm going to do is, we don't have modules here. So one is that, let us do that. We say greet, जो add कर रहे हैं उसके आगे बोल देंगे stand alone. It should not complain. But we cannot rely on our team that each time they are going to put that flag stand alone. Alright, so we have to make this stand alone. Now what is a stand alone? Any component or pipes or directives which are not part of any module are called standalone component or standalone pipe or standalone directives. So here the component which we created is a standalone component. It is not part of any module, and since it is not part of any module हमारे project में नहीं है, फिर भी Angular ने complain नहीं किया उसके बारे में. Alright, so what I'm going to do, let me quickly change the some configuration in our project such that every component which we create is a standalone component. So go here, go to, and this could be your another learning. अच्छा, मैं पढ़ाते पढ़ाते बोलते जाऊंगा which is the important interview questions, okay? या मुझे पता है दो ही चीज बिकता है, इंटरव्यू और विराट कोहली. Alright, I sometimes wonder कि अगर इंटरव्यू आदमी होता तो क्या उसका भी बियर्ड होता, क्या इतना बिक क्यों रहा है ये? Alright, anyway, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you, and this is very important. I asked this, and interview तो मैं ऐसे ही बोल रहा हूँ, but even in your project, let us say you have to change certain setting. All you know change detection? So yes, थोड़ा हाथ उठाना. क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा. Okay, you sir and you. अभी डेमो में एक एरर आएगा, आप लोग दोनों को फिक्स करना है. If you fix it, you get free ticket to NG India. On the purpose error आएगा. That's the part of teaching. You both got to fix because you both look senior to me. So let's see how you fix it. But not to put on the spot. नहीं भी fix होगा कोई बात नहीं. Alright? So here what we do, we go to this file called angular.json. Where is that file? So open angular.json, and here you see that you have a setting called go up. Can you see you have this architect setting? And it has many settings. आप यहाँ पे बोलो architect setting में, like let us say आपका project type कहाँ है? Where is the project name? Here is the project type application. Here comma. Sorry, they already had comma. So comma say. Oh, semantic is already there. So inside semantic, in line number 8, you'll say हमें component के लिए change करना है. So iterate semantic angular component. All right, and here we'll say stand alone is. All right, so whatever component now we create, उसका standalone true होगा. So let's go ahead and create a component called nggc greet हमने किया था. Let's say that we are creating a component called home component. Created. All right, so if you were not knowing, good learning. Yes. So give a round of applause to me. Come on. एक तो फ्री में पढ़ने आए हो, फ्री का लंच मिलेगा, फ्री का टी शर्ट मिलेगा, ताली भी नहीं. हाँ? और जब तुम HR से बात करोगे, no, I am 12 lakh per annum, not below that, right? Yes, sir. That is? हाँ. Very good question. I'll answer that. Good. Give a round of applause to him. Very good question. Let me answer it right now, okay? सो एंगुलर 14 से पहले एंगुलर 12 में एक कॉन्सेप्ट आया था डायनेमिक लोडिंग ऑफ कंपोनेंट. अगर आपको मेरा स्लाइड नंबर 2 याद होगा तो उसमें एक बुलेट पॉइंट था ना कि इस डेमो को बनाने के लिए हमने डायनेमिक कंपोनेंट लोडिंग को यूज किया है. और अगर आपको मेरा डेमो भी याद होगा तो वहां 2 बटन्स थे, यूजिंग राउट्स एंड यूजिंग डायनेमिक लोडिंग ऑफ कंपोनेंट. ऑलराइट, सो स्टार्टिंग एंगुलर 12 you have option to load a component dynamically, or better word, not better word, popular word for that is lazy load a component. So if you have to lazy load a component, all right, that component must not be part of any module. All right, a component not part of any module. So before Angular 14, if you need to achieve that, either you manually go and delete from the modules, or while creating that component you use that skip import tag. Is that clear to you? All right. So when you generate a component, automatically it becomes part of a module. If you use skip import, it will not become part of a module. A standalone component से एक step up है with that skip import behavior. Yes, you are not looking convinced. Yeah, 100% good. तो फिर शाम में चलेंगे कहीं और क्या खाएंगे पिएंगे. All right, so here we created that. I created a grid component. I created a home component. Quickly, let me create one info component. All right. अच्छा, एक component तो बन गया, एक service भी बना लेते हैं. ngg, let's say s and info service. All right, and let's say ngg c page not found. Okay, I added couple of components here, but our application is not running right now. पहले hello world से उसको चलाएं तो our application is not running right now, right? If I do ng serve, it is causing me some error. So next what you are going to learn that how to bootstrap your application using a standalone component. How to bootstrap your application using a standalone component, क्योंकि Angular 14 से पहले और Angular 14 में भी by default is the app module which bootstrap your application, and inside app module you have a main component which you pass there and like that. So what I am going to do, I am going to यार तो बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो गया. Okay, so here I am going to I'll open main.ts. And in main.ts, see this is the default bootstrap code. अभी उसको app module मिल ही नहीं रहा है. I have deleted that app module, right? So I'll delete this and I'll comment this also. We don't want this now. And please see how important it is कि कैसे आप एक bootstrap component, एक standalone component से bootstrap करोगे अपने application को. All right? So what I'm going to do here, I'll just to save time, I will first import couple of share. I'll say that bootstrap application, this is your component name. Okay, let me just import things such that it is all right. So here I am importing it on the top. अभी स्कोर को पढ़ते हैं. What it says that bootstrap your application. अब आप लोग जब ऐप मॉड्यूल बनाते हो तो उसमें फॉर्म्स मॉड्यूल, HTTP क्लाइंट मॉड्यूल, राउटिंग मॉड्यूल सबको इंपोर्ट करते हो. You do that to work with that because you need routing, you need HTTP and all that. Now learn how you do that in a standalone component. So here I'll use, they have given you a function called imports providers from. All right. I need HTTP client module because I want to make an API call. I'm passing it here. And I need it for the whole application. I need a browser animation module. I'm passing it here. And then this is very important. I'm going to create a route also. If you remember, in normal Angular application, your route is also a module more or less. And then you import that in the imports array of app module. All right. So here what I'm going to do, I have this app routing dot module.ts. First I'll rename this to just app routing.ds. So next what you are learning that how to create routes using standalone components. I remove that name and I remove this. I remove that ng module or जो भी था वहाँ पे routing से related and I create my route the way I create usually. So here let me quickly go and create that route. So here let us say this is my route and page note, okay, spelling गलत हो गया. Okay, something very important in line number 12. Line number 11 should be, line number 10 should be straightforward to you. Is it font visible from the back? Okay. Line number 10 should be simple for you. Like when I go to base URL / home, load home component. When I go to base URL / info, load info component. But line number 12, you may have a question, यार उसमें तो lazy load modules करते हैं, right? We do lazy load modules. How we do lazy load here then while routing? So that's the syntax. There you say, there you use load children and import statement. Here you use load component and import statement. So line number 11 has been rewritten to use lazy load of info component like path load component import. That's it. All right, and then you have interesting. Just a minute. Okay, actually one thing is missing there. Info component. And you have, since it it is here, sorry. All right, the whole then statement. Now go to main.ts and now my main.ts looks okay. इसको क्या हो गया? And here it should be from app routes. All right, so this looks good. Now go to app component, main.ts is fine, angular.json we changed, app.component.html, and in first thing what I need to do, I need to go to app.component.ts in HTML, and here we are going to put a router outlet. Simple. Now she is giving me error, right? Router outlet कोई detect नहीं कर पा रहा है. तो नॉर्मल आप क्या करते हो, उस मॉड्यूल्स में जाओगे, राउट मॉड्यूल को इंपोर्ट करोगे. सो अभी तक आपने क्या क्या पढ़ा? पहला आपने पढ़ा कि कैसे आप स्टैंड अलोन कॉन्फ़िगर करते हो पूरे प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, लर्निंग नंबर 1. लर्निंग नंबर 2, देन यू लर्न दैट हाउ टू बूटस्ट्रैप योर एप्लीकेशन. अभी हमने रन नहीं किया है, बट यू सॉ द कोड. Then here you are learning that hey, your app component which you have created here, very first this app component was created before we did that configuration of standalone. So I'll say that hey, this is a standalone equal to true. All right. Now it is telling me that app.component.html has some problem here. So here you are learning that if you are working with a standalone component और उसकी अगर किसी मॉड्यूल पे डिपेंडेंसी है तो आप उसमें कैसे ऐड करोगे? नॉर्मल वर्ल्ड में आप क्या करते हो, उस कंपोनेंट में तो डिपेंडेंसी ऐड नहीं करते हो, यू ऐड दैट इन द मॉड्यूल. सो हियर इफ योर कंपोनेंट इज ए स्टैंड अलोन ट्रू, you have something called imports. Very important. There are 4 scenarios. If I am a standalone component, I may have a dependency on another standalone component. I may have a dependency on another non-standalone component. I may have dependency on another module. All those 3 I'll pass in the imports array. Making sense? In world of modules, we have 2 types, imports and declaration. Here you don't have declaration. All right. So here what I'm going to do, I'll say that hey, imports, and I want to import router module, and so here in the imports I'll say, see यहाँ जो मैं what I am doing manually, like common module and router module, common module and router module. So what I'm doing here manually, please notice one thing, my friend, that if you go to the components which you created by default standalone, already have this imported for you. You remember I changed the semantics and now every component is semantic. In the back you are getting this, right? So you pass every dependency in the imports array. Alright, so I guess now if we run, we should have some output. Let's see that. So I am here. Oh, compiled successfully. That is good news. And now we are here on the home. We are on the home. And if I go to info, I am on the info. And never trust speaker. Never. Especially post-COVID era. 4 YouTube वीडियो देख के लोग स्टेज पे जाते हैं. Nothing bad in that. Everyone should speak. Bad is after that they think they are Dhananjay Kumar. Joke था. After that they think they are Michael Hartke or bigger name. Speaking is good, but okay. Let me put it this way. Speaker को audience से ज़्यादा knowledge नहीं होता है. It's just today I have done this topic before you. Agree? All we are same. आज हमारा रोल थोड़ा अलग अलग है. मे भी कल को मैं किसी ब्लॉकचेन के कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाऊं तो आप लोग में से कोई 4 लोग वहां पे स्पीकर होंगे क्योंकि आप ब्लॉकचेन पे ज्यादा काम करते हो. Alright, so all we are same. Can we give a round of applause to each one of you? All we are same. So speaker does not know more than you. It may happen that the speaker ने उस टॉपिक को आपसे पहले पढ़ लिया है. That's it. Alright, so here you see that go to function F12. How would you validate whether lazy loading is working or not? Anyone? कैसे validate? हाँ बताओ. Network tab. Very good. And so clean it. And now I'll go to info. Can you see this info component is getting downloaded separately? Means my lazy load is working? है? Alright, one line of code. Great. So हमने routing set कर लिया. तो किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को आप बनाते हो तो पहले routing set करना होता है आपको. I have 5-10 minutes more, right? How about I just walk through with the code which I have already written? Yeah, पर वो क्वेश्चन आएगा, आप लोग बचे नहीं हो अभी. Change detection वाला. उस क्वेश्चन से ही स्टार्ट करते हैं. So let me just quickly what I do by respecting your time, and I am around. If you need any help, we can talk. Yes, sir.
I have one question. So how these modules will handle if you standalone component?
How?
So basically every standalone component is loading in module separately, right?
नहीं.
All those modules should be loaded.
Okay, very good question. I started with something that JavaScript module and Angular modules are different thing. ये स्टेटमेंट याद है? आप लोग सब ये अग्री करोगे कि ब्राउजर को एंगुलर मॉड्यूल नहीं समझ में आती होगी. ब्राउजर तो जानते ही नहीं ना एंगुलर क्या है. ब्राउजर तो जानते ही नहीं है रिएक्ट क्या है. वो तो हम लोग तलवार लेके एक दूसरे को काटते रहते हैं. वो तो ब्राउजर को तो सिर्फ जावास्क्रिप्ट समझ में आती है. बराबर. So yes, that component is getting downloaded as a JavaScript module. One question for you, very popular question. Angular में जो lazy load अभी हमने देखा, who does that task for you? Angular or no, correct answer बोले थे, बोलो. Webpack. Good. Give a round of applause to him. So Angular does not do lazy loading for that. Angular का वो काम नहीं है. वो काम बंडलर का है जो मॉड्यूल लेवल पे काम करता है. So Webpack is the one who does lazy loading for you, and Webpack does not understand what is Angular module. Webpack understands only JavaScript modules, right? They are JavaScript bundler. So did I answer your question? All right. So here what we are going to do. So what I have done here, first see the service. Is this my, yeah. First see the service what we have done. In the service pretty simple code. कोई भी लाइन आपको ना समझ में आया बताना. मैं एक API को हिट कर रहा हूँ. Here I have taken a behavior subject. Why I have taken behavior subject? Because if you look at the output, अगर मैं आपको ये requirement करने के लिए बोलूँ, so I am deleting बंद इसको करता हूँ. Where is my application running? It was running somewhere, right? Okay, let me run that again. So if I run this, Control C, I know my time is getting up. 5 minutes. Oh, रश्मि पीछे से आगे चलो निकलो अब हो गया बहुत. All right. So here I am, and I am around. If you are here, we can talk this. So can you notice one thing, everyone? If I ask you this question, I have name, right? मैं यहाँ से नेम पास कर रहा हूँ. मैंने मान लो धनंजय लिखा. मैं इन्फो यूजिंग राउटिंग करता हूँ. And my URL will change in the top. It's fetching some information for me. But वो जो मैंने धनंजय किया वो URL में append नहीं हो रहा है ना. But I must be passing that data from that component to the another component. Agree? Yes. So how I am passing that? Service, and inside that, for that purpose only I have used behavior subject. अभी वो लोग दोनों बच जाएंगे. So I am going to do just one small code change in my application. I go to this info, and this I'll put. I am around. If you are here, we'll talk about it if you are interested. Info component.ts, everything is here. What I'm going to do and say on push. कहा अब जब तक सस्ते कीमत पे बिकती रही कुर्बानी. All right, I change this. Let me go to my output. Let us start again. Let's put a popular name, John, info using routing, fetching your info. So अगर ये information चला जाएगा, yeah, we are stuck, right? How to fix it, my friend? क्या? Path for? Mark for check. Very good answer. Yes, sir. So you want me to run change detector manually? Okay. So what you want me to do is that यहाँ पे मैं जाके, कल तुम वर्कशॉप में आए थे क्या मीटअप में? Okay, so here, what you said? So change detector ref, and wherever this data is changing, detect changes or mark for check? Detect changes or mark for check? दोनों सेम है क्या है? Alright, let us do mark for check. And go and pass data वहाँ check नहीं है. John. Perfect. Give a round of applause to him. To connect with me, okay? Alright, so my time is up, guys. I hope I was able to bring some attention to you about standalone routing वगैरह किया. I'm around if you need me. Just last, if you so I represent NG India. NG India is a which not the India's, one of the world's largest Angular conference. If you are here, if you are in India or anywhere, please come and join us. I keep doing meetups and all. So add me on LinkedIn, be in touch, and if you have any of these requirements, these are my email address and LinkedIn. Take a photo, and since I am old, I don't have that QR code. All right, and this is phone number, but connect with me only for these purposes, okay? Nothing else. सर मैं प्रोजेक्ट में बैठा हूँ सर, वो ऑन पुश चल नहीं रहा है सर. सर क्लाइंट ने फोन किया है सर. अरे यार मैं घर में हूँ. अरे सर ऐसे तो बड़ा कम्युनिटी के बंदे बनते हो, बता नहीं रहे हो सर. एंड पीपल कॉल मी एट 11 o'clock in the night. मैं डर जाता हूँ कि कहीं साइको हो, बता दो आंसर यार इसको. अगला हमारे स्टेज पे चला दिया उसने गोली, हो गया फिर. Anyway, thank you so much. Time was less, but I hope you like the standalone component. Thank you. One photo. Just one photo with you. पता नहीं आप लोग लंच करके चले जाओगे घर. थोड़ा सा स्माइल कर दो. I know it was boring, but still. God bless. Yes, yes. I'll push, I'll tweet, I'll put on LinkedIn. I'm around if you want to talk.
Thank you so much, Dhananjay, for sharing all the knowledge you have. It was a pleasure to learn from you. And I hope everyone has gained so much knowledge so far from all the speakers, right? So let's continue the event. All right, talking about our next speaker. She is someone who is social at heart and a community leader at work. She is a community manager at Google Developer Students Club Program, India. She aims to make education accessible to all. In her free time, her hobbies include dancing and traveling. She also writes blogs on Flutter and talks at various technical events. Please put your hands together for Nikita Gandhi. Hello, please stay seated. Please. We will be having lunch break after this session, so please be seated. Thank you.
Hungry. Okay. I feel I'm yet luckier to have a session before lunch than post lunch, and I hope I help you divert from your hunger right now with something interesting on Flutter. So time to change the gears, time to change the angle from Angular to Flutter. Are you all ready? Yes. Are you all ready? Yes. Awesome.
No, not this one. That. Oh, I thought you were asking. Sorry.
How many of you have heard about Flutter? How many of you are using Flutter in your production applications? How many of you have tried Flutter, maybe a simple app? How many of you have attended UINXT in the past? How many of you are first time attendees? Superb. How many of you have attended any of my sessions in the past? Anyone? Okay, I see some hands raised up, that's nice. Okay, how many of you are students here? And how many of you are working professionals? Superb. How many of you are Android app developers? Looks like a Zumba exercise. I'm asking you to raise hands quite frequently. I know you're hungry, but just trying to get some understanding about the audience. How many of you are web developers? Wow. How many of you are Swift developers, like you develop apps for iPhone? Okay, I see some hands raised. That's pretty nice. Okay. And I believe all of you use native technology to develop applications, right? Yes? Anyone who uses hybrid? Anyone working on hybrid? Which tech stack do you use? Ionic. Okay. Anyone using Cordova? Okay, awesome. Okay. I really like the representation of audience we have today. The diversity stands in itself that we need to bring something that's unified and simplified for all of you. I'm just setting up my screen, but please stay with me. I hope I do justice for the next 30 minutes. Something interesting that will help you forget your hunger for at least 30 minutes. Stay with me. It's okay, yeah.
I don't need whole desktop because I have my speaker notes.
Okay, how many of you, okay, last question before I actually start sharing some insights with you. How many of you have had fights with your designer because what designer wanted you to do was not possible in reality? Okay, smile in pain. So today I'm going to tell you how you can build beautiful apps for multiple platforms. Before that, a quick intro about myself. Okay, so a quick introduction about myself. My name is Nikita. Pune is my hometown, but I work from the Google office in Bangalore. I'm an ardent Flutter contributor. I have been writing blogs on Medium and speak at various technical events in my free time. I started using Flutter since it was in alpha stage, that is in 2018. So it's been 4 years that I have been working on Flutter. And a little bit more about my Flutter contributions. I have been contributing to various Flutter programs across India and the globe. Some of the recent contributions are 30 Days of Flutter campaign that ran globally across all over the countries across the globe. And some regional campaigns and supporting Flutter meetups is what I do apart from what I'm paid for. That gives me my bread and butter. So my primary goal is I want to make education accessible to all, and that's what I do at work and also in my free time. So why do you need to ace the game? Why do you need better tech stack, or why do you have to move on from your existing technologies to something new? I'm sure whatever tech stack you're using right now solves for the purpose you're building your apps for. Then why do you need to ace the game? How many of you are aware 5G is already launched? Right? So the performance of 5G is going to be 4 times faster than what 4G is giving. So the load time or the wait time is going to reduce immensely, which means you need apps that run faster. Foldable devices are in market. Aware about Microsoft's foldable devices? Yes, no? Right? And then AR and VR apps are trending. We all want to come out of the 2D world and come to 3D reality, right? Right from 3D printing to AR and VR to bringing people in augmented reality. The trend of AR and VR is rising. And then lastly, wearable apps integration. We don't want to carry our phones everywhere, and maybe we want to do the same functions that we do on our phones on our watch, maybe. For not everyone, but many of them prefer it that way. And then we also want our glasses to work like our phones would do, and so on and so forth. So technology is evolving, and the demand of adapting technology on basic stuff, like who would imagine glasses which are accompanied by tech, or who wanted those traditional clocks, analogs, to be converted to digital and now having Android or iOS operating system. Time is evolving and we need to ace the game. So why step in the multiverse of app development? Native is already helping you build apps for individual platforms. You're all enjoying the work that you do. You're getting comfortable. You're getting better at it every day. Then why do you want to step in the world of multiverse? Any meme lovers here? Badal nahi, but Flutter important hai. And I'm going to tell you next, why is it important? What is the logic? I have been speaking so far that, things are evolving and then you need to have something for multiverse. And when I chose this title as multiverse, Parija told me to clarify, multiverse does not mean the millennial world multiverse, but multiverse is where you build apps for multiple platforms, going in different worlds, like going in the iOS world, going in the Android world, going in the desktop world, embedded, web, so on. But how is Flutter working? What is the logic behind how Flutter works? Flutter helps you write code using a single code base that can be ported on multiple platforms, which means the same lines of code can be ported on multiple platforms. It's performant by design because unlike hybrid technologies, Flutter directly accesses the underlying components just like a native app does. So the performance is really good and you can customize every pixel. So you can actually define how your app is going to work from every pixel to another. Right from an animation where, say, a ball is dropping from top to bottom, or if you want to enlarge an image from small to big, especially in shopping apps, when you click on a product and it gets enlarged when you click on it, you can define how your application will work and you have control over every pixel, no matter which platform you're developing apps for. And then it's a robust technology. Do you know why is it robust? Anyone who uses Flutter, why do you think Flutter is robust? I heard someone was speaking. Do you want to say again? Yes. I couldn't hear you, but if you could be a little louder. Yes, yes. So whatever changes you make in your code, if it is not in the main function, if it's outside the main function, you can easily see those changes because those changes can be reflected easily using Flutter's hot reload feature. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why is it robust. But more than that, it can also perform for embedded platform. It can give experiences on individual platforms as required. For example, if you want your application to work a little differently on Android phones versus on iPhones, you can make those platform specific customizations, and you can actually make animations beautiful, which means you're acing the game and it's faster. So in 2021, in Flutter Engage event, the director of Flutter, Tim Smith, said that they want to make Flutter an ambient technology where a developer focuses not on which platform are they developing for, but what kind of experience a developer wants to bring. So focus on what exactly you want your user to feel when they're using your application, rather than thinking, oh, this is an Android application and these are the limitations, not to worry about those things. In the language of memes, 3 things that Zakir Khan says. Flutter helps target multi-platforms, so saves your effort in developing apps for multiple platforms. It converts ideas into reality, so if your designer has specifications on different font styles or different colors based on different platforms, you can actually convert your ideas into reality. And it improves developer productivity because it saves a lot of runtime efforts, and it also has lesser lines of code compared to native technology. So now I'm going to come to individual platforms and tell you what goes in each of these words. So Flutter for mobile platform is if you want to launch applications for Android and iPhones, you can do it on the same day. The reason is you have to write code at one time and it can run on both the platforms. For those who haven't tried it yet, maybe you can install Android Studio. You can also have an Android phone or an iPhone with you. If not, you can have emulators on which you can try this. See, the app will run similarly on both the platforms. So you do more with less because your mobile app development team comes together. Now it's no longer the Android development team and the iPhone development team, but now you all are coming together to bring an unified experience for your developers. And yeah, the release can happen at the same time. So like I said, you can target the market quickly because now your mobile development team has come together and your efforts have unified. How many of you have heard about Dart? Okay, I see some hands raised up. That's nice. How many of you have heard about Kotlin, Java? I see some more hands raised up. Okay, C++, anyone? Cool. So Dart is a client-optimized language for fast apps on any platform. It's an object-oriented programming language, and Flutter is built using Dart. So Flutter is a framework. It's not a technology, and that is built using Dart. So what is Dart? For those who don't know what is Dart, I'm sure you want to know more about it. If you have your laptops with you, maybe you can open your laptops. If not, I'll just speak about it. You can open dart.dev. You can also do it on your mobile phones. You don't need to install anything to use Dartpad. This is a play area for you to try and use some Dart code. So if you don't have any editor on your phones right now, you can just go to dart.dev and you can try some code. I'm going to tell you a basic syntax, how it looks like. So if you are planning to adopt Flutter, you know how similar it is to any other object-oriented programming language, especially if you're coming from a Java background. Okay, so if you want to declare a variable, what you do is variable name is equal to, and if it's a string, you put it in quotes. Similar to how you do it in Java, as simple as that. Sorry, JavaScript. If you want to make something public or private, you don't have to use those specific keywords public or private. Only if you add an underscore before your variable name, then it becomes private, else it's a public variable. Constructors, so what you see on the left side, a constructor where you have to assign individual values, you can directly avoid that step in Dart, and you can declare an equivalent constructor in Dart. So the step of this.x is equal to the value that you were assigning it to, that is gone, and you only focus on creating that function and adding values to it. Classes, it's as easy as creating a class name and giving whatever values or members are there in the class. Cool. Now let's talk about the actual business, writing for multiple platforms. So far, are you all with me? Following? Relatable? I don't hear you as loudly as you were at the start. Are you enjoying? Okay. So let's try to understand what are widgets. Widgets are the basic blocks using which Flutter is built. So imagine if you are constructing a building, you need a lot of bricks. And bricks are nothing but widgets in Flutter. So open your favorite editor, either you are used to VS Code or Android Studio, whatever you're more comfortable with, and install Flutter. Not going deeper into the installation steps because I believe that's something you can solve by yourself. When you install Flutter on your favorite editor, there would be some pre-filled code that comes for you. It's a counter app, and if you run the code, then it's a simple counter app, like I said, where you click on the counter and something changes on the screen, right? But you don't have to use that code, not that it gets stuck with you throughout your application journey. You can remove that code as soon as you decide to write your own code from scratch. Just telling you a few basic widgets that are required. So Flutter works in a table-like format. So you know in which cell what exactly is going to be positioned. So imagine rows and columns. These are going to help you align your widgets very smoothly. If you want to create a stack of widgets, one below the other, or if you want to position widgets one next to another, rows and columns help you position that very neatly. So if you want to position your widgets in vertical direction, then columns are used. So one below the other. So how do you declare a column widget is column and round bracket. A column will have multiple children because there would be multiple widgets that come in column in a table, right? So columns is where one below the other, you can keep adding as many columns as you want. So it will have multiple children. It's a tree-like structure where a parent may have a single child or it may have multiple children. But few widgets will have a single child. For example, text widget will have a child only. It may not have multiple children because you may not necessarily add a lot of text below another. So that is why it may not have multiple children. This is how you declare a text widget. So inside a column, if you want to add a text, it's similar to how you add strings, right? Text, and you just add the string that you want to be printed on the screen. And now these widgets can have two types of states, stateless or stateful. If nothing changes on the screen after the user interacts, it's a stateless widget. Text, if you click on a text, nothing changes, it's a stateless widget. Button, you click on that, either user goes to the next screen or some pop-up comes up or something happens, like user either goes to a web page to complete payment or anything like that. That's a stateful widget. So text was a stateless widget, and another example of stateful widget, I'll come to it, but before that, if you want to style your text, if you want to add some direction to text, like if it's an Arabic language, it's probably from right to left. If you want to define how many lines of text user can add, if you want to align the text center, middle, left, right, whatever you want to do, all of those customizations is possible using Flutter. So you can add color, font size, font weight, font, soft wrap, which means if the text is overflowing, do you want it to go to the next line? Because some phones may be smaller than others, or some screen sizes would be smaller than others. So you can do a lot of customizations. I'm not talking in detail about it because we are still talking about multiverse. Buttons. So there would be multiple types of buttons that you may have used as an end user, or you may have designed as a developer. And you can do all of these. Everything is possible using Flutter. So you can style a button. You want to give rounded corners on the side, that's possible. You want to add shadow to it, that's possible. You want to add gradient to the colors, that's possible. You want a flat button, elevated button, all of that is possible. But the way buttons appear to an Android user versus an iOS user versus if you're using a website is going to be different. Do you all agree with me? And you want to create that explicit customization for the user so that they don't feel like you just have a web app installed, right? So now I'm going to tell you how you handle platform-specific changes in Flutter. So first of all, let's only target Android and iOS. Okay, then we'll come to large screens versus smaller screens. We'll talk more about it, but let's focus on mobile apps first. So first thing first, if you want to create explicit experiences on Android and iOS, you need to understand if it's an Android phone or if it's an iPhone, right? So to understand which platform is it, you need to import the platform. So there is an import statement called as import.io show platform. This will help you understand which platform the user is on. If it's Android, if you want to create a circular progress indicator, or if you don't want to give a circular progress indicator because that does not exist in Android, you can do either of that. Or if you want to add specific navigation, navigation on Android phone is different than iPhones. Do you all agree? And if you want to add specific navigation and you want to design that, then there is material navigation which can be managed using material design standards in Android. And if it's Cupertino, you can use the Cupertino design standards that are created by Apple for iOS devices. Another way to understand, which platform is your user on. Imagine you are not only thinking about an mobile app that is there on the Play Store or App Store, but you don't know where in general the user is using your application. There is another package in Flutter, foundation.dart, that helps you understand on which foundation the app is laid, and showcase web. I don't know if you are able to see that line on the screen, but it will help you give Boolean answers. Either the application is on web or it's not on web. So to understand that first, and then if it is not on web, is it on Android or iPhones? And then if you want to add specific changes to Android or iPhone, doing all of that is possible. So understand first, the user may be anywhere in the multiverse. If it's on web, you add web-specific customizations. If it is on Android, you add Android-specific customizations. If it's on iPhones, you add iPhone-specific customizations. Simple lines that help you understand on which platform the user is on, and then you can add your customizations. But this might conflict to the fact I said, you write your code once in Flutter and it can be ported on multiple platforms. Now, these specific changes that you are doing is to create explicit experiences on individual platforms. But rather, the rest of the code still remains the same. So, if you want to lay the architecture of your app, or if you want to lay the architecture of how the user screen will look like, that can still be defined globally. But platform-specific changes can be defined in individual areas where you need customizations. There are two types of users, or two types of video consumers, I would say. One who watch all the videos in portrait mode, and some who like to watch it in landscape mode. Or then for games, people play games in landscape mode more than portrait mode, right? And if you want to understand what is the orientation of the users, in which the user is handling your device, then there is a widget called as orientation builder. It will give you the orientation of the device. If it's in portrait mode, then you want to build the app in vertical layouts. If it is in not in portrait mode, then you want to lay it in horizontal layout. That can be handled using orientation builder. And there is another way to check the orientation of the screen. So how many of you have used media query in your web applications? Awesome. Similarly, you can understand the context of the screen, which orientation it is, get that context, and then accordingly you can create customizations, or you can lay the layout of your app. And if you want some apps to only work in portrait mode and you don't want to give the freedom of enabling the app in landscape mode, then there is another line that you can add in your code, that is system chrome.set preferred orientation portrait up, which means the app will lay the layout one below the another rather than laying it one after another. So the widgets will now appear one below another instead of appearing one after another. Is this clear for everyone? Okay. Now, have you noticed the way YouTube appears for us on our laptops or larger devices is different than how it appears as a mobile app, where you see the recommendations one below another in after the video window in mobile phones, but if it's a larger device, then the recommendations appear on the right side itself. This is because you want to restrict how much the user will scroll if it's a larger device. But if it's a mobile phone, it's still easier to scroll, right? And if you want to create applications that would work differently on a mobile versus a large screen, again, you have to explore what is the size of mobile devices. It's usually 400 to 600 pixels. So you can define if the size of the media is less than 600, then it's a mobile phone, and then you position the layouts one below the other. But if it's more than 600, then you can position the layouts in some different way. Now this is just an example of YouTube, but there would be other websites that you're working on where, say, home page, then you scroll down, you come to about page, then contact us page, so on and so forth. But if it's a website, it's one next to another, or there are multiple tabs. Now, understanding the size of the device, you can do that. But this is not about a mobile app that is installed that I'm talking about. Imagine if a user is opening your website itself in a mobile phone versus a large device, then these type of customizations needs to be handled if you're using Flutter for web. Like I said, you define the widget tree as per the size of the screen. So the direct way to handle this customization is create conditional statements. If the device size is less than 600, the app will behave in XYZ format. But if it's more than 600, the app will be else if you define the behavior of your application. But the better way to do this is creating architecture in your application. So have separate folders in which you would define the way your app is going to behave. So create a folder, say large screens, where you define how the app will behave in large screen, because your code size may increase as the number of pages in your app is increasing. So you can add all the structure of your application inside that folder. And if it's mobile, then you define the behavior in that folder itself. Am I clear? Anyone feels it's a bouncer so far? I'll come to the questions, but I'll try to finish in time. When should you not use multiple platform languages? I think I convinced you to use Flutter. At least, how many of you feel like going back home and trying Flutter? Be honest. Anyone who feels like you want to try Flutter? Oh, interesting. Saurav is also going to try. Okay, how many of you are not yet convinced to use Flutter? Okay, I see some hands raised up, which is fine. Thank you for being honest. We'll talk about it maybe if we have time after this. But if not, then we can catch up in the lunch break. But when should you not use multi-platform languages? One is not every feature can be customized. As your app size is increasing, you don't want to think about every feature, how it's going to behave differently on every platform. And if you start doing that, you might miss on a few features before the launch. Second is, scrolling is comparatively slower in Flutter for web. So usually people have chosen other technologies like something else, I don't know, to use Flutter for web. Yeah, few things may differ user to user, not that I haven't seen websites developed using Flutter for prod applications. But yes, there would be limitations with every technology. The Flutter engineering team is trying to solve for these challenges, but right now it's not yet ready for Flutter for web. And lastly, Flutter for embedded devices. So we now spoke about mobile phones and we spoke about large screens. Last thing before I close it for today. Why do you use embedded applications? Anyone who can think of an use case? Or anyone who's developing for embedded platform? Anyone using Raspberry Pi or anything like that? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3 hands raised up, which is fine. So we spoke that Flutter has portable code. We also spoke that it gels well with native technology, which means you may have some of your code written in native and you want some part written in Flutter. That's also possible. But most importantly, Flutter has a layered architecture, so it's easier to plug it with any hardware that comes in and create a smooth software architecture for the hardware with which you're going to integrate your application. There's an interesting use case by Toyota who has used Flutter for embedded. Do check it out. I'm sharing the link for you here in case you want to try more. That's all for today. A lot of GAN. I hope it was useful. There's Flutter India conference coming up. I hope you don't feel like this event is about selling conference tickets. But there is Flutter India conference coming up in November. A lot of companies and a lot of exciting speakers are planned for the event who are going to share more about the Flutter world. So in case you're interested in getting deeper in this Flutter world and want to travel to Bangalore, then you're welcome to Flutter India. I'm leaving the link to buy tickets on the screen. You can scan the QR code, visit the website, which is built using Flutter for web, and buy a ticket for yourself. Want to play a quiz before we call it a day today? Okay, let's play a quiz. The top 3 winners, I'm going to ship t-shirts to you on your individual addresses. So I'll reach out to you via email and I'll ship some t-shirts to you on your address. So take as much time as you want, but the first 3 winners get a t-shirt from my side. All right, do we have time? We have? Okay. I hope the session was interesting, insightful. Yes, no? Okay. I'm open for questions from the audience now. So if you have any questions for me, please raise your hands. Yes. Can we pass a mic to him, please?
Hello. So my question is, so why Flutter is like a more system resource intensive? Like if I want to make an NFT app, and we have developed an NFT app which goes up to like 3 to 400 MB. By just using like a REST APIs, we are not doing any calculations or in a Flutter. But why is it taking like more resource while building or taking more time to load? Is there anything you can give me?
So that's not a feature of Flutter. Usually it performs faster than many other technologies.
Yeah.
So to understand your issue better, I would like to see your code to understand where exactly you're stuck. But
Okay.
the size of the app depends on many things, right? It's not only about talking to a REST API, pulling it back and then giving it back to the user. It depends on a lot of factors that needs to be checked. And I will be able to tell that to you only if I look at your code. Without that, it would be difficult.
Okay, sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Can we pass the mic to her, please?
Try to choose Flutter or the React Native.
Yeah, I have been getting this question for the last 4 years, and I don't have a direct answer when to use Flutter or when to choose React Native. Each of them are performant in its own ways. People have used React Native for prod applications, people have used Flutter for prod applications, and the number of apps that are using Flutter is increasing drastically, which means people have found it promising or has solved for their use cases. Similarly, React Native will have its own use cases, but one major difference between Flutter and React Native is Flutter works like a native technology and it's native. But for React Native, it's a hybrid technology, which means if it has to access underlying resources, it creates a bridge-like structure which helps it to access the underlying components. In some cases, there would be bottleneck which would drop the performance of your application. Yeah, that's all I know for now.
Actually, a question. What's the difference between Flutter 3.0 and Flutter 2? Like recently they have some introduced new features. So can you just explain that?
Yeah, I think then that would be a separate conference in itself. What has launched in Flutter 3. I would maybe give some links to you if you want to have a detailed look about what was launched in Flutter 3.0 or the versions after that. But the most important thing that they launched after Flutter 2 to 3 was they wanted to make Flutter portable to more devices. So it brought in support for web, desktop, embedded and Linux with the launch of Flutter 3 and the upgraded versions. And a lot of features became stable from Flutter 2 to 3. And lastly, null safety was also announced at that point of time. So I don't know if you want to know more about null safety, but yeah, so there were a lot many announcements that came from 2 to 3. Yeah, I think she has raised her hand as well.
Yeah. I work in automotive domain in Android, and we kind of customize the applications or behavior per requirements from any specific vendor. Okay, so I was to the time when you explained about one case in Toyota. So my case, I some applications, some vendor in specific. It may not be necessarily for different sizes or different OSs altogether, right? So why should I even prefer Flutter there?
Yeah, so which tech stack are you using right now?
I'm sorry, what?
Which tech stack are you using for?
Android Studio as of now. No tech stack.
So you're using core Android and you want to deploy it. Yeah, I think if it's solving for your purpose, that's great. But if you want to bring your app with similar experiences on other devices, say if you want to launch it on iPhones or if you want to create a website of that, then you might want to think about a multiverse technology that helps you target multiple universes with a single code base.
So different OSs altogether may not be a very friendly concept in automotive domain, right? But when it comes to cross compiling, that may be there between Android and Linux, not iOS specific. There maybe I can use some features in Flutter, but should I prefer it because it's a heavy framework, and whatever flexibilities I'm getting in Flutter, they can also be available in Android if I do maybe some over logic there.
Yeah, so Flutter for embedded is not that popular yet. Companies like Toyota have adapted it and they found it useful. But I haven't heard of lot of use cases with Flutter for embedded, or myself I haven't tried with Flutter for embedded, so I may not be the best person to answer your questions. Okay. Okay. Do we still have time? 5 minutes. Okay. Please raise your hands if you have questions. Yes.
So, just build it once and have the mobile app also ready. Would
Yeah,
that be a
so
good
his
choice?
question is, So his question is, can I start with Flutter for web and then come to the mobile world? Because he's still starting to develop his application. I think I pretty much said about the cons of using Flutter for web. But like I said, Flutter is portable. So if you feel that can help you bring your app to multiple platforms, then you may want to try it. But the best use cases for Flutter for web is if you want to build a static website with less scrolling involved, then it works pretty fine.
Hi, I'm Bhushan. I just have
Hey, can we have some more attention from all of you?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, so I have that Raspberry Pi and all, so we can play around with that with. Hello. Somebody switching. Okay.
I think you.
So all.
Maybe use this mic. I think I'm loud enough.
So technology is changing so rapidly and fast, right? So my question is like how Flutter stands like, the new consumer products which are already like fridge, coolers or consumer products that people in everyday use, right? So on those devices, will it be supported by default? I mean, like your fridge, coolers, TVs, or are there any kind of tie-ups done, or so I'm just.
I think I did not understand your question well, but if your question is, will Flutter support multiple platforms? I think that was my talk about.
Overall.
But if there is something specific you want to ask, if a specific feature can be integrated in your application, I think that will clarify it a little better.
IoT is like, overall in the industry, IoT is booming, and so there Flutter is suitable, overall, right? So
yeah, so if you want to create a UI interface using Flutter for your embedded applications, yes, that's possible with Flutter. Flutter can be integrated.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? No more questions? Okay, I hope you had a great time knowing more about Flutter. Can I hear, did you enjoy Flutter? Yes. Do you want me to go? No. I think yes, I should. I'm around. If you want to talk anything about your individual use cases, or if you have any specific questions for me, feel free to reach out. I'm also sharing my LinkedIn, sorry, not LinkedIn, my Twitter and Medium profile links in case you want to reach out. You can find me with the name Nikita Gandhi, Nikita with a double K. Thank you so much. I had a great time interacting with all of you.
Thank you so much, Nikita, for sharing the knowledge for Flutter for Multiverse. So let's have a look at the leaderboard as of now. So who is topping the list so far? It's again the Musheb Sheikh. Yeah, so you are leading so far in the first sessions. Keep going. Yeah, so I have some fun questions for all of before moving to lunch. It's a small quiz. So I'll give you the options, 4 options. You guys have to guess the right answer. Okay? Okay. The first question is, which one is the first search engine in the internet? Your options are A. Google, B. Archie, C. Alta Vista, or D. Waze.
Alta Vista.
It's wrong.
Archie.
Anyone?
Waze.
I'm repeating again. Anyone wants to guess?
Waze.
Yeah.
Waze.
Wrong. Yeah. No, wrong. This guy answered. It's Archie. Okay. The second question is number of bits used by IPv6 address. The options are 32-bit, 64-bit, 128-bit, or 256-bit.
256.
Wrong.
256.
Wrong. 128. Okay, who all saying 128? You guys are right. Okay, moving ahead. Which one is the first web browser invented? In 1990. Okay? So the options are Internet Explorer, Mosaic, Mozilla, or Nexus. Raise your hands, please. Yeah. It's not an option. I'll repeat again, Internet Explorer. Yeah, who are saying Mosaic? You guys are absolutely wrong. Okay. Yeah, for Nexus? Yeah, that's the correct answer. Nexus is the right answer. Okay. Thank you guys. Now you must be hungry, as I know. All the Globers who didn't receive the food coupons, you can receive the food coupons from the meeting room. And for all the non-Globers, there are total 3 counters. Yeah. The coupons are to be collected from the training room for the Globers. And for non-Globers, there are 2 counters at the side of the cafeteria. So you can start having the delicious meal. And we'll have a break for 45 minutes and we'll continue after that. So see you all in some time. Thank you.
about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhagesh Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk, Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat.
about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to Be or Not to Be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhageshri Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk, Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Want to know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat about it.
About the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to Be or Not to Be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhagesh Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Want to know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat.
About the evolution of web and the web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhageshri Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Want to know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat.
Do you want to know more about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhageshri Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat.
Do you want to know more about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhageshri Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk, Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
To know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat.
about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhagyashree Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk, Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat about it.
about the evolution of web and the Web3, then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khavar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to be or not to be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhageshri Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk, Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
To know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat about it.
about the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24 September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to Be or Not to Be.
Kotlin is everywhere now. Let's explore reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Hi, I'm Vishesh Jindal.
And I'm Bhageshri Patil. Catch us at Globant UINXT on 24th of September in our talk, Go Reactive with Kotlin Flow. See you there.
Know more about Kotlin multi-platform mobile? Well, let's meet at Globant UINXT on the 24th of September to chat.
About the evolution of web and the Web3? Then let's meet at Globant's UINXT on 24th September in Pune. See you there.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs, Dogecoin, a lot of big words, right? Let's understand decentralized web beyond blockchains and crypto. Hi, I'm Amit Dubin.
And I'm Khagar Jamil. Catch us on 24th at Globant UINXT on our talk, Blockchain to Be or Not to Be.
Make sure to explore the booths. To explore the booths. Make sure to explore the next. Explore the next. Explore the next. Explore the next.
Amazing, isn't it? We are all eagerly waiting for these booths, and I'm sure each one of you are also waiting for the sessions that are about to come up. So until now, we have had some information about blockchain, Flutter, Angular features, but I bet the quest for learning new things is not satisfied yet. So let us take this opportunity to thank our community partners, Women Tech Makers Pune, BuddyBase, JetBrains, Women Who Code, DevCode, JS Meetup, and Google Developers Group Pune. Hey, Priyadarshini, it's your line.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you know what, Anamika? I was just trying to load this site for the last 10 minutes. I had my script in it, but it was not loading. All I could see was the loading spinner. I just wonder who developed this site.
I believe some development community.
Yeah, but you know, I just wish this site would have been little more performant. You know, performance is a very big success factor for every entity. And we, as a web developer, should make our website more and more performant.
And we'll get some more insights about it from our next speaker, who is not only going to give us a walkthrough, but a master class about web performance. So let us welcome our next speaker.
But wait, before calling him onto the stage, let me tell you some interesting facts about him. He is not only a full-stack developer with over a decade of experience across industries like Expedia, Cisco, and currently he is at Google India lead customer solutions engineer.
Not only this, he is an enthusiast in theater, choreography, he composes songs, he loves cooking, and is a great interest in luxury travel.
After hearing so many qualities, Anamika, I tell you, now we can't wait anymore. And so let us welcome Saurav Rajpal.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I don't know if I deserve it or not, but thank you so much for appreciating. While this is coming up, I'll quickly introduce myself. Hi, I'm Saurabh. Thoda sa aur kar deta hu, if that was not enough. I work as a customer solution engineer at Google. That means we sit in between product and partners to figure out what the ecosystem gaps are, and then hence you see some more niche features coming up in Chrome, on web platform, and stuff like that. And meanwhile, we also look at the adoption by some of the top partners. If this is up, just give us a minute. I'll need a clicker as well. Clicker. Had good lunch? Yes. Okay, I hope this energy continues here. We're not burping in between. But so I think let's make it interactive also. So in case you have any kind of questions in between, feel free to raise hand. If I think that you might ask me a hard question, I'll skip you. No, I'm kidding. So I'll definitely try to answer. In case it's breaking the flow, I'll definitely take up your question towards the end. So please bear with me. And just as an FYI, till the time this is coming up, okay. Thanks for the firecrackers. So we also have, I think it was just announced right now. So we will be having a perf clinic set up. So just in case you do, if you are interested in getting your website audited in terms of how good or bad it is, I'm sure it's good. So let me not be that bad guy here. So if you want to know how good your website is, please visit us. I'll be accompanied by Rashmi and Priya from the Globant team. So we'll probably try to cover that. Any problems? Okay, what else? Should we play a game before this comes up? Should I dance, sing, whatever I was told I do? Actually, in the morning I was being told this by this guy. Sorry, what's your name? Amit. So Amit was sitting next to me, and no matter how much I want to be known for my work, the first thing I hear is, "Oh, here you dance so well." I'm like, okay, I should have been in a different profession then. It doesn't look like by looking at me, right? That guy is like, seriously, this guy can dance? One second.
या फिर मेरा भी कर सकते हैं, पर आपको
I can. Just give us a minute for this technical glitch. I wanted to use my own laptop because I wanted to show you some demos if possible, but looks like that's not possible, so we are figuring out. Meantime, anybody here who already knows or has worked on web performance? She was like instant, no. You have? You want to share your experience, what you do, what exactly you're working on? What's your name? So give it a round of applause for Yashudi, please.
Yeah, so I'm front-end engineer. Currently, I'm working at Bentley Systems. For web performance thing, I use Lighthouse from Chrome. So this is the basic tool which I use. Based on the metrics given by the Lighthouse, I look at the warnings or whatever suggestion they have, and then I try to improve on it. So basically, I do web development React.js.
Cool. Thank you so much. So he mentioned that how they are leveraging Lighthouse tool. Anybody here who has already heard about Lighthouse? Oh wow, nice. Anybody else who can probably name 2 more tools which is used for performance, web performance? I don't have goodies like Nikita to give away, but I'm from the Garib side. Anyway,
Webpack bundle analyzer. Other one is Wiselo earlier. Wiselo was there. Wiselo from Yahoo. Earlier.
Cool. Thank you. What's your name? Bhushan. Round of applause for Bhushan also. Anybody who's aware about any other tools which possibly Google has rolled out? Because if you can ask me, if you ask me question in that space, I'll be more comfortable. GT metrics, okay. That's not Google one, but yeah, anyway. What else do you use? Sorry, I couldn't understand that. New Relic, okay. So yeah, there are so many different type of tools which you can use. I think New Relic is more around understanding your real users. So when we talked about Lighthouse, and I'll be covering about that in my presentation as well, but till the time this glitch is going on, I'm just trying to familiarize you guys more around the topic that we're going to talk about today. Just give me a minute.
स्टार्ट किया है मैंने नहीं
फिर भी नहीं चल रहा
ना some display settings screwed up.
I hope ये उसमें तो नहीं लगा दिया अपडेट पे फिर तो आधा घंटा निकल जाता
नहीं फिर अपन बदलेंगे हाँ नहीं we have one talk ready ना they will start. It's okay. नहीं कोई फायदा नहीं है क्या हुआ है
पता नहीं मुझे डिस्प्ले क्या हो रहा है started to leave. लोग छोड़ के started. कभी लगाओ?
आप तब तक प्रेजेंटेशन खोल लो.
खोलेगा अपना ऑटोमेटिक खोलेगा ना.
और इसको शेयर करना शुरू कर दो किताब. इधर आ रहा है, इधर नहीं.
अरे
इसीलिए मैं बोला उधर नहीं. ट्विटर करो, ट्वीट्स वाला गो ऑन।
You come here, come this side.
अपन यहाँ बैठ के
यहाँ से ये चाहिए क्या?
No, we are all eagerly waiting, but he wants us to wait a little more. And so before we walk him again on the stage, let's have a look at the tweet.
Yeah. So before some time, like we have all heard about the hashtag UINXT 2022, and I'm very glad to tell you that we are receiving an overwhelming response on it. So here we can show some of the trending social media platform that we have got. So whoever are present here and they can see their name on this board, can you please stand up? Actually, our volunteers will go to you with some bonus points. Please.
So not just these people, we want more people to stand up here and just keep on tweeting, guys. It is already started and we really want to see a lot of people standing here the next time we show this again.
Yeah, and we have some more surprises waiting for you at the corner.
And not just Twitter, we have LinkedIn and Facebook as well. So let's not be behind there. So as you guys remember, we started with telling you that this event is gamified. So I guess we are all waiting to see where do we stand on the leaderboard. So let's have a look. What is the status of leaderboard now? Govind Kumar Vaishnav, Musab Sheikh and Rutvik Bhalerao. Do we have them here? Guys, do we have you here? Let's give them a big round of applause. And they are not much far from Ajit, Shraddha, right? So guys, buck up, come on, you have to answer. And the next time we see this, I wish the people on 11 first. So are we excited about it?
Awesome. Guys, just one more thing. Sorry, we forgot to tell you guys earlier. This leaderboard that you're seeing and this whole game, the Santa and the points that you're getting, we actually did a good blockchain implementation of it. It is running on Ethereum. So right now you guys are part of it, right? So at the end of the day, we have one booth where we will be showcasing how we did it. So do plan to join that too. Thanks.
So we see Amit here does not only believe in theory. So he has just given us a very nice session about blockchain and you can see the practical implementation right here. So we here are also getting our hands dirty with the practical aspect. So finally, our wait is over and let us welcome Saurav again with a huge round of applause.
I think thanks to the team who filled it up really well. I hope इनको मेरी वजह से 3-4 gift extra देने पड़ जाएं. But now the issue is resolved most likely. Okay. All good? Just open these slides ना. Keep it there. अच्छा, you're trying clicker क्या? अच्छा. You know it now, you know it now. Next is this now. चलो ठीक है शुरू करते हैं Okay, so hi, I'm Saurabh again. Sorry for the glitch. So today's topic for me is web performance, as we have mentioned earlier as well. So two primary reasons for covering this. Number one is we all would agree to some extent that as user also, no matter how beautiful no matter how beautiful the website is or how nice you have made it, feature rich or whatever, if it's not performant, if it's sluggish, as a user also you would not want to continue using it, or you'll at least be very pissed off. So that's where like focusing on performance of the website is super important. Now that's reason number one. Number two, which I was supposed to reveal and you already saw, was this, which now clicker is not working. So this, because of this reason. No clicker is working? No? Now it is, very nice. So it had to like somehow, not my day today with the memes, but we'll try. I have more memes, so we'll see how those land. But yeah, second reason is I've been doing this work for almost 4.5 years now. Like I've been working on the performance side of things for some of the partners, for the Chrome team, for almost 4.5 years, and hence, what else would you expect from me to talk on, other than of course such Rajpal ke Fande in this like silly these jokes in the tech talks. My name is Saurabh Rajpal, so I try to take that leverage of saying Rajpal ke Fande. I do use Rajpal Yadav. So thank you, sir. Love you. We all love you. We all love him, right? Perfect. Now on a serious note, though, okay, it will work only when I'm here. Yes. Cool. On the serious note, no, and I think this also ties back to what Shiv mentioned right at the beginning. Whatever you do today, it always have to tie back to the business impact, right? And that's where I would try to somehow convince, just like how Nikita did for using Flutter. So I would try to convince you guys why you should do it. But if you really want to learn more, and if there are people in your company who would want to understand what are the other companies in the world who have benefited by fixing their website performances, there was a talk by me in Google I/O last year, which mentioned about the business impact of Core Web Vitals. So please go and check that out whenever you get a chance. Now, okay. So very quickly for those, so I know we talked about performance and then we talked about Core Web Vitals in the previous slide. So I would want to actually learn from any one of you if they're already aware what Core Web Vital is, or how many of you don't know what Core Web Vital is? Okay. Why were you shy earlier? It's okay, even if you don't know. I mean, it's bad because we have been talking about it from so long and still you don't know. Shame on you. But anyway, sorry. So very quickly, a glimpse, or maybe somebody wants to take a stab at it. Anybody who feels they'll be able to talk about it? Was it you, ma'am? Oh, she was just doing like this, okay. I thought you were raising hand, then you went like this, okay. Nobody? Okay, no worries. I'll quickly talk about it. So the three images or the GIFs, whatever you see on the screen, these are the three core web vitals that we cover, like that are part of core web vitals basically. Those are the vitals, as we call it. There are many other metrics against which you can measure the performance, but these three are the part of the core web vitals at this point of time. They're subject to change if later it's identified that there are better metrics to define and identify the user experience of a website. But very quickly covering these. So LCP is largest contentful paint. As the name suggests, it's the time that a website takes to paint its largest content in the first load, right? So above the fold, if you're on the mobile screen, right, there's a site which is like so long, but then you get only this much of the viewport size, right? If you are loading so many images which are below the fold, but are not loading the biggest image in the first load itself, that will give a bad experience to the user. Like, put yourself into the shoes and imagine if the site seems to be loading like forever because that top component, which is the biggest one, is not loading. So this is what LCP measures. FID, very interesting one again. Sometimes the site loads quickly, but then when you try to interact with it, it's literally non-responsive. Like sometimes some websites render the buy now button straight away, and then you keep clicking on it. and just scratching your head, like clicking and scratching parallelly to trying to figure out what's happening. But this is where FID comes into the picture, which is the first input delay. So if you are a website developer who is loading a lot of, say, JavaScript and doing a lot of things behind the scene, so no matter how quickly you have painted it, it's still a bad user experience, and this one of these metrics actually measures that good or bad user experience. The third one, which is pretty much, which has made a lot of victims, is you're trying to click something on the page, the layout jumps, and you land somewhere else. How often has this happened, right? Or maybe you're reading an article and suddenly the content jumps, and you're like, okay, where was I? So that is called cumulative layout shift and CLS. So all of these three are the core vitals which define the user experience today, and you as developers should really be worrying or caring about them. Cool. Now let me actually talk about how you fix these, and I have collated some cool hacks which you can possibly use, and straight away sharing hacks, because why not? Why not to get to the point straight away? So there are a lot of these which you as a UI developer, as a front-end developer can actually take care of, and you should do it. But even as browsers or even as, say, web platform teams, everybody tries to make the website load slightly faster, irrespective of how poorly they are implemented, right? And before I move into what you can do, let me quickly share about BF cache, which is back-forward cache. It's something which browsers like, say, Chrome, Mozilla, all these have tried, so that the pages are faster by default if they are eligible. Okay? You as a developer do hold some responsibility to make sure that they are eligible, but this is a feature which makes it very fast for web pages to load, and I'll quickly explain you how. One thing which I really wanted to call out is in the I/O, which happened in May 2022, by that time we have support for this across all the browsers. It used to be there in Safari, Firefox, like way long back, like still there, I mean, it has been there for so long. It's finally landed in Chromium as well, and that's where you see the Chrome and Chromium-based browsers also supporting it now. So how does this really work? So imagine you visit a website, which is developers.chrome.com, for example, and then you click on a link and you go to /docs. So it's a developers.chrome.com/docs. That means you have navigated to a page +1. On mobile, which is the most used case right now, we often do the swipe gestures, right? We go back and forth. And even on desktop, we are used to using back button, forward button. This is where it comes in very handy. So the moment you have actually come to the next page, despite that, the previous page actually remains in the memory for some time. And that to load it like with the entire DOM built the way it was. So basically, unlike before, where you literally had to load the entire page, start from like widescreen, wait for the assets to load, for browser to render the page, to build the DOM, nothing. It's all there because you had already visited there. So why not just serve it that way? And in fact, the moment you press back button or you do a back gesture, it quickly loads. It loads so instantly that even sometimes the browser can think. Right? So cool. The one thing which I really wanted to reiterate is, though it's a browser feature, like browsers are supporting it to make sure that some of the eligible pages are actually getting served faster, you as a developer still have to make sure that you are taking care of all the nuances which will make these pages to be ineligible from the BF cache. Now, one way to test that, and thank you so much to the developer tools, it's already available. So you can go to the application tab in the developer tools and then test out whether the pages are eligible or not. And if not, why not? Like there could be cases like where you're throwing like unload handlers and stuff like that, and sometimes the worst thing is sometimes developers don't even know that they're doing something like this, which could be hampering their eligibility. It could be like a third-party library that you've included by mistake, you forgot to remove some of the events, and that's making ineligible. Anyway, let's move on. Yep, so before I move on, actually, there's another talk from this year where we talked more about what are some of these features which we have in place today by the browsers by default, which are helping websites load faster. and also like in the real world is basically telling you how the website performances in the real world has improved, where we were earlier, where we are today. So if you want to check out, go check this out. Again, a shameless plug, but a useful one. Cool, can anybody tell me what exactly this is? Wow, so we do have UI developers in house today. Very nice. Okay, so what I really wanted to talk about in this one is what happens when a browser sees this. So you know, right, how basically you have an idea, okay, browser sees some tags, it tries to do something based on it. So can anybody tell me what happens when it sees an image tag? Try to download the image. Yes, and it will try to download the image straight away, no matter whether it's actually in the viewport or not, right? Now what actually happens because of this is, yes, so there are some, so understand the building of web page in browser. When the web page is actually getting downloaded, it's downloading a lot of resources, some of which are very critical. For example, and the render blocking ones, right? CSS, JavaScript, these actually render blocks. And it's critical that they are given more bandwidth initially so that your website becomes usable. But if there are so many images which are not even in the viewport, but are below the fold, if the browser is busy downloading these, then you're making it resource crunch. Now with the introduction of loading is equal to lazy, this has become like so much more better. So this way you are actually giving a hint to the browser that it's not as important to load this particular image immediately. So you can do it when you are like probably more, when you have better resources available and stuff like that. One interesting part here is also that this can also be used for iframe. All right, now I know some of the people have already seen this lazy loading bit. It was something which was announced actually in IO21 if I'm not wrong. But the reason, and yeah, some of you are actually giving me this link that, okay, if it's so easy, you should have told this me before only. But the reason I'm bringing this up again is it's such a cool or simple feature to implement. And also a lot of you probably aren't using it because of the browser compatibility earlier. Now, as of like IO 2022, it's actually supported on Safari as well, from 15.4 version onwards, if I'm not wrong. So you can actually start using it. It's a very simple thing. In fact, a lot of you, if you are from the, if you use CMSs, like content management systems like WordPress, Silverstripe, and all these, Drupal, they're all like, they also have this feature now. So all you need to do is, if you want to enable it for your images, you can load it, like just enable it. One important thing which I want to call out before I move on from this topic is, use it wisely, right? It's a cool hack, but if you put loading is equal to lazy at the top, for the topmost image, which is possibly contributing to your LCP, then you're basically shooting in your foot, right? You're making it load slower, which is not the intended behavior. So be cautious about whenever you're using these. Okay, can somebody tell me what happens with this? Okay, what exactly is this code? Width and height of the image. Okay. Anybody else who wants to go slightly specific? Thank you so much. Like that's certainly the case, but what exactly height auto does here? Sorry? Okay, so it automatically will take care of the aspect ratio of the image, right? Perfect. Thank you so much. Round of applause for him. So the point here is, if you actually define width to be 100% and height to be auto, even before loading, the aspect ratio of the image will be taken care of. That's a cool thing. But maybe a better way to do that now is by using this CSS property, which is called aspect ratio. And it's now supported across all the browsers. So what it does is, if you use aspect ratio, it will, let me show you actually. Yeah, so it will automatically take care of the aspect ratio just like the way you saw for the image code. But not only for the images, it will do it for all the elements. Some of you are giving me this look right now. But see, the point is, a lot of us have actually, wow, it has to be in my presentation only, always. First they give me a slot after lunch. And then I have to go through these tech glitches. Perfect. So Hato, we were at Hato. So what? right? So the main point here is this helps you get away with some of the hacks that you used to do earlier. So think about non-image elements like embedded frames, talk about background images. A lot of you must have actually done some hacks like top padding, right? Which can actually be like removed now. You can literally say goodbye to padding top hack. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about network priorities. So again, a cool thing which browsers do is they really try to prioritize the network calls in the best way possible. So what they do is they try to prioritize and give ultra high priority to the render blocking resources, which I talked about earlier. So render blocking means which are hindering the painting of the page or the rendering, which include JavaScript, CSS again, reiterating that. And when it understands which element is where on the web page, it tries to then prioritize the ones which are in the viewport. So you would say that's cool, right? Like the browsers are taking care of these things automatically. Why should you be bothered? The point is sometimes we as good developers confuse the browser, right? What I'm trying to say here is if, for example, we have a async script tag and two of them, we know one is important, one is not important. But how would browser know, right? You are saying, hey, why are you loading that? Right? You would say, why are you loading this? Why are you loading this? I wanted this first. But you're not giving the browser proper hint. That holds true for even the images, even the iframes, anything, right? There could be two competing resources, one of which is less important, one of which is more important. And that's where this feature called priority hints can make it, like you can actually use it to for giving hints to the browser, what to load first and what to load later. And it's right now only supported, as of IO 2022, May 2022, it was only supported in the Chromium-based browsers. But I think it will still worth experimenting for you guys to understand how it impacts your website today. And then later on, of course, when it gets support by the other browsers, it will be beneficial for everyone. So you asked me how to do it. So this was the same code as before. We have two competing resources, less important, more important, and bam. 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 Yeah, perfect. So so by just adding fetch priority is equal to high or fetch priority is equal to low, you're now actually telling the browser which is more important resource. Can somebody tell me how that important resource we're feeling right now? Like this. Anyway, so this really helps in cases where you are struggling with LCP, largest contentful paint. So sometimes you would have more than one image above the fold, and one of it is like taking the priority or maybe getting more bandwidth. So by doing this, you can actually get a better LCP. In the example that is shown here, it's a travel website which is trying to load the like certain elements to show on top of the, like above the fold. And in the first one, you can see that though everything else is loaded, the biggest image, the largest content on that page actually loads pretty late. So as a user, you would possibly be waiting for it to load because you would imagine that the website is not loaded yet. Even though the functionality wise, maybe it was already functional, right? In the second one, where we actually provided the priority hints, we could actually tell the browser, hey, this image is super important for me. Please do get it as soon as possible. And for most of you who are struggling with LCP issues, this could very well resolve it for you. Okay, so another cool hack is size adjust. Now what it does is, how many of you use or love to use fonts in your websites? So few hands, or are you not listening? Everybody loves fonts, right? Everybody wants, like, let's admit it. The first time we built a website, we wanted the coolest font. We do that even in docs we make, right? So point here is, there are so many fonts which are available outside of the local fonts as well. And a lot of developers do want to use different fonts. The point here is, when you are actually loading a website, right, it uses a local font so that the content is painted. And then in the in parallel, it waits for the font which you have added to be loaded. And as soon as that happens, it replaces the font which was initially there. You have seen fonts changing, right? Something like this. You have seen that happening, right? And the problem is, each of these fonts, no matter, even if you give them the same size, I mean, even if you say font size is equal to 16px or rem, whatever, each font is quite different even in that sense. Some are bigger, some are smaller, some are thinner, some are, I don't want to go there. Point being, if you are loading or replacing the fonts, then there is a high chance of cumulative layout shift happening. I told at the beginning, if you're reading something, suddenly the font changes and the entire content shifts down, and this happens because of that. So with this size adjust CSS property, you can actually tell the browser that, okay, the font which is going to come, it has to be 90% of the size of what it originally is. Okay, so let's take it this way. If my local font was 100px, right? Then the next font, which is already a bigger font, even at the same one, if you make it 90% of its original size, then most likely it will be similar. So you'll have to do that calculation beforehand, that okay, my font, how big or small it is, and what percentage of that font is actually will match the size and height of the local font. So you can tell it beforehand, and when this font actually comes, it just replaces it with the same dimensions without actually jumping the content around. Cool one? No more font related issues? High five? Perfect. Cool, that's it, thank you. I am not done yet. We know the hacks now, but you can't fix a thing without knowing how bad it is. Will you just fix a thing without knowing how to, like if there is an issue which exists or not? And this is where next section I'll be talking very quickly about. You remember it's a master class. Master class never ends in 15 minutes. Remember that. Okay? So that's where I'm gonna quickly talk about the optimization cycle workflow, and I will cover, in this section I will cover about the tools which are available today and what value in which step they hold. So this is the loop that actually you can, isko ratta maar lo, this is how important it is. And there are 3 steps basically for you to figure out your website issues, fix them, and keep monitoring them. So number 1 in that is evaluating the website health and then identifying the pain points. Today, as a website owner, there could be a chance that you're not even aware how good or bad it is for your users, right? This is where number 1 step is combination of using Crux dashboard, using Search Console, and page speed insights. I'll deep dive slightly into each of these things, but using Crux dashboard is the first thing that you should do. Now what it does, so there is a database called Crux database. Crux is Chrome user experience data that Chrome captures from the people who have opted in. So a lot of time you must have seen, do you want to help Chrome improve? You must have seen those kind of opt-in functionalities. Some of you don't opt in, some of you do, right? And this is how some of this data is actually captured and made publicly available for you to figure out how your website is doing at a domain level, how some of your competitor websites are doing at the domain level, and so on. So it's a public database in summary. You can go to gees.co/Chrome UX-. If I would have used my own laptop, I would have showed you a pre-cooked demo, but in the interest of time, I'm not gonna do that. But you can very well go and create one for your website. So what happens in this dashboard, it comprises of multiple tabs. It tells you how your domain looks like, or in the sense with respect to the core vital numbers, how your website at a domain level is doing. And it shows you the patterns and trends as well. So it has data from past 6-7 months. It shows you bifurcation based on date range, based on month. It gives you trends. It tells you what metric, how it looks like, and stuff like that. So first step is understand if at the domain level you are doing good or not. Because you could be having millions of pages, right? And as a whole, how your website is doing, only Crux will tell you, give you a good picture. Then once you know that, okay, your website is probably not doing that good, it's probably not qualifying for all the core web vitals, you can then go to the search console. So unlike Crux, this is a very private tool. In the sense, you can access it only if you are a website owner, or if you explicitly have given somebody the right to access it, right? It's not publicly available. So what Crux was doing, it was giving you the data for only the opted-in users, and that too for the entire domain, not page-wise. When you come to the search console, it's actually the Bible for your entire website. It tells you how exactly your pages are doing. And this is where it will group the good performing URLs, the okay performing URLs, and poor performing URLs into categories. So as a developer, now you would actually have an idea, what are the types of pages in my website which are actually doing good and which needs attention. So you've gone a step further. Now you have categorized those pages, because most often, for example, if there is a website which uses a lot of templates for creating same web pages, similar web pages, just by fixing that template, you could be fixing millions of your URLs. Right? If you're a blogging site, for example, you use the same template. The template itself is buggy, then it's impacting the millions of URLs that you've created. So this categorization will help you in that. Now that you have gone into the categorization and you identify, okay, I need to fix these, you pick up a URL from there and go to Page Speed Insights tool, which is a browser-based, like it's available at a URL. You go there, put in that URL there, and observe how the website or the URL is doing at the lab data level and at the RUM data level. Two new words maybe. So lab is synthetic, in the sense something which you can run and mock, which is where Lighthouse comes into the picture. So PSI actually gives you combination of Crux and Lighthouse. So the Lighthouse score that you get here is an actual score that the website got when it was run at the time you put the URL and pressed go, of course. But the first data, which is the field data, it's from the real users. So imagine why the real user part is so important here. There are many instances where you might have built a performant website. You are getting a score of 85, 90 on Lighthouse, but it would not reflect the same way in the field. And the reason for that could be Lighthouse, as I said, it's synthetic, it's mocked. So it's using slow 4G as the network type and 2 GB RAM phone, which is a medium-sized phone, as its device. But your users could be coming from tier 3, tier 4 cities as well. Your users could actually be coming on very slow phones over very slow networks. And that's where getting a good idea about which are your user types and how they're experiencing your website is super important for you to fix it and not just be happy about fixing it in lab. So this tool helps you give the idea about both. And it's probably the only tool which gives you data about URL level, at URL level in the real world, I mean, in the RUM part of it, real user monitoring part. Cool, this was the first step. You have identified, you have narrowed it down, and then you have figured out the specific issues, possibly. Now to go dig deeper, like for digging deeper into the issues, there's a step B, and these are the tools that we have for that. Number one is Lighthouse and Web Vitals extension. And then once you figure the, low-hanging fruits by the recommendations that these give you, then you go deeper by using Chrome DevTools. So go in the exact same step-by-step approach I'm telling. Often, I'm reiterating this because oftentimes people have told me we sometimes get confused by having so many tools. The point is, these are there, or these coexist for a reason, because they're all doing some independent, different kind of job, and this work cycle can really help you optimize it properly. So speaking of Lighthouse, there are multiple ways you can actually run a Lighthouse report. Number one, and probably the most used one, is used within the DevTools. So there is a tab in DevTools, Chrome DevTools, which lets you run a Lighthouse report for this thing. There are multiple factors which could be impacting your score, including some of the tabs, some of the extensions which are installed, and stuff like that. But other way is by using web.dev slash, I'm forgetting the name, but yeah, there's a way to run it on the web.dev as well. Okay, but possibly if you're reusing it like a lot many times, you could have a server which could not be running anything else, and then just install Lighthouse there, run some automated scripts as well. You can do all those things. The number 2 is the Web Vitals extension. So this is for people who are not, say, who don't want to invest too much time into figuring out how the website is doing, want to run a Lighthouse report whatsoever. So there is an extension which calculates the score as soon as you load it. It also has an option to compare it with the RUM data for that particular URL. The only thing with Crux and the RUM data which is available to you by default is the page for which the data you are trying to figure out, it should have enough traffic on it. I don't know the threshold, but I mean, if it has enough traffic on it, then only you will get those data. The last step in this is Chrome Dev Tools, which is like digging deeper into some of the complexities. As developers, I would highly recommend that you get a knack of it if you really want to focus on performance. There are so many features that you can use from the Chrome Dev Tools. For example, you could run a profiler. You could figure out how much of the JavaScript or the CSS and stuff like that is actually used, or how much of it is unused, and you're still loading it. The problem with these render blocking resources is, it's not only the download which is heavy, the evaluation part of it, the rendering part of it, it blocks everything. So you have to be really cautious, and this is where you can get a lot of insights from the Chrome Dev Tools. Cool. So now that you fix the performance by figuring these things out, you must be thinking the job is done. And this is where a lot of people go wrong, because the regression is real. So many times as a company, you put up a sprint, say work on the performance fixing part of it 1 or 2 months, and then they just continue with your normal development. This is where the challenge comes. If you're not using or doing the continuous like monitoring and integration into the workflow, you will definitely see performance numbers going down again, and then you again going through the same cycle. So for that, you can use some of these tools which are there, like say you have Crux data on BigQuery, you have Crux API, you have PSI API. So APIs are there so that you can leverage these and like build some dashboards internally or some triggers which could possibly alert you as soon as the website has regressed. And this could be because of any kind of marketing thing that some marketer has done, or maybe you rolled out a feature and suddenly that regressed in the wild, right? For example, I integrated a button. I moved it from here to here. But because of that, maybe the JavaScript loading part has changed and the performance is going down. So this will help you understand that. There is a Lighthouse CI tool available as well. A lot of times, I'm sure if you have worked enough in the industry, you would know that in the continuous integration, we can fail the test as well. Not everything that you push actually goes to the production. So if the quality is not met, it fails. That's where you can even include something like a Lighthouse CI into that pipeline, so that it fails if the implementation is bad at that point of time. So even before you roll it out in the production, you already know the issue. So this is a summary of the whole thing that I just talked about. Unfortunately, that link is hidden because of that overlay. But there is an article on web.dev written by my colleagues who talks about these things slightly more in detail in this workflow. So you can definitely go and check that out. And just as a summary, you can see these are the tools, and they capture like on the real field or the lab data. As I mentioned earlier, PageSpeed Insights is the only tool which has both field data and the lab data. Okay. Now, these were the tools which you probably would have seen. Before I close down, just wanted to give you some very cool new bonus tools that we have in-house for some of you. Number one in that is Lighthouse user flows. Lighthouse used to, or like still today, only gives you a snapshot of the performance on the first load. So when the page first time loads, how good or bad it is, it gives you the glance of that. But page, like websites, is more than that, right? Users could actually be using or clicking on or interacting with the website in different ways. And what if you want to understand how your website performance is when the user is actually using it? This is where you can use Lighthouse user flows. You can use a scripting mechanism like, say, Puppeteer, and then mock run these Lighthouse on different instances or on different interactions. This will give you a better idea about the entire life cycle of the page as well. The second is a performance insights panel. It's integrated into the dev tools now. A lot of developers have okay, cool, nice. A lot of developers have actually complained that times the dev tools can be too daunting for them to understand and dig through. Even there are people in the team, like say, who might not be working at the developer level, but they do guide you that this is our priority or whatsoever. So for those people also, using a performance insights panel is slightly more easier than digging deeper through the lighthouse. So that's where it's certainly useful. Any one of you in the crowd who have actually used any of these tools? Like the bonus ones, the earlier ones I know, the two that I talked about. You have used it? You used some of them. Very nice, very nice. You can get the swag from Nikita. Okay, and the last one here is the recorder panel. So what this does is, it works pretty much similar to the Lighthouse user flows I talked about, and it's part of the DevTools. The key difference here is, that is a API which is available, so you can put it as part of the scripting and run it in an automated way. This is triggered manually, and you can do it for just the interactions that you're interested in. So this results into shareable, recorded interactions, which you can then actually pass it on to your team members and do so. Who is using radio here? Okay. And so this is like, you have fixed the performance, but as a web developer, won't take much time, but as a web developer, sometimes I've seen people cribbing about, hey, native applications can do so many things, web can't. And this is where you'll be glad to know that over the recent years, there is a dedicated effort called Project Fugu, which is trying to minimize that gap. And today, there are many functionalities which the web can also do. A simplest example of that is, earlier, automatic reading of OTP was only possible in native, not on web. But today it is possible. A lot of you are nodding the hats. You must have experienced it, or you must have built it. So those kind of capabilities which were missing from web earlier are now in web, and it's continuously growing. So if you know of some features which you would want to see in the web, one of them being not losing this, but if you would want to see, I'll definitely recommend you that you go there, like raise a request in the Chromium, ask the team to work on it. Any cool feature that you've seen is available on web, which you're really proud of now, which was missing earlier? Yes, please. Web GPU, perfect. So it makes the website loading and everything pretty fast because it's at the GPU level. Thank you so much. Again, for the swag, Nikita's here. Yeah. Right, right. Perfect. So these are some of the like developer geeky type of examples. I was looking more from user perspective. Which tells you what? Sorry, your style is wrong. My presentation style is wrong? Styling mistakes are there. Okay. One mistake there. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. You can also get a share from her. Bottom line being, there are sorry, couldn't see. Web payments, okay. That's also a cool feature, but I mean, payments is a separate workflow altogether. But yeah, as you would see, there are so many things like, say, even, for example, did any one of you think about Photoshop actually working as a web application, say 5 years back? You imagine? Wow, you guys are like... Sorry? Crackle. Perfect. So WebAssembly, just for everyone's information, it's one of the again languages which works at the machine level. It makes the compiling and running pretty fast. Again, the screen is gone. You're not letting me move and finish the talk. Cool. Before it goes away. So many features coming. Excited? Excited, right? Yahan pe chalega. Excited, right?
मेरा joke. Thank you guys. That's my talk. Thank you so much. I know because of the technical glitches, my talk went slightly longer. I would have loved to open this space for Q&A. But again, reminding, I'll be there in the Perf Clinic. If you want to ask any questions, you want to get site audited, I'll be accompanied by Rashmi and Priya. So please do come visit us. And if you want to connect with me, you can somehow scan this. I was not able to scan Nikita's barcode for some reason. But yeah, my handle is I am Saurav Rajpal. Not too proudly that I am Saurav Rajpal, but I couldn't get the Saurav Rajpal handle. That's the only reason. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saurav. It was indeed a wonderful, informative session. So now, moving forward to the next session, all we need to do is go with the flow. So let's go reactive with Kotlin Flow and welcome on stage our very own Globers.
He is a people person, a gamer by heart, a coder by hobby, who has put his hands into coding when he was just 14 years old, who loves reading books and is an active contributor to the open source.
And she is an artist, an excellent painting and sketching skills, and puts her creative and innovative thoughts into all her problem-solving techniques. And she holds her expertise in Android development. So let's welcome Visesh Jindal and Bhagyashri Patil.
Hello. Yeah.
All right, guys, can we have please a huge round of applause for host? Thank you so much.
I am Vishesh Jindal.
And I am Bhagyashri Patil.
And we provide complex problem to simple solutions. Right?
Yep, yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Okay, today we are going to talk about reactive. Today we are going to talk about reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Before to that, we would like to ask how many of you from Android background? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, okay.
What about Web UI? That's great. What about Android? Cool. So we have got
enough diverse
yes,
audience
exactly.
today, right?
Yep.
Okay. So to start, nowadays programming is more about how the style of programming, like how you process your data, how you do asynchronous programming, and that is where reactive programming come into picture. Today we are going to talk about some essentials so that you can start with reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. We are going to talk about why, how, and what of reactive programming using Kotlin Flow. Okay. Somebody during my dry runs told me putting a quote in your presentation will make a good impression. So here is one. And no other than Steve Jobs. Simple things are often harder because you have to work hard to make your thinking clean to get simple things done. But at the end, it's worth because now you can move mountains. We often are scared of multi-threading implementations because the implementation is too hard to do. But reactive programming come into picture to simplify all of that. Reactive programming is more concerned about data streams and propagation of changes.
All right. So let's start with some background of it, okay? Before we jump into directly to the problem statement, what does problem we have with the multi-threading as well as the sequential callback? Now, I want you guys to think about our regular life, okay? And can anybody please tell me that how many times do you manage multitasking in our daily life? Most of the time, right? Yep. So at this point, I want you guys to think about one example, that is driving. Consider that when you're driving on your vehicle, okay, you are basically switching your focus from one thing to another one very speedily, correct? When you're driving, you need to take care of the speed limit, you need to take care of the roads. If you want to take a turn, then you need to pay attention to that as well, right? And that's how you manage multiple things quickly, correct? Similarly, what happens is that when you use your smartphone, you might have seen that you can actually open multiple applications in the background, correct? How many of you have used the, the YouTube's premium feature, that is picture-in-picture mode? How many of you have used it? So what happens with that mode is you can actually watch a video, okay, while chatting with someone or maybe using any other application, right? So similarly, can you think that how it is all happening in the background? Do you know? Now, I'll tell you that when all these things are actually working because multiple threads are associated with it in the background, okay? And those are running concurrently. Now, let's talk about it in more detailed way, okay? When you create a new thread, okay, what CPU does is CPU creates its native kernel thread, correct? How many of you know kernel threads? Okay, great. So basically, when you create new threads and those are running parallelly with your main thread, CPU creates its native kernel thread. Now think about the smaller applications on your OS. It might not create an issue, okay? But now let's think about the larger applications and the heavy applications where you need to deal with the multiple threads or heavy applications. At that point, your CPU or your processor cannot execute or cannot have to scale everything, okay? Because you know that your processor has very limited capacity to scale it, correct? So this is our major issue which I want to address here, that creating threads are very expensive, isn't it?
Right.
Yep. Now, let's think about what is the another issue which we have with the threads. Okay. Now, you must be thinking that what is the problem we have with the sequential code execution. When you write a code in a sequential manner, okay, what happens is that this will form a structure like this. Do you know what this image is about? Right. Exactly. This is the famous callback hell, correct? So when you write a code like sequential manner, it will form the structure of pyramid. And it becomes very difficult to debug, and even the readability of your code becomes very complex, correct? Right. So this is the second major issue which I want to address here, that with the sequential code, again we have the issues, correct? Just to summarize everything, so far we have talked about two major issues. First one is creating threads are very expensive, and second one is callback hell, correct? Now, you must be wondering that we can use thread pooling, isn't it? How many of you are thinking like that?
And are you aware about thread pooling?
Yep.
Yes, no?
Nobody?
No. No worries.
Okay. But I'll tell you that with thread pooling, what problem we have is you cannot easily switch between the threads. So context switching is very difficult when it comes to the thread pooling. Okay, that's why we need some concrete solution to overcome this issue. And that's where reactive programming comes into the picture.
You guys with us? Yeah?
Okay.
Enough of the problems. Let's talk about solution now.
Exactly. Okay. So moving on to this, now, can you please see this image and what do you think about this? What is she doing?
Right, she is hungry.
Yep.
And she is angry as well.
Yep. She seems to be very angry while shopping grocery items from that, right? So most of you can relate to this scenario. In the past, what we used to do is whenever we want to, whenever our friends used to plan a trip on weekends and we had to go to grocery store, because of that, we used to say no to those weekends, right? Most of you might have observed or might have gone through this situation, correct? But nowadays, guys, is this situation really same? What we do nowadays? Exactly, that's true. We all have a smartphone, right? Whatever we need is, we just open our smartphone, we just got to any grocery delivery application, we subscribe the items and we subscribe the frequency of frequently needed items, and that's it. We ordered everything from our smartphone, right? So they will deliver you exactly whatever you needed, and at the point, basically they will deliver within your chosen hours as well, correct? So you don't even go to the grocery store, you don't even need to dress up as well, and at the same time, you don't even need to check whether the shop is open or not. That's correct? This is how reactive way of working is, basically. You just need to subscribe and that's it. The data will comes to you automatically.
And that's why we love reactive way of working, right? And same, if we map it to the digital world, in technical terms, reactive programming is click events on steroids. Okay, why would I say that? Because we observe to the click events and we do our side effects. Okay, the one good example will be Twitter feed. Okay, you must be observing to your Twitter feed and reacting it accordingly. Same goes with Brahmastra, right? The movie flop due to your reactions. Okay, reactive programming is more concerned about data streams. So what are data streams? Data streams are asynchronous events ordered in time. And what could be an event? Event could be of three types: data, an error, or completion signal. Okay, and what could be a data stream? Any examples? Like click events?
Yeah, that's
API,
written over there.
API. What do you think? Change in variable could be a data stream. Is it? Yes or no? Yeah, you are right. Anything which could change or happen is a data stream. Right, that's right. Okay. Now we know enough of data streams. There are two types of data streams: hot data streams and cold data streams. We can identify and recognize those using three major pointers. First one is where the data is being produced. And the second one is how many observers can listen to them at the same time. And the third one is laziness. Coming back to the cold stream only produces data inside of a stream. On the other hand, hot data stream produces data outside of the stream. So the data can exist without a stream.
Yep. So do you mean that hot data stream doesn't need an observer to observe it?
Correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Coming to the observability. Okay. To the cold data streams, only one observer can observe to them at one time. Does it mean we can't attach any more observer? Is it? We can. But it is always a new instance you are listening to. In terms of hot data streams, same stream can be observed by multiple observers at the same time. Okay. Coming back to the third point, last one, the laziness, my favorite one because I'm lazy. So, cold streams are by default lazy in nature. They only execute code when you attach an observer to them. Whole data streams doesn't care whether somebody is listening to them or not. They execute their code and they keep on producing data until it finishes.
Okay, enough of reactive programming. We have discussed what is reactive programming, what are the data streams, what are the types of data stream, isn't it? Now, let's talk about what is the solution provided by Kotlin, okay, which is nothing but flow. So, basically in Kotlin, for asynchronous programming, we use coroutines, okay, and flows are built on top of that. Now, let's look at the internals of it. So these are the important entities which are involved behind the flow, okay. So as the name suggests, producer keep on producing the data while your consumer consumes the data stream produced by your producer, okay.
As simple as that, huh?
Yep. Yes. These are the two main important entities are involved basically. Now let's start with some background of it, what I just mentioned about the coroutines, okay? As I said, flows are built on top of coroutine. Even we don't need to add explicitly the dependency for that because it is built inside the coroutine. So now let's talk about the coroutines, okay? In coroutines, we use suspend function, okay? And what is the use of suspend function, or what it does is, the code which you write inside suspend function could be blocking one. What do you mean by blocking? It can be resumed and paused or at some point, basically. So now let's try to understand this with the help of this example. So as you can see that this do something function is marked as a suspend one, okay? And it is computing some data, wherein from main function we...
Sorry.
Okay. So from main function, basically we are calling that do something function to print the result from that. Now.
Meanwhile, the slides come back. Anybody has
Okay.
question on coroutines or, yeah.
In reactive JavaScript for a hot category, we call them subject, and hot we call them observable, and that cold we call them, which can have multiple subscriber, we call them subjects. So do we have any such words here?
We don't, in Flow we don't, but RX Java has those. That has publishers, okay, and observers. Anything around Kotlin? Yeah, sure.
We have used in projects like RX Kotlin and RX Java. So does Kotlin Flow now replaces it?
Exactly, that's why we are here. Because RX Java has too many operators and you need to remember behavior of each one of them. Flow simplifies that. You only have few operators and you need to use 3 to 4 operators and combine and you'll get all of those things.
Yeah.
And these are natively supported by Kotlin. So you get the native support and you don't have to depend on any third-party library like RX Java also.
Yes, we'll come to that part later. Later this. Okay, we were discussing about this do something function which is marked as a suspend one, and as I said that from main we are just calling that and we are just printing the result. So now let's try to understand this, what is the function of it. Basically when we call it from main, it will execute all the things from your do something and it will return the response in one shot, okay?
Means at once.
Yes. So, but what if you want to return the response or multiple response, basically asynchronously computed values that you cannot do with the suspend function, and that is the problem which we have with suspend function, and that's where flow comes into the picture, okay? But some of you must be thinking that why can't just we use channels, okay? So now...
Before to that, anyone knows what is channels? If not, those are just pipelines, okay? And they keep on producing data. They don't matter whether somebody is listening to them or not. What we call them then? What type of stream are these? Hot streams,
Hot
correct.
stream, yep. Yeah, so as I mentioned that channels are strictly hot data stream, okay? So what does that mean exactly? It will keep on producing the data and whether it is being collected or not, okay? So it might lead to the wastage of resources sometimes. So that's why we cannot go ahead with the channels. Now let's talk about the solution that is for flow.
Okay, so channels are hot in nature, but flow are strictly cold in nature, okay? They only start emitting data when somebody is listening to them. I have already repeated it 5 times, right? So let's look at the code, okay? If we observe this animation, the first event is collect, okay? We have 2 functions, do something, that is having a flow builder, emitting data one by one, and we have main function which is observing to it, and we have a collect function here, okay? First, this collect will get executed, only then the code you have written inside your do something will get executed. And that's why it is going like collect first, then computing A, emitting it, observing it, then B, and then C. Bhageshri, would you like to go in depth and want to show them the internals of flow?
Of course. So now let's talk about that, how it happens internally. Okay, if you will open the code for flow, then you will find that there are just two functions and it is work like this. Basically, if you will open that emit and collect function, you will observe that there are two functional interfaces. First one is for flow, and which has one suspend function that is for collect, which is for collecting the result, and second functional interface which is for the flow collector, that will again have another suspend function for emitting the results. Okay, now I want you guys to show you the previous example, and I want you to see this, where what we were doing over here is that in do something function we have used one flow builder to emit the data, and from main we are just calling that in the coroutine scope.
Can we have your attention, please? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what happens when we call collect function from your main function? The control goes back from left hand side to right hand side, that is the lambda written for do something function. It will check whether the data is being emitted or not, or if there is emit written or not. It will produce the data and it will again goes back to your main function to print the result. Now, once it prints the result, the control again goes back to your lambda written inside the do something function. It will again check. This process will keep on repeating until it exhausts all the emit function written inside do something function. Okay, and once it exhausts all the emits written inside it, the control again goes back to your main function. That's how flow internally works.
Okay, enough of the theory. Let's see how we can use those. Okay, here we are having an application which is loading news. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm having a flow builder wherein I'm fetching all the news at once from my repository. Okay, but all the data I'm receiving at once. To convert it into a data stream, what I'm doing is I'm iterating on each and emitting them one by one by putting a delay. Okay, now this is the flow we get. If you want that your flow will get executed on a background thread, what you will do? You will use this operator flow on, and you can use this dispatcher.io. So this will get executed on the IO thread. Okay, so whatever you write before to it will get executed on that thread, which we mentioned here in dispatcher. Okay, now on each I'm transforming my data to the UI state. Okay, now I have one more dispatcher. I don't want that it will go to IO thread. It will go to some default thread where the CPU uses is less. So I'm using one more dispatcher, dispatcher.default. So it will only execute this part of code on dispatcher.default. Okay, if you want to signal something to your user that, okay, the data stream is completed, you can use this operator on completion. If it is failed due to some reason, you can use this failure. You have catch method as well, where you can handle all the errors. Cool. Let's say if we don't want to use cold data streams, and as I said, flow are strictly cold, then what you can do? We have two more flow. One is state flow, and other one is shared flow. The state flow, what it does, it stores the state of your stream. Whatever data is being emitted up till now is being stored. Okay, I am converting my flow to a state flow by using this operator state in. It takes three parameters. First one is scope, second one is started, and third one is initial value. Scope is there to provide structured concurrency. What does it mean? So whenever your scope get cancelled, your flow should get cancelled. Okay, so here I am having view model scope. That is from the context of Android. But if you are not using it in Android, if you are using it somewhere else, you can have global scope, or you can have your own custom scope as well. Okay, second one is very important one, started. How it is overcoming whatever was the disadvantage with horde data streams. So the disadvantage was, anybody? What was the disadvantage with horde data streams? Any guesses? No. Sorry? yes, you lose the data or the wastage of resources because it's keep on emitting the data. Okay? So here we have 3 ways to handle it. Eagerly start emitting data or executing your code as soon as it can. Okay? We have 2 more. One is lazily, which will only start when the first observer will get attached to it. So, but it will keep on emitting data until it exhausts all the data, and no matter if your operators or observers get detached. The third one, which is the most important and the recommended one, is while subscribed. So what while subscribed does is, it only starts emitting data when the first observer get attached to it, okay? And it stops emitting data when the last observer get detached from it, okay? Making sense? Yeah, thank you. Okay, the third one is initial value. As is hold value of your stream, you have to provide it some initial value, so that if your code execution doesn't start, as soon as your first observer attached to it, it will receive some initial value. So that initial value is this, which you provide. Okay?
Yes. So state flow always need initial values, right?
Right, always. Now the shade flow. Why we need shade flow? We have covered cold and hot both. What if you want to use hot data stream, but you don't want to store any state? You want whatever be the current state should get executed and being observed. So the initial 2 parameters are same, but the third one is important one here, replay. As soon as a new observer get attached to it, if you want that your last 2 events get being emitted by your flow, then you can use replay 2. By default, the value is 0. What does it mean? Let's say I'm the first observer getting attached to it. So I will receive events from the start. If Bhagyashri is the second one, she won't receive any event because she came after me. Okay, she will receive events after she get attached to it. So if you mention replay, she will also receive last 2 events, 3 events, and you can mention n number of values.
Yeah, and you must be wondering that if state flow and shed flow both are works basically on the hot data stream, then with this example in fetch news, how to decide that when to use what? How many of you are thinking like this? Are you with us? Okay, so let me tell you that let's suppose, consider this the same example, fetch news, and when you want to update the data on your UI, you can always go ahead with the state flow, okay? And in your news application, there might be, you might have the different tabs, for example, entertainment and your maybe politics, etc. So you want to refresh the data periodically. In that scenario, you can just send a tick, and for sending that tick, which is being observed by multiple tabs, you can go ahead with the shared flow. Okay, make sense?
Yeah. Okay, we are avoiding RX Java till now, and why is that? That's the answer to your question. We are avoiding it just because it has too many operators to remember. You have subscribe on, you have observe on, you need to decide when to use subscribe on, because subscribe on will define how your downstream will work, and observe on will define how your upstream will work. That is already been simplified by flow on. You can just simply use flow on, and your downstream will always move to that thread. If you look here, start with, delay, these are all simplified with on, start, on, each, catch, and flow. That's it.
Okay, alright guys, enough of flow. Now let's jump to our favorite topic, which is for testing, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so when testing flow, or while testing flow, basically the scope has been divided into 2 parts. In the first scope, you can test the modules, those are exposing the flow, wherein you can, in another scope, you can test the module, those are observing the flow, okay? Now let's see one by one. In the first scope, basically wherein you need to test the modules that are observing the flow, what you need to do is, you need to create your fake repository, which will provide the mock data to your unit under test, and you can basically assert or verify based on that mock data, whether the flow has been collected properly or not. Okay. Now in the second scope, what happens is you don't need to create a fake repository, but what you can do is you can create a fake data sources, which will provide a finite number of data, and you can verify and you can, assert the conditions based on that finite number of, mock data, basically.
Right.
And if you are not satisfied with the existing functionality from Flow, then you can always go ahead with the third-party libraries. So the most recommended one, which is for testing flows, is Turbine. So you can go ahead with that as well.
Okay. So just to summarize and to put our point forward, what is the benefit of using Flow? It is user-friendly because you don't have to remember so many of the operators. It is by default reactive and declarative in nature. What about Android folks? How we already have live data, isn't it? Why would we need Flow then? Live data is lifecycle aware, but Flow is not. We can make our Flow lifecycle aware by using repeat on lifecycle. What's the problem with live data is, live data will waste your resources when you move your app into background. They doesn't care. They will keep on emitting data because the life cycle is there still, okay? But in case of Flow, if you use repeat on life cycle, it will only resume the data back when your app comes into front end.
Yes, and if you want to develop an application basically which works on multiple platform, and that means cross-platform, then you can always use Flow. There is no any such limitations. You can always use it inside developing the Kotlin Flow, Kotlin multi-platform development. And another thing is flows are customizable, so you can always extend the behavior of Flow whenever needed. Okay, so hopefully.
If you are wondering what is Kotlin multi-platform,
Yeah.
we have a talk at the end of this event from Pamela Hill.
Yes.
Okay, please attend that. Yeah. Any questions?
Okay, hopefully
Yeah,
we
sure.
convinced.
Right. Yeah, threads are expensive to create. Yeah. Coroutine. These are built on top of coroutines, and coroutines in background use thread pool. That's a fixed set of threads they are having. They are not creating threads every time. I don't know. If I must be in JetBrains, I must be knowing it. But thank you for your question. I will definitely look into it. Having multiple things. Yeah. That's great. Any more questions? Yeah.
Does Android Studio provide a tool to transfer from RX Java to Kotlin Flow?
No.
Nope.
And that could be a very good use case for a third-party library to convert your RX Java into a Flow. I will think of that creating one. Thank you for the idea.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so reactive pattern is more about observation. You don't have to go and check whether the data is available or not. You are just observing, waiting for the data. If it is there, it will come to you and you can react accordingly. That's how reactive is.
It's audible? Okay. What is the difference between iterator pattern and reactive programming? Both, when in reactive programming, when the functions emit the data, we'll get the data. Even in iterator pattern, when the yield we get the data.
Okay, I might not be getting the question. Yeah, that's why I told. Reactive is you are observing. It is an observer pattern. You will get the data when it will be there. It will be produced. You don't have to put your callbacks over there. Okay? You just need to listen from your side.
Will it increase the performance or reduce the performance because it's waiting for something? Whereas in asynchronous programming.
Yes, definitely. That's the good question. Okay, so in case of reactive programming, you have to very much aware about when you have to stop listening to that observer. Okay? So in case of flow, we are using structured concurrency. Okay? We are providing scope to it. As soon as your scope will get cancelled, it will stop listening to it. So it is taking care of that. But that's the caveat with reactive programming. Okay? So we are opening up a path, we have to close it. Anyone else? Okay, I think we have this much time only. We are available offline. Please connect with us.
That's it from our end.
Yeah, and please ask as many as questions you can.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thanks again.
Guys, thank you Vishesh and Bhageshri for such an informative talk. And one more announcement, has anyone seen an other caller mic like this? You have? Okay.
So now it's once again time to look at the leaderboard, and I see there has been a slight change, but the top three are still the same. So guys, at fifth position, come on. You need to be up. Because there is some surprises waiting for you all.
Yes. The leaders of this leaderboard will get some surprises.
Now, let's take a pause on this knowledge ride and be back in 10 minutes after a short tea break. And guys, be sure to be back here in 10 minutes because we have a lot of things waiting for you at the other end.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Everyone, welcome back to UINXT 2022. Can you listen to me? Okay.
Wait, Sanya. Let me drive this.
You all ready for another exciting segment with the great tech talks? I can't hear you. Okay. So this will definitely add some muscat to your tea break. Well, I'm not sure what goes well with the coffee.
So today we have with us one of our community partners, JS Meetup.
So he's a JavaScript and web standard evangelist, computer science engineer who is passionate about web technology, open source software and software development.
He is an author and has been a speaker at national and international conferences and has been recognized as a web community leader by Microsoft, Google and Hawaii.
He is a co-founder of JS Meetup, which grew from 10 to currently 10,000 members. And he is also an engineering director at Dell Technologies.
So please put your hands together for Mr. Janardhan Reveru.
Over to you, Hey folks. Good afternoon everyone. Hey, nice. Though I'm very far, I'm in Bangalore, I'm able to see the energy. I attended a couple of sessions, including Rajpal's. I think it was quite interesting. Let's spend next couple of minutes understanding. I wanted to give a brief about JavaScript meetup and how you people can be part of it and also get benefited. Let me start sharing my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Okay. Yeah. Hope you're able to see the first slide. Okay. So yeah, I'm Janardhan. I think the brief about me already mentioned. So I'm co-founder of JavaScript Meetup, as well as I'm founder of Humans of Design. That is a user experience community. So next 12 minutes I'll spend talking about what is the JavaScript Meetup and how can you get benefited, what are the activities that we do. And I'm also reaching out particularly to this audience with a clear intent. Hope we can collaborate further and then do something bigger going forward. I will be open for any questions at the end, and also I'll share some of the contacts. So web technologies, web technologies, something interesting. I passed out my engineering computer science in 1996, and I joined a company working for the web related technologies way back in 96. And 98 is when I started working on really the browser based technology JavaScript. First 15 years of my experience in development, I thought browser compatibility was by far the biggest problem we were supposed to handle. Then came jQuery. It at least helped us bring in, every developer need not worry about the browser incompatibilities. It used to help a lot. And then I always thought once the browsers are all complying to web standards, the life is going to be much better, and then there will be no other problem for any web developer. It was just like, what Mahatma Gandhi and Nehru would have thought. Once we get independence, we are on our own and all problems are solved in India. But it is just the beginning, right? So I could see many of things. There are many frameworks that all of you are familiar with. they always promise that, once you adopt it, it's so simple, it's a cakewalk. But the real world scenarios are slightly different. You always have a number of challenges only increasing. You may write less code, but you have to debug a lot more code. So this all needs web developers to be always staying current, and also the real world applications are more complex than the hello
can you
world
all
programs
please
that
keep
we
quiet?
see in documentation.
I think we cannot listen in. Please maintain some silence. Thank you.
Yeah, am I audible? Is there any disturbance?
Yeah, you are. Yes.
Yeah, as a community, these are all the activities we do. Sharing and networking is one of the key thing. We conduct a lot of meetups. When we were before pandemic and post pandemic, we restarted our monthly meetup in person on-prem. We work with the corporates. They give us space, and the way you people are seated and doing. Similarly, we do in office sessions. We did a lot of online sessions. We did around 60 to 70 meetups so far since the time we started. We encourage people to do open source contributions. We have a lot of people not only code, but also bloggers and writers who also share with us the links and then share it with community. During pandemic, there are a couple of people who are impacted due to job loss, and as a community, we help people. There are a lot of job postings and also people who are looking for career advice. Sunny Puri and others conducted some of the sessions to help people with soft skills and technical interviews. Similarly, we also build a community leaders. One thing I'm proud of about this community is, though I started this community way back in 2015 December, the number of leaders and volunteers that we have are completely homegrown, which means that they saw the benefit of it and then they become volunteers and then they also became leaders. Some of the people I can think of are Sunny Puri is one of the person who gave a talk very early in this meetup, and then he started his own. He is one of the greatest leaders I have seen who emerged. He got single-handedly almost 2,000 members join our community in a span of 6 months. So that is a kind of impact some people have created in this group. We are around 12,000 members, web developers across developers and members across various platforms. Meetup alone, we are around close to 10,000. Maybe we are 40 short of 10,000. LinkedIn, definitely a lot of people who search for jobs or seek companies who look for good, bright developers. They reach out on LinkedIn. Discord we have, that is yet another active forum, and YouTube where we conduct some online sessions and also stream. Community activities that we do, beginners can get help from practitioner. Our WhatsApp group that we have is always a lot of queries, mostly technical queries, zero jokes or zero forward, or zero memes on the non-technical part. You can get help on the technical problems. Our Discord is for that one. A lot of interns and people who are seeking job reach out to our channels in our groups. We also build skills to crack interviews and blog reach. There are many bloggers. If you see, there's a lot of tribal knowledge in web development. You embrace a new technology. Let's say you are looking for module related things, what you're doing, and then you suddenly hit a problem that is something where it's not documented. You definitely reach out in this community, and then there are practical tips that people can provide because they would have already hit it. Events like this, my time is mostly going more than organizing events, collaborating and doing partnership. I want to thank Pragati for reaching out, for giving me this opportunity. Similarly, we have a lot of events that happen and we also collaborate. What is the purpose that I am looking for? One is, we have been very predominantly, though our meetup is in 13 cities across the world. If you take in-person meetups, we were very much confined to Bangalore. If anybody in this team who is right now in this forum want to expand and be a volunteer from Pune, there is a lot of scope for us to do events in Pune, both online as well as in person. We can collaborate, even if you don't have any skills. If you have willingness to participate in a community, we have enough leaders. We can groom you, and then we can enable you for conducting meetups and be a community leader. Want to also start smaller groups. User experience, if you see, is very vital. In addition to performance, security, there are many other things that web developers would need that would make a difference in their career and matching their interests. So UX and AML are two other fields we are looking for to expand. These are all the volunteers, though they are just a fraction of the overall community. Each one of them makes a huge impact. They are all volunteers completely out of their passion and serving the community. That's what we are. Thank you. That was a brief one. Any questions, or if you want to contact me for further, please reach out.
Thank you so much, Mr. Janardhan. That was really enlightening. So all the technoholics present here, are you all having a techno blast today? Great. So don't forget to keep our hashtag UINXT 2022 trending on all the social media websites. Okay? So moving on. Harsha, where are you? We have a segment to host. Come quickly.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, guys. These AR and VR filters are so addictive. I was just checking out the Mozilla Hub from our booth. So to come to think of it, we have come a long way from using internet information. So these days we have AR, VR, we have Web3 coming up, we have blockchains, crypto, everything.
Wait a minute. So you think Web3 and AR is the same thing?
Yes, Sanya, haven't you been keeping up? Let me tell you what Web3 is, okay?
Oh, let's hear it from her.
So Web3 is like when...
tell me.
You tell me if
Okay,
you know
okay,
it so
let
well.
me tell you. Okay, let me tell you. So basically, Web3 is...
Tell no. Now what happened? Huh?
Okay, wait. Let me call on someone who can explain this to 12-year-old child in you. So, put your hands together for another phenomenal personality who has definitely helped each and every one of us during
Yes, one.
During...
Little.
Okay. So, he has definitely helped each and... Great energy, guys. Great energy.
Yeah.
So, okay. Now, let me start again. He has definitely helped each and every one of us during... Alright, let's skip that part, okay? So,
He's helped more than 4 lakh students. Of course, you are one of the subscribers through his LinkedIn and YouTube accounts. He's famous for his...
Great. He is an engineer by profession but teacher at heart. And he was also awarded LinkedIn Top Voices 2021.
So please welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr.
Akshay
Saini.
Hello. Audible? Yep. So, first of all, thank you so much, all of you, for coming over here. Right? It's a weekend, right? And you have taken out time to come over here, right? You could have had other plans also. Weekend, nice weather. You could have gone to Lonavala with someone. But still you would have, or you could have gone to watch Brahmastra with someone. Sorry, I take that back. Like, don't go. So basically, like, thank you so much for coming. If you have come over here on a weekend, right, to attend this kind of a conference, then definitely there is something which connects us, right? And okay, yeah. JavaScript as well as UI, right? So I'm thankful that everybody of you have come over here. We don't even have like chairs for some people to sit, but then theek hai, okay, that's completely fine. I love that. Right? So thank you so much, first of all, for coming over here, and another a big thank you for all the UI Studio team and the team of UINXT who has organized this, right? Otherwise, nothing could have been possible. So a huge round of applause to all of them. For the organizers, right? So huge round of applause to all the organizers, right, who was organizing this event, and like it's completely an honor for me to be standing over here with prominent speakers, right, and talking to you. This is the first time I am visiting Pune, and thank you so much for sponsoring my trip. So, so thank you so much for organizing all this. Like, getting so much love is something which I never expected, but then thank you so much for this, right? So, to begin, right? So basically, right? So I just wanted to know that how many people are from Globant over here? Hey, can you raise your hand? Okay, so a lot of people are from outside also. Nice, yeah. And some people I just met that they have come outside from Pune as well, right? Amazing, right? So thank you so much for being over here. So I'll take just half an hour, okay? And I would be like talking about evolution of web and Web3. But then before that, I just wanted to begin with a story, right? So what happened was, there was a few years back, right? What happened, I was just a regular day at office, right? I was just there at my office. I was sitting on my workstation and I was working almost 11 o'clock in the morning, and my friend came running to me, okay? And he was like that, I have figured out a very good way of making money online, and I just hate my job, I'm quitting, right? So I was like, dude, what are you smoking? After literally 2 minutes, we had our stand-up, and he is talking that, okay, I have figured out a great way of making money. And you know, he came so excitedly running that his expressions were something like this, right? I mean, I have literally figured out a way to like make all the money in my life, and I don't want to do my job. And then like all the rants about work culture and this, that, I don't like pressure and all that, right? So then I asked what happened, right? Then he said that, okay, I have made a lot of money using cryptocurrencies, right? So he said that I invested a lot of money, and then we discussed a lot, right? And then before the stand-up, he told me, and then I was curious, what happened? How did he make so much money? And then he showed me also that, okay, he made a lot of money. So that was the point when I got to know about cryptocurrencies. And that is when I started reading more about it, right? How is he making so much money? And he showed me the numbers, and those numbers were really, even I got the thought that, okay, let me quit that job and do this full time, right? So that's how it began. And then I started studying about cryptocurrencies and how they are built. Then I studied blockchain. Then I thought that, okay, then I got introduced to Web3. So that's how my introduction to Web3 was. And something similar would have been yours, right? So then I got to know, okay, Web3 is something much more than cryptocurrencies or something, right? So that's when, right, I was thinking about a topic, and Pragati gave a nice suggestion to talk upon this, right? So otherwise I could have picked up any random JavaScript topic, but then this was nice, right? So I would be speaking about evolution of web and Web3, but then before moving to Web3, right, I just wanted to talk a little about the history, right, that how it started, right? Today, the internet that we experience is like super developed, right? I mean, like we are able to access a lot of things over internet very fast, right? So, but then earlier it used to be painful, right? How it started. So basically Web 1.1, right? 1.0 was the time from 1990s to 2004, right? And this was the time when, you know, business, like internet was just penetrating into the world, right? People started getting onto the internet, and businesses found a lot of traction into internet, right? That was a .com time. Everybody was just purchasing domain names and like having a, like that time, you know, the websites used to be just static pages, right? The only HTML and like CSS kind of stuff, text, images, that's all, and nothing fancy stuff. And it was more of like kind of you can just consume content. So, and the businesses, what they used to do, they got another marketing angle to it, right? So basically earlier, how businesses used to promote was, there were channels like newspaper, radios, and there were channels like newspaper, radios, and then televisions, maximum, right? And they were very expensive. Then websites came in, and then they found a new way to get to audience, and that too a very huge amount of audience that they cannot get via traditional media channels, right? So that's when businesses starting onboarding, and that's how the journey of web started. And then the development started, and then the .com thing started. And the website used to just have text images only, and then we used to use that ahref to go to the next page. Like today we don't, today the page does not load, right? It's a small portion which just loads quickly, but then that was a time when you actually used to redirect to a page using this ahref. Now hardly anyone uses that in the HTML, right? So, and then there was no database, right? It was just read-only kind of a site, right? Where you just publish something with your phone number or something, and then people can order and stuff like that, right? And then getting domain names was so easy, right? Right now, we are in a time where you hardly get any domain name, right? Big companies like, they use K instead of C in cart, and then and then the sale is going on. By the way, this is not sponsored, but so earlier getting domain names was easy, right? And now it is very tough. So that was the time of Web 1, right? That's how things were started. And then there were companies like Yahoo, Google, like they started. Search engines were a thing that time. And the businesses were so much into this that everybody wanted to be on web. Because search engine came into picture, and if somebody is searching for something, and then your website comes up, obviously you are getting a lot of sales out of it. So this was like extremely, just like people do SEO, that time SEO was not a thing, right? Just getting listed onto search engines was a big thing, right? So that's how things started, and then businesses found so much potential that they were so excited to host their websites that once the business owners build their websites, right? Their emotions were like this, right? कि यही होगा बस, ठीक है, पैसा ही पैसा. So Web 1 was that phase, right, where businesses like everybody wanted to be on .com, right? That was the thing. Then came in Web 2, right? Web 2 was a phase after 2004, and it continues till now, right? We are in a slight further state, right, where we are moving towards Web 3, but then still we are most majorly towards Web 2, right? So it's more of like a two-way communication. And now, after 2004, right, Web 2 was majorly driven by, initial days, social media, Facebook, friend request, Angel Priya, online chatting, right? That is what the initial phase of Web 2 was, and then it started maturing, and then the whole content creator economy started, right? Earlier, it used to be just read-only. Then we used to have databases, right? Then we started collecting data. People became content creators. People became content creators. How? If you want to express your thoughts, if you want to say something, you can go to Twitter and then tweet it. You can tell the world about what you want to speak. Earlier, it was not there. So it was read and write, kind of. You can just read as well as write. And then data was the new oil now, right? I mean, everybody is about data, and right? How much data do we give and not give, right? So web was acting as a platform for everybody to collect data, to provide services, and there was a two-way interaction. Then notifications came into picture, then like all that stuff, what you do over here, like, comment, share, subscribe, everything came into picture. That was all about Web 3. But then while we were growing in Web 2, right? So important thing was that we gave a lot of power to big tech companies, right? As people were telling in the talk, right? To be or not to be. That talk, right? So we were talking about that, okay, big tech companies are like a lot of main big tech companies owns a lot of part of users, right? User base, and they collect your data, right? In such a way that sometimes it is questionable that what part of it we should be giving and we should not be giving. But then there is no way out of it, right? That's how Web 2 has been functioning right? So this thing is known as centralization, right? Centralized. So everything is centralized. Companies have control over your data, right? Though content creators, right? I have a YouTube channel, right? So that's my video. I have built it, but then I upload it on YouTube. Tomorrow, if suppose for some legal reasons or some other thing, YouTube wants to ban me, right? They can just ban me and I lose everything, right? What will be there with me? So what happens is, this is what it is, that governing party is these big tech companies, and we as a content creator, though it is my video, I can do whatever I want to, right? I can say whatever I want to. But then I had to adhere their policies and privacy concerns and all these terms and conditions, whatever you just tick mark without reading. So that's what is something which we want to get out of, right? This gives them a lot of power to do whatever they want to. So this is what centralization is there, right? I mean, centralized. It is centralized. It is becoming centralized, and if it continues to grow, it will become even more centralized when, like, if suppose companies buy other companies, then like all the user is kind of, all the data is going to one company, and they can do a lot of things to you, right? In terms of giving you free services, right? So, and then you know, basically, if you'll see, right, this is a very big observation, that how do big companies make money? So there are only two ways, generally two ways how big companies make money, is through advertisements, right? Either they will show you ads, which gets them money, or they will sell your data, right? And then they will give you free services to collect your data and then make your ads personalized so that you do a lot of purchases and make you fall for things, right? So that's what big tech monetization is. These are the monetization strategy of almost all the big tech companies, right? Earlier, they will give you services and then they will collect your data, and that becomes a engine for their monetization and earning ad revenue. So, and then, right, there is one more issue generally with Web 2 is that security breaches, right? If the data, if suppose a website is hacked, because your data is stored at one place, right? It's the Facebook that has your data, or Google has your data. What if there is a security breach in them? They will just write a big note and then data is gone, right? I mean, it's a lot of data can be, sensitive data can go away, right? So giving power or giving a lot of data or portion to single companies or big tech giants is a concern. So this is a big concern for Web3. So as we said, right, if you are not paying for the product, then you are the product, right? So this is a famous saying, isn't it? What happened? Yep. So it is said that if the product is free, then you are the product, and a lot of people don't understand this, right? I mean, they feel that no, what's there in the data, right? How can I be the product, right? I'm not selling myself or something, right? But then, it's tough to make them understand. There was a conversation between me and my mom about what she shares on on WhatsApp unknowingly. But then, yeah, so it's a tough thing to explain it to non-tech people, right? Even the tech people don't get it fully, but then that's how it is. So basically, Web 2 was read, write, right? Our Web 1 was kind of just read only. This is read and write, and it's modern web, right? It is the era of the social dilemma. So how many of you have watched Social Dilemma? So Social Dilemma, if you haven't watched, I would recommend you to definitely go watch it, right? So it basically, this documentary shows you that, okay, that to what extent big tech companies go to collect your data and then monetize it. And it's a very eye-opening thing, which you should definitely watch, right? I'm just recommending it to you. So it's basically like social media companies, how do they train their algorithms to make you fall for ads and give you free services and then collect a lot of data, which they can later monetize or sell or do a lot of stuff. So definitely a must watch, right? And when I was Social Dilemma, sorry, then I was literally was like, yaar, kya ho raha hai? Like, matlab, literally, कि, what is this, right? I mean, how can this happen, right? It's a very eye-opening movie, right? Not a movie, documentary. You should definitely watch it. And it is a lot of, it shows, like, I mean, Google and YouTube and other engineers, right, from their companies who have built these systems come and tell you that what's happening in these services and how they build those things, right? Then, so basically, Web 1 was kind of like read only, Web 2 was read and write, and then comes the Web 3 that we want to build and that we think of, right? What is it? So Web 3 is kind of built in an thing which is like read, write, plus own data, right? Right now, you know, we are content creators, right? But then we don't own anything there, right? It's not ours. Anything can be deleted anytime and can be regulated, can be inside terms and condition checkbox, and like anything can go away. Donald Trump. So, and you can't do anything about it, right? So that's how you have to own things. So that's what Web3 aims for. And Web3, you know, Web3 as, you know, is a very abused term. When I say abuse, it is because like, there is no particular definition of Web3. Some people call it as NFTs or Web3 or blockchain or cryptocurrency. So and then spatial web, and then metaverse, and then all these random terms going on, right? Solana, Ethereum, and people don't know what Web3 is. So basically I was trying to read about it, and then there is no particular definition of Web3. What is generally categorized is that Web3 is how do we want the modern web to be, right? And web is not just that web you see on that browser, right? Web is much more than that, right? Web is, so basically when we say na web, right? So everybody thinks of as some .com website or some website, right? That's not actually web, right? Web, if you think, is like much more than that, right? It's an interconnection of things, right? And we used to call that as websites because sites, right? Web and websites are different things, right? So generally we don't realize it, right? It's in our vocabulary that web and websites, we just use it interchangeably. But websites was a term coined when sites used to be something like you reserve a particular domain name, and then it is over a web of network where everything is connected, is known as a website, right? It's different than web. Web is something like everybody is connected, systems are connected, is known as web. So Web 3 is basically how we want the web to be, right? And then it can be different in different scenarios, right? How it will change the financial sector of it. That's where cryptocurrencies come in. How it will change our viewing experience or experiencing how social media would be. That is metaverse, right? So different things are there in different domains. So that's what Web 3 is. So my basic aim over here is to explain you that what actually it is, right? Because we don't generally understand it. There are protocols and things running up. So that's what basically Web 3 is. It is different in different scenarios for different people, for different companies, for different products. But it is a vision which we want web to be. And there are certain challenges currently in Web 2 that we want to solve. That's what basically everybody agrees upon. What are those, right? What are the core ideas of Web 3, right? So these are basically the major core ideas. There are more. But major core ideas of Web 3 is to be decentralized, right? We studies that, okay, things are centralized. We are giving a lot of control to these big tech companies. Our data, they can do whatever they want to with their wish. They can monetize whatever they want to. They can show ads, sell your data, train their models. Like they can run an experiment to post your 10 years old pictures and then do a lot of stuff and all that stuff, right? So basically we don't want to give authority and everything to big tech companies or like who can govern anything. So we want things to be distributed, right? It should be like decentralized, not one person holds things, right? It is there with a lot of people and distributed, nothing, no one person can control things up. So that's what decentralized is, and then own things, right? Decentralized, when you own things, that means that, okay, if I am if I have something, right, that is mine, I have responsibility when I want it, whether I want it or not want it, whether I want it to be paid or free. It's not, and I should design my protocols and algorithms and contracts to tell whether how my data should be used or not, right? And where should it be used. And for making it decentralized, we use generally decentralized protocols, which people talked about blockchains. Here blockchain come into picture, right? Blockchain is one of the way, as we saw, and then there are more other ways how we can make things decentralized, right? According to different protocols and peer-to-peer networks where we can like distribute our data instead of having it in one central place. So, and then Web3's core idea is, another core idea is to be permissionless. What do you mean by permissionless? You know, each topic can have a different session altogether, right? This is how huge it is. Today I'm over here telling you this just because you go back and just read about even like all these single terms. They are own thing in themselves, right? Big topic chunks. So permissionless means whatever you are doing, right? You don't need permission of someone to do it, right? Kind of, you don't need a permission now, right? Permission means you don't have to adhere to Facebook's policy for doing anything, right? You can do anything, like you should be able to do anything in Web3, right? You don't have to adhere to any other policies. Then comes native payment. So native payments means that, okay, again, like when you do payments today, so there are a lot of regulations overall, right? Border regulations, bank regulations, payment service provider regulations. So you don't need and suppose if I have to give some service and then you have to pay me, there are thousands of people involved in that transaction. They take their own commissions, that is secondary, but then there are a lot of regulations and then so many protocols, people don't have bank accounts, inter-border transmissions are very hard, though we have companies like PayPal, Stripe and whatnot, but still things are very tough. Right? And then we often have to share our personal identity information and then get rejected and this and that for doing whatever we want to. So we don't want all this control to be handled by someone else, right? We should be defining how I want to give my service and what I want to charge and all this stuff. So that's what native payments come into picture in Web3, where it is based upon, so here cryptocurrency come into picture, right? That okay, here things would be, the payments would be done via cryptocurrencies and you can sell, buy things and all the stuff. And then Web3 main core idea, the last one which I personally feel is very important is trustless, right? So it cannot be 100% trustless ever, right? But then it can be a lot trustless, right? Today, if I am sharing a photo on Instagram, then I trust that Instagram won't go down. Or it will keep its photo always there forever. Right? There's a lot of trust involved into each transaction whenever I do today, right, with these companies. So YouTube videos, right? I have posted like so many YouTube videos, but then I can't keep copy of all of them. I don't even have them. But then I am trusting that they will never delete it or like my videos will always be there, right? A lot of trust is involved with these centralized systems. So we want to make things trustless, right? We want to trust things trust these systems less, right? There should not be that concern that okay, I have to like give full trust that okay, there is a brand, then I trust them and then only I will do things up, right? So it should be smart in that way. So these are the core major ideas upon which Web3 is built upon, right? Will be built upon, right? And again, why is Web3 important? So I'll take few examples also to dive deep into what things are, right? I really like that, right? I'll give you examples, right? So ownership, right? So assume that you have a game, right? You play an online game. And people, you know, purchase things online, right? Inside the games. I never knew that, I never did, but I see people purchase things, right? Like they pay money to purchase a car inside a video game. So it was very, I never did that, but then it's a very common thing to purchase things. And then once you lose that account, once you log out or once something happens, like you don't have control over your account, then what happens to that? Your money is gone, nothing, everything is deleted, like nothing. So there is no concept of digital assets, right? But then what if that car could have been a digital asset which you can keep? right? And suppose if I no longer want to play that game, I can sell it to someone, right? So that's a very interesting thought, right? Like if you are doing some in-app purchases, or maybe if it is in a central system, if it is in a system, right, over Web3, what if that car can go into some other video game, right? Because I have purchased it. Or it can be traded. So we want, so you know, a lot of people don't, we have trained our mind in such a way. I wanted to give you these examples because we have trained our mind in such a way that we don't think beyond whatever we have seen so far. A lot of people think that, okay, kaise hoga? Like, how will it be possible? But then we have to extend our thoughts because first of all, it happens in our head, then it happens in real, right? So we have to think in such a way that these things can be possible, right? There would be digital assets and I will own it. And suppose if there is a car, right? You can get a license number plate car, which is just my car. I own it. And nobody else can own the same copy of it. I can just have like 5 Akshay Saini cars, right? So, and then I can sell it for whatever worth. They are like, right? It's like an art, right? So art does not have like what you'll say, a price, right? So that's how it is. And then how do we do that in Web3 is through tokens, right? It's built upon tokens. So there would be NFTs created, which are very unique and tied uniquely to your ID, right? We'll talk about identity, how identity looks like in Web3. And then we can even buy, sell whatever we want to, like digitally. Like digital asset would be a thing. Right now, there is nothing as such as a digital asset, right? Generally in Web 2, right? So there would be things inside it and we could have ownership of that thing, right? We can't today say that, okay, if I went into GTA San Andreas and then I wore a cloth, those are mine, or I purchased something, whatever, right? It should be a thing, right, later on. So that was one thing. Another why Web3 is important is because of censorship resistance. So I'll tell you an incident that happens with OnlyFans. So OnlyFans is a, like for those who don't know, is a user-generated adult content website, right? And it has like more than millions of creators there, right? And it's a bread and butter for them. So what happened was, right, it's a bread and butter for them, it's a primary source of income for them, right? What happened was, in last year, August, what they decided to do is, they rolled out a message to all those creators that from now onwards, we are banning all the sexually explicit content, right? There could be nothing you can do, right, sexually explicit there. So what happened? Suddenly, those all people became jobless, right? Like there was an outrage. It was kind of like a bloodbath, right? What they will do now, right? They were highly dependent on them. And it is just OnlyFans, right? Which they just said it, right? What about YouTube? There are so many people who are like full-time YouTubers. What if like tomorrow YouTube says that like no longer I'm like paid or whatever, right? You don't own anything. So what will happen to them? So similarly, it happened to them. Then what happened? Like there was a huge backlash to it, that you can't do that and this, that, and all that. So though they won the case, all the creators won the case, they said that, okay, we were the ones who built your brand and platform, right? You are nothing without us, right? But then you can put in some laws which can just remove us in seconds, right? So what happened was this, though they won the case and then everything is back to normal, everything is running fine, but then we learned an important lesson about it, that we don't own things up. We are so much centralized that we are dependent on some services or some products, online tech companies and all the stuff, right? So Web3 is important because we don't want such things to happen, right? We want something to be very open for all, right? And we can do whatever we want to. We would have more control. We would have more ownership, right? Then comes, one more thing is decentralized autonomous organizations. So basically, you know, I can have a separate lecture on this topic, But then you can act it as that how would companies be formed in Web3, right? So right now there is a whole like random stuff like what we do, how to form companies, but you can think of it as a new way of having your own company or to start new projects, right? How? So tokens, right? Everything is based upon tokens. So tokens could act like your shares, right? You can buy certain tokens. When suppose if you are starting up and then you have to raise funds, then you can dilute your equity in exchange of tokens, right? And then you can trade via tokens, which you can keep as cryptocurrency. It's something which you have, right? Which is money. But then that way things would work a little differently, right? That's what DAO are. And then just go ahead and read about it for sure. This is something really exciting, which I really loved. Just because in the interest of time, I can't explain you much. But definitely do that. And it is like owning your own platform. How can you start new things? So there are a lot of DAOs already. You can go ahead and search about them. See, a lot of Web3 communities are kind of like DAOs, right? You can just be a part of them. You can get involved into what things are going on, what development, and then you can even earn money out of it, right? So that's how things will be. Now, Web3 talks about an important concept, which is digital identity. Today, what happens is, how is your identity managed, right? So generally what happens, you create an account with everything, whatever you do. Today, like our thought process is the way that if you want to use any service or a product, then you have to log in, right? You have to log in. And then you have to have a username, you have to upload a photo, you have to like have your, so many things, you have to do it again and again. They collect your own personal information, your date of birth, your gender, your everything that could be monetized later, right? They just take it up, right? And then you have to do the same for Google, you have to do the same for Facebook, you have to do the same for whatever services you use. So what could be better is to have one identity, right? One identity which makes our life easier, and that could be used across. And then we would have a lot more control, right? So suppose today also something similar is being done with a Google login, right? You don't generally have to log in thousands of places, then you just click on a button and then Google logs in. But then again, Google is a central authority there, right? Who is controlling your data? What if tomorrow Google bans and then all your account goes away? Right? Can happen, right? And happens sometimes if you lose your Google password, then think about what all you lose. For a moment, right? You lose like a lot of stuff. So that's where we are heading, and then we don't realize it. We want things to be like tied to one digital identity, more of like wallet IDs, right? Instead of that. And then we will choose whether we want to be anonymous or we want to give how much data to someone. And then Web3 apps, right? They are known as DApps, right? DApps, decentralized apps. So they can just use this identity to do your login or something, right? I mean, you don't have to create like thousands of accounts. You just need to have one wallet account, and you would have control over what you want to share. So that's how digital identity should be in Web3. Then we talk about native payments. I talked about that before, but then again, more like it should be borderless, right? I mean, you just have a wallet ID, and then somebody has a wallet ID, and then you just do a payment, give service, and then do it. So there should not be any banks or payment processors in between, right? To take commissions and to get involved, to have legal actions over things and all those stuff. So, and we can go anonymous and do whatever we want to. We can have business and things running up. So these are the things which we imagine to do. And then there are obviously people, organizations working on thinking about it. And then there are endless future things which we can think of, right? So as with all the new tech things that we come across, right? Web3 also comes with a lot of limitations. Like everything seems to be very good, right? When it sounds like, but then it has its own limitations, right? Every new tech takes time to get stable, to get mature. So we are in that phase where we want to think about things, and then we want to build this new web which we imagine to live in, right? So what are the limitations? Let me talk a little bit about them quickly. So a technical barrier is too high, right? Right now, it's very tough to like train our minds in such a way that we can think in that way, that okay, I can even like purchase a car inside a app and then I can sell it up, right? It just does not make sense. So having that whole concept of NFTs, blockchain, crypto, and all the stuff has a little technical barrier, right? Even from the development side as well as from the customer side, right? And then there is a huge learning curve, of course, about the new things, new vocabulary and everything, right? And then one more thing is not everything will be free now, right? Because whatever, when things are free, then you are the product. Now you choose to not be a product, then you have to choose to not be free for things also. But then there is a great way that, okay, today you do a Google search, right? And then Google sells your data to someone, right? And then they make money, right, out of their ads. Google does not sell your data, but then Google uses that data to sell you ads, right? So, but then what you can do is, now what if I am browsing, right? And then I can do the same with advertisers. I choose to share my data and then advertisers directly pay me, instead of Google getting involved in the middle, right? So we have to think of new ways so that we can earn money when we are browsing. So it is kind of free in a way, but then we'll have to think in that way that, okay, can we make this happen? So these are the things which should be think about, like how people are thinking about it. Like I've read a lot, even I haven't dived deep upon how things will be and how much charges would it take, but then it's interesting to know, right? And then we should get, and then the major important thing is that not everything will be decentralized. And it cannot be. A lot of things, like the most important thing is like your internet. That is regulated by government, right? So you cannot just decentralize that internet, right? So, but then I don't know, like, I mean, in future what may come. But these are things that we are still on a lot of centralized infrastructure to build decentralization. We are still using a lot of centralized things. We are using GitHub and then we are using all open source things. Those are centralized in a way. But then everything is being figured out now, right? There are hopes, but then these are limitations. I just wanted to tell you that, okay, there is a whole new thing which will come up, but then there is a thing which we still have to figure out, like, and then people and organizations are there to think about all those things. So this is the main thing. And then remember my friend who came to me telling that, okay, I figured out a way to make money. Then what happened was, he came to me running after 5 days again. And he was like this. So, so see, all tech things you see, right? You know, there is nothing like a get rich quick thing in world, right? I mean, this we should, like, I mean, I'm not a, like, what will say, Gyani Baba type telling you. But then we should like realize that, okay, if you are like people who get lottery tickets, right? They don't learn how to like keep themselves rich. They get rich and then they get poor. So being rich is a mindset, not something to do with money. Right? So basically what happened was he lost like all the money in a go, right? You know that Bitcoin thing, what happened. So what I wanted to say is that, okay, we know that, okay, we are going into these things, right? There are things which look a lot of fancy, but then it's our job to be conscious about what we do with our data, with our privacy, with our with what we do in Web3 or Web2 or whatever we do in general, right? So this is something which we should learn, right? If you are trying to, generally, you know, money, a lot of people just know Web3 as cryptocurrencies, as Bitcoin or blockchain, just because money fascinates us, right? Like a lot of people won't read about NFTs, but they will read about cryptocurrencies. They would invest in Bitcoin, but they don't know about blockchain, or like they do stuff, right? It's just because money excites us in such a way. So just be careful about your money. Just because I told you a story, so I didn't want you to leave it half. So I wanted to complete it. So this happened later, but then we should be optimistic, right? I mean, I don't want to put my opinion into your head, but then I personally am very optimistic about things, right? There are a lot of people, there is a lot of debate. Big people like Elon Musk recently tweeted that Web3 is just a buzzword, right? And then a lot of people daily come and says that, okay, this is what, it cannot be solved in Web3. This is what is not there, right? But then this is what we said to every possible thing that we use right now, you know? So I used to work for Uber, right, few months back. So what happened was I went to my granny's place, last year. And then, my granny asked me, what do you do? Right? I said, I'm a software engineer. It was tough to explain. I said that, okay, I write code, I build things. Bolte, aapki company karti kya hai, right? What does your company do? So I said that, okay, I have I work for a company, Uber. It's known as Uber. So she was not able to pronounce it, but then again, okay. So I was explaining her what Uber does. So I said that, okay, you have your phone with us, like you can call, right? So you have to press a button in your phone, and then a car will come. And then we'll pick you and take you wherever you want to. And she gave me such a stare. She would have thought in her head, what did you smoke? Right? That, how is this, like, a car will come on a tap of a button and then will take me wherever I want to. So I feel that, okay, we should be optimistic about things. You never, whenever there is a technical shift, whenever there is something new come up, it always faces friction and resistance, right? Always. But then there are people who put efforts and make it happen. When there is a famous quote, right? The people who can think that, okay, they can change the world are the ones who do, right? It's a famous quote by, I think Linus Torvald. Huh? Yes, so Martin Luther Jr., right? So it's a very interesting quote, right? So I personally am very optimistic about things, and you should be open about things, and then there is a lot of development going on right now, right? There is a very good time to get yourself into it, because there is still a lot of new things which are going to be figured out. Some things are figured out, some new things will come up. So at least we can get interested about it, right? Why not? Who knows how the world would be? And in some way, and then there are big bets played by a lot of big folks as well, right? Like Zuckerberg has just renamed the whole brand, right, to Meta, and then he's all in, right, kind of in that way. And so what I wanted to tell you by this presentation, or the main agenda of this talk, was not to teach you anything, right? Because I can't teach you something so quickly I can't tell you everything about decentralization and all this stuff, but then my intent over here was to say that there is something as such going on, some new thoughts. I hope that I would have been able to move a little to at least think in that direction, that, okay, this can be possible, right? And this will be possible, I personally feel so. It is just a matter of time. Not in this way, but in some other way. But this way, this is going to come, right? And this is a major concern that we are trying to solve. So that's what I wanted to end my talk with, that, okay, never bet against innovation. Keep innovating, keep learning, and keep your minds open for things. And then that's all. Thank you all. And that's all I wanted to share. So that's all I wanted to share, and thank you so much, right? Thank you so much for coming over here. I really excited to see you all and meet you all. And just to tell you, I am in Pune, I am here, so no need to rush or hurry, or you are excited to meet me, and I am super excited to meet you as well. I'll be here, right? I'll be here for the rest of the evening, so be here, right? Meet me and go, no issues. But then right now we will have one more talk, and then I'll be here, don't worry. I am not going anywhere, so just be here, right? And then we will have booths open. So, I recently, and one more thing is, I am super fortunate that, okay, you all are here, right? That is how I started my talk, right? That if you are here, present on a Sunday, like Saturday evening, such beautiful weather, and instead of doing random stuff, then definitely there is something which connects us, or there is something, like kuch to keeda hai that we are here, right? So, if you are here, then go ahead and check. These people work like on great projects, right? They have set up booths to showcase things up. So I would like to tell you that, okay, don't just attend conferences for just of the sake of talking to speaker or seeing, like you hardly, like what you'll say, learn anything here, but then there is that vibe which you gather, right? That's why I love offline events. That's because. So what you can do is, like, connect with people around, because some or the other, how we are connected in some way, right? We are working on something. So connect with people, attend the booths, right? Just go ahead and check that and listen to everyone, what everybody has to say. And thank you so much, right, for like giving me such a warm welcome. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Akshay. It was so good to see you out in the real space, outside the computers. Right, everyone? Was it so good to see Akshay in the real space?
And now I can see the George is real high. So, yeah, moving on. Okay, as Akshay said, guys, please wait. We have something really exciting. We have a small game, which of course will give you reward, giving. And then we are going to give away surprise and goodies. The winner will be announced at talk. So moving on, who everybody recognizes this, right?
You can hear us, right, everyone? Okay. So basically, this slide is quite self-explanatory, right? Can you remember how it's pronounced?
Correct. So we have conjured up a similar game which might scramble your brains out. So what we had done is we have jumbled some spellings of simple words, and all you have to do is guess what the word actually is. Okay. So the first one we have is this. Yes, lovely.
That was easy, right? Okay.
Easy one. Okay.
We will get you.
With something easy. Please raise the hands. Okay, we are giving out the points and the leaderboard is being maintained, so please raise hands. Okay, next one. Okay, little bit tougher. Please. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
I told you, Harsha, we have a smart crowd here. Huh?
Yeah, actually, we should have picked some
nice,
tough words. Okay.
Was it been leaked or something? Huh? People are on fire here.
Okay, the last one. Just
now
raise
this
hands.
one.
Please raise hands. Okay. Yes.
Great.
Please guessed it right. It's non-fungible tokens, NFTs.
A round of applause for everyone.
Yes. Great. Like, really, very, very smart people, guys, you are. Like, and after Akshay's talk, I think your brains got pumped up, and the game got over in just like less than 5 minutes.
So what do you say? Same as the morning energy. Let's hear it from once more. How's the Josh? Louder. How's the Josh? Great.
Okay, so moving on, since we have we had promised you a global symposium, we have someone with us who is joining us all the way from Johannesburg.
Yeah, she's a developer advocate at JetBrains, and Currently, she has multiple article publications already in her pocket.
More than 20 years of experience in writing desktop, mobile, and web applications.
But last but not least, she's also an animal lover. So she has a cute, tiny Yorkshire Terrier.
All the dog lovers, give me a shout out.
Dog.
Cat lovers.
No cat lovers. Okay.
Okay. So today she is going to talk about an SDK from JetBrains that allows iOS and Android developers to share code between two platforms. And the good news is that the shared platform is written in Kotlin.
Oh, great. That's really great because I knew that Android developers love Kotlin, but this talk is definitely a treat for both iOS and Android developers, right?
So please welcome, with a huge round of applause,
Pamela Hill.
Since she's joining all the way from Johannesburg, please bear with us a bit. Of course, you can see this is the leaderboard and it's going to be
Can you hear me?
maintained. So keep hashtag UINXT 2022 trending. This is even
I'm
if the
gonna
games
share
are
my
over,
screen so long.
the
Let's start my video
hashtag,
at
we
least.
are monitoring the Twitter and the interesting tweets will get points. And in the end, we are going to avoid like winners. Yeah. So hi, Pamela, over to you.
Yes. Hello? Can you hear me? I see myself. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to see you. How are you? Can I have a little wave? I can see you. Hey! A really warm welcome from me from sunny South Africa today. It's really lovely to be with you here. Today in South Africa, it's Heritage Day, so we're all dressed up in our cultural costumes. I'm not dressed up in my cultural costume because I have work to do, but it's really nice to be here with you and to celebrate this day with you. I hope that you've enjoyed your conference so far and that it's really been cool. So I don't want to talk about too much, but let's get started with the presentation. I just want to quickly share my screen and do all those rigors. Just give me a minute and then I'll share. Okay. And then I just want to share. Okay. Can somebody just audibly verify that they can see my slides and that they can see me and hear me? I'm hoping that
Everybody, please, little bit, if you can just listen to her. The voice is a bit slow, so please keep silence.
Could you just repeat, please?
Everybody, please keep silence. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and hope that you can see everything that you should be seeing and hear everything that you should be hearing. If not, my phone is on, so let's get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Pamela. I'm a developer advocate at JetBrains, and welcome to my talk, Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile for Skeptics. So, I just want to check, yeah.
The volunteers, please keep
Today
silence.
we're going to
Guys, please pay attention. Thank you.
On here? Okay. So today we're going to be looking at a few of the following things. I'm going to start with a brief introduction on what Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile is and why I think it's worthwhile convincing you to give it a try. Next, I'm going to show you how to do a simple code sharing exercise using Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile. Of course, one of the most important parts for a talk for skeptics is the part where I try to convince you that this technology is worthwhile investigating. And in the last section, I want to share some of the most helpful resources that I found during my research for you to check out. So let's get started with the introduction. Let's start by talking about Kotlin multi-platform mobile as a technology in general. It's an SDK by JetBrains, and it allows development teams to share common code between Android and iOS platforms. Now, it doesn't impose restrictions on non-shared code. What does this mean? It means that it doesn't dictate what you share and what you don't share, especially not what architectures you use. So you can choose whatever architecture you want. Now, Kotlin multi-platform mobile compiles that shared module into platform-specific artifacts that you add as a dependency into your app. For iOS apps, you can see them on the left-hand side there. The Kotlin native compiler is used to compile create these framework files or CocoaPods, if you're familiar with iOS development, which you can then add and use from your iOS app. And then on Android side, the Kotlin JVM compiler will create jar files, which you then add and use in your Android app. I mentioned that you can share code between different platforms and that the decision is yours on what you share and don't share. But there are common scenarios of code sharing. In this slide, you can, for example, see that we're sharing the data or core layers and the business or domain layers, but we chose not to share the presentation or UI layers, and that is fine. But we can go one step further and also share the presentation layer of presenters, view models, and controllers. To reiterate, the choice is yours. We've even seen a few use cases where the UI layer has been shared with Compose iOS, or Compose for iOS and Jetpack Compose. So there's definitely something available for that scenario, or starting to become available for that scenario as well. So what are the benefits of multi-platform mobile? Firstly, the flexibility to choose what is shared and what is not shared. If you just want to share an important algorithm at the beginning and start from and take things from there, you can. Secondly, it's also to lower the cost and effort per feature. Your team doesn't have to duplicate efforts by ensuring everything works correctly on both platforms. And this is going to drive down the testing and development costs. Now, shared code ensures consistency amongst platforms as well. I've seen so many times that Android and iOS developers are given a particular requirement, but they have a slightly different understanding. That's just human nature. They have a slightly different understanding of this requirement, and it basically results in slightly nuanced implementation differences. But I'd like to give you a real-world example of where I've seen a problem that multi-platform mobile would have solved perfectly. I was working at a fintech institution as an Android engineer. My background is way back in Java, but I eventually transitioned to becoming an Android engineer, and now I'm a developer advocate for mobile. But I was working at this fintech institution on the onboarding team, and whenever we onboarded a customer, we needed a whole bunch of information and documentation from this customer in order to onboard them into our financial system, in order to satisfy regulatory requirements. And each country had different rules, and we supported many different countries. And if we weren't careful, we would have easily made a mistake in coding on one platform maybe one thing, and on the other platform something else. So we really had to push very hard into our product manager's documentation and deeply into manual testing to make sure everything was 100%, because all the logic was sitting on different platforms. In retrospect, this would have been a perfect use case for a technology such as multi-platform mobile to share business logic across platforms. Next, let's see how this works practically. I want you to note that this is not going to be live coding because of the time required for all the platform and dependency downloads. I don't know about you, but I don't have time for that today. It takes up to 20 minutes to just start the project and download just the API stuff and all things. So let's not go into that today. Let's just have a look at the key features. So these are the tools that you're going to need to share code with multi-platform mobile on Android and iOS. You're going to need Android Studio with Kotlin multi-platform mobile plugin that you get from the marketplace. You're going to need the Java Development Kit or JDK, and you're going to need Xcode on macOS from the App Store. So you will be coding on a Mac. There is a Mac open source tool called KDoctor that will help you verify your environment to make sure everything is set up correctly. So I mentioned this Kotlin multi-platform mobile plugin before, and you can get that for IntelliJ IDEA and Android Studio from the marketplace. And this plugin is going to make it so much easier for you to create multi-platform projects and libraries. You can also share with this project, with this plugin, you can share code once and share it on Android and iOS. And you can run and actually debug iOS targets from Android Studio. How cool is that? So I'm going to explain how Kotlin multi-platform mobile works just using the default example of what the plugin generates when you use the create new app project. And the example that I want to show you is just it's quite it's a significant example, but it is
Everybody, please keep silence.
Simple. And the example shows just a bit of text on the screen with "Hello World" or "Hello Android 31" on the Pixel 4 emulator on the left-hand side, and "Hello iOS 15.5" on the right-hand side for iPhone 11. 31 is the SDK version of the emulator for Pixel for Android, and 15.5 is the OS version of the iPhone 11 emulator. But don't worry about not seeing the text too clearly. It's really not important right now. It's just showing you that it actually works. Okay, so I've taken some screenshots to show the plugin's project creation in action. Using this new project wizard, we can select Kotlin multi-platform app. It's that third from the left, second from the top option. And we then select it, and we're going to create our app from scratch. Next, we're going to select a few or enter a little bit of information about our app, like the name and the package name, and most importantly, the minimum SDK supported by Android. Next, we're going to have to configure our multi-platform project with iOS, Android, and a shared module. We can actually name those modules there. And in this screen, we configure how we're going to distribute the code from to Xcode using either regular framework files, which is the easiest, or CocoaPods, which is what you want to do when you actually start going to production. So once the plugin has done its magic, and as I mentioned before, this takes some time, so it's not entirely magical. This is what the project structure is actually going to look like. The Android code will be under Android app, the iOS app code will be under iOS app, and the shared code will be under shared. Now, this shared directory consists of 3 subdirectories of Kotlin code. And it has Kotlin main, where all the shared code is. It has Android main, where all the Android specific code integrating with the shared code is. And it has iOS main, where all the iOS specific code integrating with the shared code is. But maybe you have a few questions that are running through your mind as I'm talking about the structure of the project, which I hope you could see sort of roughly. Maybe you're wondering, did she really say that the shared module was written entirely in Kotlin, even the iOS parts? And the answer is yes. It's all in Kotlin, even the iOS parts. And perhaps you're wondering, what does this Android or iOS integration code do? Well, it basically accesses the APIs of the platforms. So it's going to access iOS APIs or Android APIs and give you platform-specific functionality. Pretty cool. And this is how it all fits together. So the shared code is in the greeting file. It's a simple code sharing exercise. So we're just sharing a little greeting. And on the iOS side, we're going to use, the iOS app is going to use the shared code, you can see this, you can just follow along with me on the left-hand side. So the iOS app, or content view.swift, is going to use the shared code, and the shared code makes use of the platform class to access iOS APIs to get to the system name and version. On the right-hand side, I see that somebody's just entered a chat here. Can I increase my pitch? Are you struggling to hear me? Can you just like, okay, I can't really like increase the volume of my microphone, but I can stand a bit closer. I hope that's fine. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Remote conferences are hard. Okay, so then on the Android side, we're going to, on the Android side, we have main activity that uses this shared code. And the shared code makes use of the platform class to access the Android APIs to get the SDK version. But let's see how this actually works in the code. So here we are in common main's greeting file. Remember I said about common main? Common main is where all our shared code is. And it contains a greeting class that is that has a function called greeting. And this function basically just returns hello platform.platform using some Kotlin string interpolation. Next, let's look at common main's platform class. And it also just has one property, namely platform. But I want you to notice something interesting about this declaration of this class, the keyword expect. And expect is a Kotlin keyword that tells us that the code that we are actually looking for will be found in the platform-specific integration code. What does that mean? Where will I find this? We're going to have to look in Android main and iOS main. So let's first have a look at Android main's platform class. Notice that we'll also have a matching property called platform here too. And we're assigning the string Android followed by, if you're familiar with Android, just the SDK version of the Android device to this property. But I also want you to notice something else. There's quite a number of actual keywords being used here. Now, this might be a little confusing, but don't worry about it too much. It's also a new Kotlin keyword, and it basically matches the expect keyword. And it's basically saying, if you're looking
Everybody,
for
please
the
pay
actual
attention and please
platform-specific implementation,
keep silence.
here it is. Next, let's look at the iOS main platform class. And it also has platform property. And here we are actually using a real iOS classes, properties, and functions to determine the system name and system version of that device. So if I run this code on my iPhone 11 emulator, it will say iOS 15.5. This is an old emulator. We're on 16 now. Notice also that we're using the keyword actual quite a lot here. And this is going to indicate that this matches the actual iOS specific implementation. So it's matching what's in common main under expect. It's saying the iOS specific implementation is here. But how does this code actually get on the screen? Well, for Android, it's as simple as calling the greeting instance's greet function and setting the text view's text to it. Of course, here we're using the old view system of Android, not Jetpack Compose yet, but we are updating the wizard, so you'll soon be able to see Jetpack Compose used in this sample. But notice how easy it is to actually call that Kotlin code from our Android app. The question is, will it be equally easy on the iOS app? Let's have a look. So for iOS, if you're familiar with it, we define our application like this. This is normal Swift UI code. And let's drill into the content view Swift code. So I just want to reiterate that we were in Android app under the main activity, and this was Kotlin code. Now we're switching to iOS app. So we're looking at the iOS specific application, and we're looking at Swift code. Okay, so now we're going to go to content view.swift in iOS app, and we're going to have a look at what's happening there. So we're defining a constant, greet, and we are saying, we are assigning the value greeting.greeting to it. And then we say, okay, we want to use the body of this content view must be a text element that displays this greeting or this greet constant. So yes, in this very simple instance, it is equally easy calling Kotlin code from Swift code. To run our apps, we can use Android Studio's Android app and iOS app configurations to run the application on emulators or real devices and see on the left-hand side for Android, hello Android 31, and on the right-hand side, hello iOS 15.5 for the iPhone 11 emulator. And that's the basics of how KMM works. So I just want to share quickly, I want to reiterate what we just did. We wrote some shared code, and that was the greeting. So that was hello and then platform.platform. Then we used this shared code on Android and iOS, and that was in main activity and content view. So that was in main activity, which is Kotlin code, and the Android Kotlin code, and content view, which is Swift code for iOS. And then we use platform-specific functionality from the shared code to get platform-specific API information, and those were the platform classes. Now we get to the tricky part, the part where I try to convince you to give multi-platform mobile a try, even if it's just for a side or toy project, because we're skeptics after all, right? So before I investigated multi-platform mobile, I know I had some very critical opinions of the technology. Now, awkwardly, that was before I was a developer advocate for the technology, of course. I wasn't really sure if it would work. I wasn't really sure if it would be widely adopted. And here are some of the thoughts that I had. And maybe you can relate to some of these thoughts. So I thought, iOS developers won't want to adopt this. It's natural if you are working in a particular ecosystem and a particular platform to want to really perfect your knowledge of that platform and really become an expert. So these developers are invested in the ecosystem, and to ask them to now try and use this technology that's sort of on the side, outside of the ecosystem, might be outside of their comfort zone.
Everybody,
Next,
please
I thought,
keep silence.
Hello? Okay, I'm just going to continue. Just if you have a question, just pop it in the chat for me, please. Next, I thought, will the iOS to Kotlin, or the Swift to Kotlin more specifically, and Kotlin to Swift interop not be clunky? Am I going to have to deal with ugly looking Kotlin or Swift code just to get it to work? Next, I thought, will it really lower the cost of development? There's of course more to the game than just saying there's less code, so there's less cost. There's other things to consider, like training and skills development and time to get productive in the technology. Next, I thought, won't it be more frustrating than writing 2 native apps or using something like React Native or Flutter? So these 2 platforms and 2 cross-platform technologies have huge support from big companies and huge ecosystems already.
Hello?
They are way ahead of the game. As you can see, I didn't have a very positive picture of multi-platform in my mind. But something kept bugging me, and I loved Kotlin, and I trusted JetBrains as a company.
It's
I'll
like
get
10-15
to
minutes
why
more,
I
please.
trusted JetBrains a little bit later. So I wanted to give multi-platform mobile a fair chance, apart from my preconceived ideas. So I went through a whole bunch of resources, and I have this article on my blog that I'll share the link to a little bit later with all the resources that I used to make this presentation, but also to do my research just for my own sanity's sake. So I started out with just some light-hearted reading and watching. I watched this short tutorial series on the multi-platform mobile on multi-platform mobile on the Kotlin YouTube channel, which you can go check out now. These videos basically just demonstrate how to set up your environment and how to write 1 or 2 apps using multi-platform mobile. I then also had a look at who was using multi-platform mobile on the Kotlin official site. Big names: Netflix, Philips, VMware. Next, I saw a tweet by my former colleague, Malcolm Kwenda. He's an iOS engineer who investigated the technology and wrote this hot take article on it. And then lastly, I watched the Talking Kotlin podcast on why iOS developers at Todoist actively pursued using multi-platform mobile in their apps. I started seeing potential. People were using it, and they were having a good experience, and they're getting excited about it. So I wanted to do a deeper investigation by using 2 books, Simplifying Application Development with Robert Nagy, and another book called Kotlin Multi-Platform by Tutorials by the Ray Wenderlich team. And this really gave me a solid foundation on how the technology works. So since I'm giving you this talk, and since I became a developer advocate for the technology, one would assume that something about my research changed my mind. Of course, the first thing that changed my mind really was Malcolm's article. I knew him and I respected him. He is a present. And he's a very bright and gifted developer, but he's an iOS engineer. And he was willing to give a technology outside of his ecosystem a chance. And I think that he really has a very balanced view of multi-platform mobile. So yes, there is hope for this technology after all. As you can see on the screenshot, there is Malcolm's article that you can read on Medium, and I'll link to it a little bit later. But from my research, I concluded a couple of things. I first concluded multi-platform mobile isn't going to take the fun out of native development. For me, it's really important that I can continue using Jetpack Compose as an Android engineer, or Swift UI if I'm, for example, an iOS engineer. A team can also decide what they want to share and then code the rest to their heart's content natively. By enabling a team to share code across platforms, we are going to have much more consistency across platforms. This is really important where business logic is concerned. You can write it once, create some great unit tests, and those platforms are going to work the same, which is really amazing. I could also see that it could lower the cost of development, not necessarily in terms of money, but in terms of time and effort. But of course, initially there's going to be a lot of learning and maybe some frustration causing one to go slower, but that this pace would pick up over time. There were already a number of mature libraries that were supporting multi-platform mobile. Ktor for networking, that's from JetBrains. Coin for dependency injection, it's a service locator pattern more specifically. And SQLite and Realm for databases. Now, Realm is quite well known in the industry already, but SQLite is also a multi-platform mobile project. And more is being added to the list as the ecosystem grows every day. So I really saw that it could help under-resourced teams. In South Africa, for example, there is a lot of Android developers, but not so many iOS engineers. I'm not sure if it's the same in India, maybe not. This technology could really help, so Kotlin multi-platform mobile could really help lift the responsibility off the shoulders of more time-constrained iOS developers. And then lastly, as I mentioned before, I trust JetBrains. They worked on Project Kotlin almost 10 years before releasing version 1.0. And by that time, it was a rock-solid technology ready for adoption by a wide audience. It was ready to be used on Android. And I really think that we are trying to get this thing to work absolutely great. But of course, just because I've done research and changed my mind doesn't mean that I don't still have questions and doubts. And here are some of the things that I'm still wondering about, and maybe you're wondering the same. So this thing is still an alpha. would I use it in production? So it will remain in alpha until the Kotlin native memory model has been revamped. At the moment, it's not that great. So the estimated time of beta is roundabout now. Watch the space. And in my opinion, alpha is fine for play projects and projects that can take the risk, but you need to be careful if your project can't take the risk. A criticism that I've seen of multi-platform mobile is that other cross-platform technologies have a much bigger ecosystem already. For example, React Native. I think it's really important for you to go and check out before you start a project and before you decide on Kotlin multi-platform mobile that you have the technologies, those libraries that you're going to need in the ecosystem already before you start using the technology, if that makes sense. Something inherent in new technologies is around support, meaning documentation, tutorials, books, vlogs, and those other kinds of things. And they have to be up to date and can be used for learning. Now, on the JetBrains side, we really try to keep everything up to date. But I've seen that some articles are maybe outdated, and code samples especially as well, get outdated and aren't updated on external sites. So you have to really be careful where you go for answers. There's a couple of people in the community, like for example, John O'Reilly, that's really great with keeping his examples really up to date. And of course on our site as well, and the folks on Touch Lab and so on. So something to note is that there is a Slack workspace called Kotlin Mang, and it basically has JetBrainers and Kotlin enthusiasts from all over the world that get together to ask and answer questions. So you can sometimes even speak to real KMM developers on the JetBrains teams, and they might answer your questions. It's pretty cool. The last point that I have is that I don't really know what a professional iOS engineer will feel about multi-platform mobile developer experience. What will their developer experience be like? Because they will have to use either Android Studio or IntelliJ IDEA to write that shared code. And will they be okay using Android Studio and Gradle to do some of the work? Or is that learning curve just going to be that steep and frustrating if nobody from the Android team is there to help them? But I also wanted to do due diligence and hear what others had to say about multi-platform mobile. So I took it to the source of all opinions, Twitter, and this was my tweet. It said, "Hello, Mobile Dev Twitter, have you used Kotlin multi-platform mobile before? What convinced you to give it a try? What convinced you to use it in more than just a play app?" And it really sparked a very interesting debate. I like to go through the points that the different camps made, but I decided to anonymize and summarize their tweets just to keep it brief. So if you're really curious on who said what, the link to the tweet is at the bottom of the slide. And it will also be on the episode that I mentioned, and I'll be sharing that at the end of my talk. So first up, we had anonymous Flutter guy, who is a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. And this was a summary of his points. He said, okay, not sharing the UI is a huge con because that is the real time saver. He also said the language shouldn't be the center of a tech decision. In other words, don't use multi-platform mobile only because you love Kotlin. He rightly stated that the resources behind multi-platform mobile can't ever match the resources that Google puts behind Flutter. And in summary, he felt that multi-platform mobile had questionable advantages and a questionable future. Ouch. Okay. So next we had some anonymous multi-platform mobile guys answering our Flutter guy. And here's a summary of what they said. They said, writing and testing business logic once is a huge advantage. You don't have to commit your entire code base to a new technology. You can start small and keep adding. And it also creates better looking native UIs than the material design first approach of Flutter. And lastly, they said, some of your cross-functional team, your Android engineers, are already familiar with the language and tools. Lastly, we had an anonymous Googler that rounded off the discussion very nicely. And here is a summary of what they had to say. So what the person had to say. He said, he agreed the language isn't enough to make a tech decision. Kotlin multi-platform mobile is different from other cross-platform technologies in that, for example, Kotlin Native works directly with native libraries, so you don't have to wait for plugins like you have to do with React Native. And he said adoption, and I really like this, adoption is not all or nothing. It's a spectrum based on use case and the needs of the team. So that was a summary of our discussion on Twitter. I wish that I had iOS skeptic could also give their views on this topic, but I wanted to remind you of our favorite iOS engineering Malcolm's post that I added on my blog, and I hope that you'll find this really insightful. And with that, we're near the end of my talk. I hope that I've sparked an interest in you to investigate Kotlin multi-platform mobile a little bit more than just giving it a thumbs up or thumbs down. It's a technology with huge potential, and I hope that I convince you not to just dismiss it outright. So I'd really like to encourage you to have a look at my slides again. You're super welcome to. You can find them with the bit.ly KMM Skeptic slides, Skeptic spelled with a K. And I also tweet up this one a little bit later. My Twitter handle is Pamela A. Hill. Next, that resource article that I mentioned. So I think that it will help you to get some extra information, and I also added my opinion on them. So you can best decide where to spend your time if you're interested in looking at this technology. So with that, thank you. Stay in touch. Have a look at my blog. And have a great day. Are there any questions? I hope that I'll be able to hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pamela. We all are definitely looking forward for more such amazing talks from you. One real quick announcement, everyone. We all will be getting JetBrains t-shirts as a goodie. So a round of applause again.
So everybody, please wait up. All the speakers that were there throughout the day, they are there with us. So if you need to talk or ask doubts, they are going to be there. And
okay. Yeah. So there is one amazing and interesting announcement from Rudya. So I'm calling her, and I'm 100% sure this is something we should not miss. So Rudya.
Hello everyone. Hope you are having an amazing day. I am glad to see that this energy is still there, and it has to be there because we have an important announcement. So we witnessed the evolvement of UI engineering, and it's changing dynamically, right? So, and what UI engineers are capable of doing, it is not just in the mobile or web development, it is beyond that. So today we have booths, and those are amazing booths, and we have some really good explorations there. So I request all of you to spend some time at each of our booths, because each of them are equally unique. And as Akshay also said that, you know, he mentioned metaverse quite a few times. So we have some booths such as robotics and JS, metaverse, then security, and many more. So please do visit. Also, there is one boot camp. It's going to be in near future for robotics and IoT with JavaScript. So I'm sure you will be interested in that as well. For more queries, do visit robotics booth. So thank you very much, and heading to. Yeah.
Thank you, Rudya. So real quick announcement. So one of our community partners, devcode.io. So DevCode is a front-end learning community where they are organizing tech events throughout the year, such as online or offline meetups, tech talks, hackathons such as DOM challenges, etc. So, if you are in front-end domain and want to participate in such events, then you can join their DevCode community. All the more information is there on their website devcode.io.
Okay. So all the announcements are done, and this is like the most interesting slide at this moment. So throughout the day, we have had rewarded points, we have monitored the Twitter, and we have come up with the winners. So we will be giving out winners. So please come out one by one and tell me your t-shirt size first, because we have to give out t-shirts. So first off, I would because you have been such a great audience, we have winners in 3 categories, but there are multiple ones in each category. So first, the third rankers are Harshvardhan Gautam. Not here? Yes. Neeraj Bhutada.
What's your size?
Ajit Waze. Shraddha Dhande, sorry. Okay. And Yashodeep Deshmukh. Please take up your group.
Yeah, and the second position holders are, let's wait for a minute.
Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah. A big round of applause for the third rankers.
So the second position holders are Ritvik Bhalerao, Nilesh Miskin, Avinash Madbhave, and Akhilesh Srivastava.
Claps, guys. And for the final winners, we have 2 winners as the winner of these quizzes that we had conducted. Applause once again for the runner-ups. And for the winners, we have Musab Sheikh and Govind Kumar Vaishnav. So what a day we have had. We have had talks, we have had quizzes, we met Akshay as well, and he's going to be there, and all the other speakers are also there for you to ask your doubts. The booths are open, so hurry up to the booths because we have worked really hard. We have tried to create a variety of technology under one roof. You have been such a great audience, so thank you so much and hope to see you next year again.
Just 1 second, everyone. Let me call upon stage Akshay Shani. He wants to take a selfie with all of us. So
just wait up for the selfie. Thank you so much.
Hey, just wait there only. पास आओगे दिखे कोई नहीं दिखेगा. एक मिनट. One more Akshay. एक मिनट. I'll make a video, okay?
Make sure to explore the booths. Make sure to explore the
Yesterday, there was sun and there was rain.